Hi. If you don't know me, my name is Danny. I'm a VTuber and book reviewer on Twitch and YouTube. If you don't know me, I'm an avid romance reader, and there are a few tropes that I'm an absolute sucker for. And one of them is the morally gray or the villainous character. And I was talking to one of my friends one day, and it led me to a realization. When I was a teenager, I was a terrible student. I found out in adulthood that it was more than likely because of some undiagnosed ADHD. I couldn't pay attention in class to save my life, but I could read all kinds of books tucked away under my desk while I was supposed to be learning. And some of these books were the Silence of the Lambs and Hannibal by Thomas Harris. This was the mid-aughts. This was like 2007, 8 maybe. And and this was a couple years before NBC's Hannibal with Mads Mikkelsen. The situationship, I guess, between FBI agent Clarice Starling and Hannibal Lecter was formative and eye-opening for me as a teenager, and I think it's really what set me off down this path of like, but maybe you could run away with the bad guy instead. Maybe you could just be with the bad guy. I wanted to make a fun video, I guess, that kind of broke down Silence of the Lambs and framed it more as like a romance duology. I am very aware that there are 2 more books in the series. Red Dragon, which features Will Graham. So if you watch the NBC Hannibal, you would know that name. That's the first book. Will Graham and Hannibal Lecter, I guess, solve a crime. I have not read it. I did not read it for this video. Maybe I should have, but I did not. And then there's Hannibal Rising, which is, I believe, Hannibal's origin story sort of thing. I also have not read that one. It's like a prequel. My interest in the series is Silence of the Lambs and Hannibal, book 2 and book 3. I started writing the script at 12:15 in the morning. I have just finished Hannibal about half an hour beforehand. I wrote all my notes out in the books, and my notes on their own ended up being a 20,000 word document, so I kind of filtered my narrative in amongst my notes. So I'm trying something a little bit different for this video. If you are interested in book review videos, I do have some other ones on my channel. I have a Harlequin romance series book review where I read randomly selected Harlequins, and I also have a book review roundup. Every 2 months I go over the books that I have read and quick reviews. This is my first, I guess, super long form video of like a specific subject, this case being Hannibal and Clarice. If this is something that appeals to you, if you are interested in these kinds of videos, let me know if it's something you think I could keep doing. This is taking a long time. It has taken me weeks of reading and note-taking to get to this point, just to be writing the script. I haven't even tried to edit the video yet, so we're gonna see how long this takes. If you enjoy it, if you didn't enjoy it or whatever, just leave a comment, leave a like or subscribe or whatever, you know. Let me know that somebody watched it after I put all this time into it, please. But there's really no way to get started but then to just get going. So we will get right into it. My notes are going to kind of be a mix of me writing out things that are happening while they're happening, and also just like highlighting quotes out of the books. So I'll be reading a bunch of excerpts out of both books here, because I think that's easier than writing it out myself, I guess. So we'll just get started here. Where's my highlights? Silence of the Lambs opens up with Clarice Starling heading into Jack Crawford's office. She is an FBI trainee, and she is trying to get into the behavioral sciences department, like think Mindhunter and that sort of thing, like FBI profiling. Jack Crawford tells her that he has an errand for her to do. They're actually working on profiling the killers that they have in custody. There's one killer that they have not been able to get to fill out their questionnaire. Hannibal Lecter, also known as Hannibal the Cannibal. Clarice's job is going to be going down to the asylum where they're holding him, basically, and seeing if she can get him to fill out the pamphlet. Basically, they have like a couple pieces of paper for just people to fill out so they can kind of get an idea of their brain. They've invited Hannibal to do this before, and he's always told them no. Our first introduction to Hannibal is: be very careful with Hannibal Lecter. Dr. Chilton, the head of the mental hospital, will go over the physical procedure you use to deal with him. Do not deviate from it. Do not deviate from it 1 iota for any reason. If Lecter talks to you at all, he's just trying to find out about you. It is the kind of curiosity that makes a snake look in a bird's nest. We both know you have to back and forth a little in interviews, but you tell him no specifics about yourself. You don't want any of your personal facts in his head. You know what he did to Will Graham. I read it out loud when it happened. He gutted Will with a linoleum knife when Will caught up with him. It's a wonder Will didn't die. Remember the Red Dragon? Lecter turned Francis Dollarhide onto Will and his family. Will's face looks like a damn Picasso drew him thanks to Lecter. He tore a nurse up in the asylum. Do your job and don't ever forget what he is. And what is that, do you know? I know he's a monster. Beyond that, nobody can say for sure. Maybe you'll find out. I didn't pick you out of a hat, Starling. You asked me a couple of interesting questions when I was at UVA. The director will see your report over your signature if it's clear and tight and organized. I decide that, and I will have it by 900 hours on Sunday. Okay, Starling, carry on in the prescribed manner. Crawford smiled at her, but his eyes were dead. Chapter 2 shifts to Frederick Chilton at the Baltimore State Hospital, where Clarice is meeting up with him, and he is immediately commenting on her appearance. He says that he can't remember any detective coming here who's been so attractive. Clarice notes that the hand that he extends to shake her when he goes to shake her hand is like a shiny from the lanolin, and lanolin is like, it's like hair grease. It's like he's running his hand through his hair, which is so waxed up and greasy that it's like just permanently on his hand. His hand is just greasy from his hair. And then it reads, we had a lot of detectives here, but I can't remember one so attractive, Chilton said without getting up. Starling knew without thinking about it that the shine on his extended hand was lanolin from patting his hair. She let it go before he did. It's Miss Sterling, isn't it? It's Starling, doctor with an A. Thank you for your time. So the FBI is going to the girls and everything else. Ha ha. He's added the tobacco smile he used to separate his sentences. The bureau's improving, Dr. Chilton. It certainly is. Will you be in Baltimore for several days? You know, you can have just as good a time here as you can in Washington or New York, if you know the town. She looked away to spare herself his smile and knew at once that he had registered her distaste. I'm sure it's a great town, but my instructions are to see Dr. Lecter and report back this afternoon. Is there someplace I could call you in Washington for a follow-up later on? Of course. It's kind of you to think of it. Special Agent Jack Crawford's in charge of this project and you can always reach me through him. I see, Chilton said. His cheeks mottled with pink clashed with the improbable red-brown of his coif. Give me your identification, please. He let her remain standing through his leisurely examination of her ID card, and then he handed it back and rose. This won't take much time, come along. I understand you'd brief me, Dr. Chilton, Starling said. I can do that while we walk. He came around his desk, looking at his watch. I have lunch in half an hour. Damn it. She should have let him read better, quicker. He might not be a total jerk. He might know something useful. It wouldn't have hurt her to simper once, even if she wasn't good at it.
You know, we get a lot of detectives here, but I must say I can't ever remember one as attractive. Will you be in Baltimore overnight? Because this can be quite a fun town if you have the right guide.
I'm sure this is a great town, Dr. Chilton, but my instructions are to talk to Dr. Lecter and report back this afternoon.
I see. Let's make this quick then.
I'm like 2 chapters in, and there's been a whole lot of like, oh, pretty lady, what are you doing here as a detective? You're definitely prettier than the other detectives that scroll on through here, and the academy is really going to the girls, huh? And Clarice is very clearly like, yeah, the academy is definitely doing better because now they're hiring girls. And like I should have just like faked a smile at him just so I could get what I wanted, but I couldn't even bring myself to do that. Is like, it was kind of refreshing, I guess, getting that from a male author, because you kind of don't really see that narrative. This book is from the late 80s, written by a male author, so I feel like that was maybe not the sort of narrative you were often getting. Clarice is instructed to give her coat to the man who is at the front desk, and he is definitely an inmate who is working at the front desk for Chilton. And Chilton, like, openly laments, like, oh, where have all the desk girls on? They're not working for me anymore. Why aren't there women doing the office work no more? And then he, like, makes a note of, like, forcefully going through Clarice's purse and, like, her briefcase, even though she's like, you don't need to do that. You don't have to go through my stuff. Like, he makes sure he goes through all of her stuff. It's definitely... It feels like a slimy sort of analog, if you know what I mean. This is an overarching theme that is definitely going to be coming up with Clarice, dealing with men in positions of power and influence above her, exerting, like, what they can over her just to, like, emphasize, I guess, her position, they just, like, do what they can to push her around because. Dr. Lecter's a considerable nuisance, Chilton said over her shoulder. It takes an orderly at least 10 minutes a day to remove the staples from the publications he receives. We tried to eliminate or reduce subscriptions, but he wrote a brief and the court overruled us. The volume of his personal mail used to be enormous. Thankfully, it's dwindling since he's been overshadowed by other creatures in the news. For a while, it seemed that every little student doing a master's thesis in psychology wanted something from Lecter. The medical journals still publish him, but it's just for the freak value and of his byline. He did a good piece on surgical addition in the Journal of Clinical Psychiatry, I thought, Starling said. You did you? We tried to study Lecter. We thought, here's an opportunity to make a landmark study. It's so rare to get one alive. One what? A pure sociopath. That's obviously what he is. But he's impenetrable, much too sophisticated for the standard tests, and, my, does he hate us. He thinks I'm his nemesis. Crawford's very clever, isn't he? Using you on Lecter? How do you mean, Dr. Chilton? A young woman to turn him on, I believe you call it. I don't believe Lecter's seen a woman in several years. He may have gotten a glimpse of one of the cleaning people. We generally keep women out of there. They're trouble and attention. Well, fuck off, Chilton. That's Clarice's train of thought. Well, fuck off, Chilton. I graduated from the University of Virginia with honors, doctor. It's not a charm school. Clarice is being brought to see Hannibal Lecter, and the rules basically are...
Do not touch the glass. Do not approach the glass. You pass him nothing but soft paper. No pencils or pens. No staples or paper clips in his paper. Use the sliding fruit carrier. No exceptions. If he attempts to pass you anything, do not accept it. Do you understand me?
Yes, I understand, sir.
Chilton says they've never let Hannibal out of the cell without a mouthpiece and restraints because of what happened the last time. The last time, he feigned chest pains and he was taken into the medical room, and the nurse took off his restraints to do an electrocardiogram, and he basically bit her face off, just numb. He broke her jaw to get to her tongue, and apparently through it all, his pulse never got over 85. Chilton, shows her a picture of the damage he did, and it says, Clarice didn't know which was worse, the photograph or Chilton's attention as he gleaned her face with fast, grubby eyes. She thought of a thirsty chicken, pecking tears off of her face. Clarice then goes you know what, Mr. Chilton, if Hannibal sees you as his mortal enemy, then, maybe I should just head out the rest of the way by myself. You can stay here, because we don't want to hinder progress. And Chilton is well, you probably should have suggested that when we were in my office. And Clarice goes, well, you insisted on walking me out here. She's just left standing there with this big, massive orderly guy named Barney, who's all right, his cell's on the left. If you want, you can bring him his mail to get you started off on the right foot. And Clarice is just off on her own. She's about halfway down the hall when a prisoner in the row announces, I can smell your, but she ignores it and then walks on. If you've seen the Silence of the Lambs movie, you know exactly what I'm talking about. I can't really discuss it here. You know exactly what I'm talking about if you've seen the movie with Jodie Foster. The only really good descriptions we get of Hannibal are that he's small and wiry, but he's strong, and that he has 6 fingers on his left hand and maroon eyes. Dr. Hannibal Lecter himself reclined on his bunk, perusing the Italian edition of Vogue. He held the loose pages in his right hand and put them beside him and one by one with his left. Dr. Lecter has 6 fingers on the left hand. She could see he was small, sleek. In his hands and arms she saw wiry strength like her own. Good morning, he said, as though he had answered the door. His cultured voice has a slight metallic rasp beneath it, possibly from disuse. Dr. Lecter's eyes are maroon. They reflect the light in pinpoints of red. Sometimes the points of light seem to fly like sparks to his center. His eyes held starling whole. Lecter later on is described as having black hair, or dark hair. This could be dye, because he does alter his appearance later on. He's sleek and strong. He's described as, his size is deceptive to his strength, like an ant. He's incredibly strong. In Silence of the Lambs, he is in his mid to late 40s. Hannibal, the second book, takes place approximately 7 years later, so he would be in his early to mid 50s. Clarice is approximately 25 in Silence of the Lambs and 32 years old in Hannibal. So we got an age gap. Another thing that I'm a sucker for. Hannibal insists that he sees Clarice's identification. The orderly allows her to go show it to him. She sends it through the little food tray, and he notes that she is a trainee for the FBI. He asks the orderly, Barney, to get her a chair, and then Barney says that's not something he's really supposed to do. Nobody ever really stays long enough to need one anyway. Hannibal chides Barney on his manners, and then Barney runs off to go get Clarice a chair. Barney brought a folding chair from the lock closet across the hall and set it up, then left them. Now, Lecter said, sitting sideways at his table to face her, what did Miggs say to you? Who? Multiple Miggs, in the cell down there. He hissed at you. What did he say? He said, I can smell your, I see. I cannot myself. You use Evian skin cream, and sometimes you wear L'Air du Temps. But not today. Today you are determinedly unperfumed. How do you feel about what Miggs said? He's hostile for reasons I couldn't know. It's too bad. He's hostile to people. People are hostile to him. It's a loop. Are you hostile to him? I'm sorry he's disturbed. Beyond that, he's noise. How do you know about the perfume? A puff from your bag when you got out your card. Your bag is lovely. Thank you. You brought your best bag, didn't you? Yes, it's true. She had saved for the classic casual handbag, and it was the best item she owned. It's much better than your shoes. Maybe they'll catch up. I have no doubt about it. They talk about the art on Hannibal's walls, and he says he drew it all from memory because memory is all that he has now that he's in this cell. Hannibal asks about Will Graham and how he's doing, and then makes a joke about this one is called Cutting Up a Few Old Touches. And then there's a moment of silence, and Clarice is like, better than that, we could touch up a few old cuts. Here, I brought... No, that's stupid and wrong. Never use wit in a segue. Listen. Understanding a witticism and replying to it makes your subject perform a fast, detached scan that is inimical to a mood. It is on the plank of mood that we proceed. You were doing fine. You'd been courteous and receptive to courtesy. You'd established trust by telling the embarrassing truth of Miggs, and then you come in and do a ham-handed segue into your questionnaire. It won't do. And they start changing the subject. He basically scolds her. She makes a really shitty segue into what she wants to talk about. He's like, no, what are you doing? They start talking about Crawford being busy, and Hannibal Lecter asks about Buffalo Bill. He asks Clarice why he's called Buffalo Bill. There's been comments about Buffalo Bill through the story to now. Basically, he's a serial killer that is targeting women, kidnaps them and holds them for a couple days, removes sections of their skin, and then throws their body in a river. And that's what Hannibal wants to know about now. He wants to ask Clarice why he's called Buffalo Bill, and Clarice says that she'll answer if he looks at the papers that she's bringing him. He says he'll look. He takes the papers from her, and Clarice says that the name Buffalo Bill basically started out as a crude joke from Kansas City homicide. She says that he's called Buffalo Bill because he quote unquote skins his humps. Hannibal goes, "Oh, Clarice, do you think you could dissect me with this blunt little tool?" While he's flipping through all the papers she give him. And Clarice is like, "Well, we just think that you could maybe provide some insight on the survey." And Hannibal is like, "Well, insight on what? What do you need insight on?" And Clarice is like, "Well, we want insight on what's happened to you." "Nothing's happened to me, Officer Starling. I happened. You can't reduce me to a set of influences. You've given up good and evil for behaviorism, Starling. You've got everybody in moral dignity pants. Nothing is ever anybody's fault. Look at me, Officer Starling. Can you stand to say that I'm evil? Am I evil, Officer Starling? I think you've been destructive. For me, it's the same thing. Evil is destructive? Then storms are evil, if it's that simple. And we have fire, and then there's hail. Underwriters lump it all under acts of God."
I collect church collapses. Did you see the recent one in Sicily? The facade fell on 65 grandmothers during a special mass. Was that evil? Was that God? If he's up there, he just loves it. Typhoid and swans, it all comes from the same place.
"I can't explain you, Doctor, but I know who can." He stopped her with his upraised hand. The hand was shapely, she noted, and the middle finger perfectly replicated. It is the rarest form of polydactyly. When he spoke again, his tone was soft and pleasant. "You'd like to quantify me, Officer Starling? You're so ambitious, aren't you?"
Do you know what you look like to me with your good bag and your cheap shoes? You look like a rube.
"Your eyes are like cheap birthstones, all surface shine when you stalk some little answer. And you're bright behind them, aren't you? Desperate not to be like your mother. Good nutrition has given you some length of bone, but you're not more than one generation out of the mines, Officer Starling. Is it the West Virginia Starlings or the Okie Starlings, Officer? It was a toss-up between college and the opportunities in the Women's Army Corps, wasn't it? Let me tell you something specific about yourself, Student Starling. Back in your room, you have a string of gold Ada beads, and you feel an ugly little thump when you look at how tacky they are now. Isn't that so? All those tedious thank yous, permitting all that insincere fumbling, getting all sticky ones for every bead. Tedious, boring. Being smart spoils a lot of things, doesn't it? And taste isn't kind. When you think about this conversation, you'll remember the dumb animal hurt in his face when you got rid of him. If the Ada beads got tacky, what else will as you go along? You wonder, don't you, at night? Lecter asked in the kindest of tones. Starling raised her head to him. You see a lot, Dr. Lecter. I won't deny anything you've said, but here's the question you're answering for me right now, whether you mean it or not to. Are you strong enough to point that high-powered perception at yourself? It's hard to face. I've found that out in the last few minutes. How about it? Look at yourself and write down the truth. What more fit or complex subject could you find? Or maybe you're afraid of yourself. You're tough, aren't you, Starling? Reasonably so, yes. And you'd hate to think that you were common. Wouldn't that sting? My, well, you're far from common, Officer Starling. All you have is fear of it. What are your ATA beads at? 7mm? 7. Let me make a suggestion. Get some loose, drilled tiger's eye and string them alternately with the gold beads. You might want to do 2 and 3 or 1 and 2, however looks best to you. Tiger's eye will help pick up the color of your own eyes and the highlights of your hair. Has anyone ever sent you a Valentine? Yep. We're already into Lent. Valentine's Day is only a week away. Are you expecting some? You never know. No, you never do. I've been thinking about Valentine's Day. It reminds me of something funny. Now that I think of it, I could make you happy on Valentine's Day, Clarice Starling. How, Dr. Lecter? By sending you a wonderful Valentine. I'll have to think about it. Now please excuse me. Goodbye, Officer Starling. And the study? A census taker tried to quantify me once. I ate his liver with some fava beans and a big amarone. Go back to school, little Starling. Hannibal Lecter, polite to the last, did not give her his back. He stepped backwards from the barrier before he turned to his cot again, and lying on it became as remote from her as a stone crusader lying on a tomb. Starling felt suddenly empty as though she had given blood. She took longer than necessary to put the papers back in her briefcase because she didn't immediately trust her legs. Starling was soaked with the failure she detested. As she leaves, Miggs, the guy in the cell who was taunting her earlier, declares that he cut his wrist to see how he bleeds, and Clarice is like startled by this statement, and she turns to look at him. But Miggs actually was just trying to get her attention, because when she turns around to look at him, he throws fluid that is not blood into her eyes, like right on her face. Again, if you've seen the movie, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Lecter was calling to her. She could hear him. Dr. Lecter's voice behind her, the cutting rasp in it more pronounced. Officer Starling. He was up and calling after her as she walked. She rummaged in her purse for tissues. Behind her, Officer Starling. She was on the cold rails of control now, making steady progress towards the gate. Officer Starling! A new note in Lecter's voice. She stopped. What in God's name do I want this bad? Miggs hissed something she didn't want to listen to. She stood again in front of Lecter's cell and saw the rare spectacle of the doctor agitated. She knew he could smell it on her. He could smell everything. I would not have had that happen to you. Discourtesy is unspeakably ugly to me. It was as though committing murders had purged him of lesser rudeness, or perhaps, Starling thought, it excited him to see her marked in this particular way. She couldn't tell. The sparks in his eyes flew to darkness like fireflies down a cave. Whatever it is, use it. Jesus. She held up her briefcase. Please do this for me. Maybe she was too late. He was calm again. No. But I'll make you happy that you came in. I'll give you something else. I'll give you what you love most, Clarice Starling. And what's that, Dr. Lecter? An advancement, of course. It works out perfectly. I'm so glad. Valentine's Day made me think of it. The smile over his small white teeth could have come for any reason. He spoke so softly she could barely hear. Look in Raspail's car for your Valentines. Did you hear me? Look in Raspail's car for your Valentines. Better go now. I don't think Miggs could manage again so soon, even if he is crazy. Do you? Clarice heads back out to her car, and she's trying to remember who Raspail is. He's actually one of Lecter's former victims. She doesn't want to take this case to anybody else. Like, she doesn't want to take it to the local police department or the guys who are working on that, because basically it's hers. This is her information. And she says that she could have gone to the Baltimore Police Department for the details of Raspail's murder, but it was not a federal crime, and they would take the case away from her immediately without question. So she drives back to Quantico, and she starts going through the microfilm instead of like Lecter and Raspail. Raspail was a former patient of Lecter's, and he was a first flutist for the Philharmonic Orchestra. And he was found with his thymus and pancreas missing. Clarice knows a lot about butchery, and she knows that these are sweetbreads. These are like meats that people eat. Raspail was Hannibal's 9th victim, and if she wants evidence from this case, she has to petition the lawyer who is in charge of his estate, basically. And like most of the information for Lecter's other victims, like this one lawyer kind of has everything under his control. Clarice calls Jack Crawford that night. Like that night she calls him and he's like, I told you to give me everything in a report by 900 hours Sunday. And Clarice is like, yeah, but it's only Friday. And he just goes like, just do it, and hangs up on her. The next chapter is very short. It's only 2 pages long. It's just Jack Crawford. He's at home. He's sitting on the bed like beside his wife, who is sick and dying. Except for the height of the beds and the minimal plumbing necessary for Bella's comfort, Crawford has managed to keep this from looking like a sick room. There are flowers, but not too many. No pills are in sight. Crawford emptied the linen closet in the hall and filled it with her medicines and apparatus before he brought her home from the hospital. It was the second time he had carried her across the threshold of that house, and the thought nearly unmanned him. Crawford stands over her for perhaps 3 minutes, looking down into her face. A lovely scarf of silk moire covers her hair like a turban. She insisted on it, for as long as she could insist. Now he insists on it. He moistens her lip with glycerin and removes a speck from the corner of her eye with his broad thumb. She does not stir. It is not yet time to turn her. At the mirror, Crawford assures himself that he is not sick, that he doesn't have to go into the ground with her, and that he himself is well. He catches himself doing this, and it shames him. Back at his chair, he cannot remember what he was reading. He feels the book beside him to find the one that is warm. On Monday morning, she finds a message from Crawford in her mailbox that is like, go check on the lead in your free time, but only in your free time. My office will give you a credit card so you can make long-distance calls. Check in with me before you go anywhere else or contact the estate for information. Good job on the report. The next few paragraphs are Clarice basically trying really hard to trace the car, like trying to figure out where Raspel's car is, like Lecter told her to find it. It was sold by the estate, and then at the same time she's doing this, she's also trying to juggle like her training at the academy. So she's like doing all this research during lunch, while she's on break, during training. She's asking one of her instructors like how she should be tracing a car if like she has no information on it, while at the same time like proving she can shoot her pistol or whatever. She tracks down the sale to someone in Arkansas who had the truck last, but then he sold it for parts. Basically, to get information out of this guy, she really leans hard into her accent because she has like a southern accent. She runs out of leads and she asks if she can talk to Lecter again, but Chilton's secretary, when she calls the hospital, is like, Chilton's already spoken to your supervisor. He has nothing to say to you. Bye. And then just like straight up shuts her down. So Jack Crawford in his office tells Clarice that Miggs is dead. Miggs apparently swallowed his own tongue and he just died. I don't actually think that's something you can do. I think I read something about how that's not actually, you can't actually do that. But anyways, they think that Lecter did it because he was heard whispering to him overnight, and then the orderlies heard Miggs crying, and then it was just silence for the rest of the night. Crawford also tells her that Chilton called him to complain about her behavior, basically, and Jack apparently just told Chilton that he thought Clarice had behaved appropriately given the report and everything he'd heard about what happened. I'm guessing that this is just Chilton being an asshole because Clarice wasn't being super receptive to him being slimy and gross. Jack asks about leads on the car, and Clarice says it was a dead end. I couldn't find it. I traced it to an auto wrecker and it was sold for parts. Basically, it's gone. Jack asks if she checked on his other cars, and Clarice is like, well, no, I assumed he didn't have any because he was a single guy, and there was nothing on any of his papers saying he had more cars. And Jack does the whole like, if you assume, that makes an ass out of you and me, blah 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 thing. And then he says that Raspel collected cars actually, and she should track down whoever has his collection of cars. He asks her where she would start, and she says she's going to start with the executor of his will, his lawyer. Jack refers to the lawyer as a Chinese, which, like, oof. Clarice, however, refers to the lawyer by name, Everett Yao. I'm not sure if the, like, a Chinese comment is a sign of the times, or if it's like maybe a way that they were trying to make Jack seem dated, because the man is almost 60. He's almost about to retire, basically, and Clarice is being framed as like this young newcomer to the FBI, so maybe it was like a way for them to, I guess, differentiate between Jack and Clarice. There's a definite push in the narrative of Clarice being much younger than everybody else, and she's being way more forward thinking than everybody she has to deal with. It feels like a key theme in the story is that it's a pushing back against the old guard, basically, in the way that people talk to her and they treat her, and they act like she shouldn't be there because she's a young woman who's still in training, basically. Basically, wherever she goes, she's getting leered at. The story makes that super duper apparent. Then Jack questions Clarice on if she told Hannibal anything else, like outside of what she put in the report. And Clarice is like, no, you've gotten everything in the report. Like, I didn't skip anything, I promise. Crawford made a small, successful effort to not look at her as she left. From his wastebasket, he lifted in the fork of his finger a wad of heavy mauve paper. He spread it on his desk. It was about his wife, and it said in an engaging hand, "O wrangling schools that search what fire shall burn this world, had none the writ. Unto this knowledge to aspire, that this her fever might be it. I'm sorry about Bella, Jack." Signed, Hannibal Lecter. Clarice then flies out to go see Yao and find out about this car. And Yao says it's in a storage unit, and he agrees to take her if she shows him anything that could incriminate his client before she actually does anything with it. But he doesn't require her to have a warrant or anything. Clarice is given a proper FBI badge and everything. It's only got like a week-long valid date on it, so she has to like figure this out now. She doesn't really have a ton of time, and at the same time, she's also gonna be back to Quantico to go to school. Basically, they go to this storage locker where the car is being held. Clarice just like she pulls out some bobby pins and picks the lock on the storage unit because the lawyer can't find the key, but the door is stuck, and the lawyer comes back and he's like, maybe we should just leave and we can come back another day because it's raining and the door is stuck. But she knows that she's not going to get another chance to come out here, so she goes to get the jack out of her car and she just uses that to prop the door open so she can get in there. She gets it open just like far enough that she can basically roll under the door and stands up, and the storage unit is just covered in spider webs, full of spider webs. Like from the second she gets up, she's just like wearing a veil of spider webs, basically. And I think that actually is how it's described in the book. She is stuck there for a second and she's like, I hate this. This is awful. This is terrible. But she doesn't want to show any signs of weakness, so she pushes through. There's a sound of a piano key being played, and the lawyer from the other side of the door is like, oh, you found the piano. And Clarice is like, oh, that's not me. That wasn't me, because there's like mice running around, and well, honestly, if it's playing a piano key, it's probably like a rat. Inside the locker, there's like a station wagon, I guess, and inside it's locked, but she can kind of peer through the curtain, and on the other side of the curtain, she can see an open picture album, basically full of Valentines, just like Lecter said she'd find. And she notices the shoes, and she notices that there's socks, and that these shoes actually, they have like feet in them. There's legs in here. She notices that there's legs visible past the curtain, so there's like potentially a body in the car. The lawyer has mentioned previously that nobody'd been in this locker for at least 5 years. So if there's somebody in this car, this guy's been in the car for 5 years, at least. Clarice doesn't know for sure if it's a corpse, because she can't really make out like the actual condition of the body. And she doesn't want to get any of the cops involved if it turns out to just be like a false alarm. So she moves around a bunch of boxes and goes around to the driver's side door, and she finds that it's actually unlocked. She sees that there's a mannequin in the back, and she opens it up. She can see like there's a big velvet bag where the head should be, basically, on this mannequin. So she reaches around and she pops open the back door, basically, for this vehicle, and opens it up. She takes the book of Valentines, she puts them right into an evidence bag, and then she opens the velvet bag where the mannequin's head should be, and she's actually like, she's not at all surprised to find that it is a jar with a head in it. Well, Toto, she said, we're not in Kansas anymore. She'd always wanted to say that under stress, but doing it left her feeling phony, and she was glad nobody had heard. Work to do. She pops this little one-liner, and she feels kind of like, it wasn't really worth it. And she gets out of the storage unit, and then they, I guess, contact the property authorities, because she actually found a body part now. They have to actually get authorities involved on this, and they leave. Almost immediately, news crew shows up, so she's like, caught on camera being like, back off, you gotta get out of here, you can't go in the storage unit. And like none of the camera crews are listening to her, so she actually like starts threatening to bring down like the sliding storage unit door on the cameraman and get everybody to back off. And of course they catch that on tape, and it doesn't look great for her, of course. The next chapter cuts back to Clarice, and she's standing in front of Hannibal's cell. She could not see into the dark behind the bars. She didn't ask the orderly to turn up the lights from the station. The whole ward would be light at once, and she knew the Baltimore County Police had the lights full on for hours while they shouted questions at Lecter. He had refused to speak, but responded by folding them an origami chicken that pecked when the tail was manipulated up and down. The senior officer, furious, had crushed the chicken in the lobby ashtray as he gestured for Starling to go in. Clarice basically came right back to Lecter, directly from the storage unit. It's been raining this whole time. She's soaked, and she's just sitting on the floor in front of his cell. on her coat. Starling jumped when the food carrier rolled out of Lecter's cell. There was a clean, folded towel in the tray. She hadn't even heard him move. She looked at it and, with a sense of falling, took it and toweled her hair. "Thanks," she said. "Why don't you ask me about Buffalo Bill?" His voice was close, at her level. He must have been sitting on the floor too. "Do you know something about him?" "I might if I saw the case." "I don't have that case," Starling said. "You won't have this one either when they're through using you." "I know." Lecter then tells Clarice that the head that she found in the car was actually it belonged to Raspail's lover, his ex-boyfriend or whatever. He says, "Let me save you some time. I didn't do it. Raspail did. Raspail liked sailors. This was a Scandinavian one named Klaus something. Raspail never told me his last name." Dr. Lecter's voice moved lower. Maybe he was laying on the floor, Starling thought. Klaus was off on a Swedish boat in San Diego. Raspail was out there teaching for a summer at the conservatory. He went berserk over the young man. The Swede saw a good thing and jumped his boat. They bought some kind of awful camper and sylphed through the woods naked. Raspail said the young man was unfaithful, and he strangled him. Raspail told you this? Oh yes, under the confidential seal of therapy sessions. I think it was a lie. Raspail always embellished the facts. He wanted to seem dangerous and romantic. The Swede probably died in some banal asphyxiation transaction. Raspail was too flabby and weak to have strangled him. Notice how closely Klaus was trimmed under the jaw, probably to remove a high ligature mark from hanging. Basically, Raspail killed the man, and then took his head, put it in the jar, put it in the car, and then Lecter killed Raspail. Clarice asks if he was the one who had showed him the head, like if Raspail showed Lecter the head in the car, and Lecter's like, yeah, and that Raspail told him everything. Clarice then asks why Raspail died in the first place, and Lecter's like, frankly, I got sick and tired of his whining. Best thing for him, really. Therapy wasn't going anywhere. I expect most psychiatrists have a patient or two they'd like to refer to me. I've never discussed this before, and now I'm getting bored with it. Lecter says he wants to make a deal with Crawford. He gets up, and he actually turns on the lights, and he reveals that his entire cell and all the pictures, like the books, his toilet seat, they've all been taken out of his cell as punishment for what he did to Miggs. He says he wants a cell where he can see out of the window, because he's like, right now he's just basically in the basement cell. There's no windows, nothing. All he has right now is a television that is on a religious channel 24/7, and the volume is always at max. He says he can help catch Buffalo Bill in exchange for a new room, and he declares that Buffalo Bill has a 2-story house. It's a little snippet of the information he can give her, basically, and then that's where they end the conversation. Starling is back at the university, and it's basically all over the news how she found the car with a head in it, and the news keeps referring to her as FBI agent Starling. And she gets the impression already that, like, the higher-ups probably don't like that very much because she's just a trainee. Classmates are basically giving her shit for all of this. And then her roommate, Ardelia Mapp, comes to her defense. Her roommate's really good. I like her roommate. She's very nice. Clarice is actually in a lecture, and then she gets called out, and her first instinct is like, oh, this is it. They're about to let me go because I caused too much trouble. But instead, she's told that, like, another body has turned up, and Jack Crawford is going to go check it out, and that he is bringing her with him since she has previous experience in working forensics. The instructor who escorts her out is John Brigham, who he takes her to Crawford, and he's explaining that, like, Jack obviously likes her. He wouldn't take her with him if he didn't trust her, and also that he kind of gives her a warning that she's, like, going out to see a corpse that's been found after it's been dumped in the river for the last 2 days or so. It's like, it's gonna be gross. It's gonna be disgusting. It's also like, this seems like it could also be spin to be a punishment, so Jack might be also trying to, I guess, make a show of, like, giving her dirty work to do since she went and basically made a scene on the news with the whole head thing. The instructor also lets her know that Jack is dealing with a terminal situation at home with his wife. He gives Clarice his gun, tells her to take care of herself. She doesn't have an issued weapon because she's not, like, out of the academy yet. And then she hops into a tiny little plane and she heads off with Jack. Clarice reads through the file on Buffalo Bill as they're flying. Basically it says he kidnaps girls, he removes sections of skin, and then he dumps the bodies in the water. And that kind of, like, wipes all the evidence off of them when they're soaked like that. They know that after he kidnaps people, he keeps them alive somewhere. So he must have some sort of house or private residence where he can do this. And they get into, like, a really big breakdown, basically, of all their facts. And you can tell that there's, like, a really good friendship between Jack and Clarice. He gives her a little pep talk. He tells her that she's good. She should trust her instincts. And then they land the plane. They just have, like, a little 2-seater plane, basically. They get to the funeral home where the body's being held, and there are a bunch of small town cops hanging out. The cops talk about how hot Clarice is, or she isn't, and they hadn't, like, they're doing this, like, in front of her, basically. They're commenting on her looks. Then they head inside to where the body is. When they're talking to the deputy, because the sheriff is currently on vacation, so they have to deal with the deputy, Crawford says,
"This type of sex crime has certain aspects I just as soon discuss in private. You know what I mean?"
And then he leaves Clarice to go have like a dude talk with the other sheriffs. They go in so that Clarice can print the body, and like the room is full of men, like just dudes chatting, hanging out. Clarice has like a flashback to her mother cleaning off the blood from her own dad's hat when he was killed. And she starts yelling at the officers to get their attention. She says they've done what they could, and now they need to go and give them some space, and all the officers kind of shuffle out. Crawford suddenly saw them go quiet and respectful and urge each other out in whispers. "Come on, Jess, let's go out in the yard." And Crawford saw that the atmosphere had changed here from the presence of the dead. That whatever this victim came from, whoever she was, the river had carried her into the country, and while she lay helpless in this room in the country, Clarice Starling had a special relationship to her. Crawford saw that in this place, Starling was heir to the granny women, to the wise women, the herb healers, the stalwart country women who had always done the needful, who keep the watch, and when the watch is over, wash and dress the country dead. Then there was only Crawford and Starling and the doctor in the room with the victim. Dr. Aiken and Starling looked at each other with a kind of recognition. Both of them were oddly pleased, oddly abashed. They go through the autopsy, and they notice that Buffalo Bill has started scalping his victims, something that Clarice points out that Hannibal Lecter had actually mentioned to her previously, that he was going to start scalping victims. They take the prints from the girl. She takes some flakes of this dark glitter nail polish that this girl has on, and she determines that this girl's probably a city girl, not local. And while they're like going over the body, she finds the bug in the back of her throat, and that's weird. Obviously, it's not something you'd usually find like that. And they take the prints and they send the prints off to other districts, and everybody is on the lookout for the identity of this woman because they have no idea who she is. Clarice and Jack are there longer than they had intended to be because there's still like 9 hours later, there's no identification on who this woman is. They go over what they know, what was new in this autopsy, like the bug and the scalping, and the fact that this person was shot in the chest this time. Clarice asks Jack about Hannibal and how he could have known that he would start scalping, and that he would know that the killer lived in a 2-story house. Crawford says that it was all just guesses and easy facts for him to know. 2 of Bill's victims had died by hanging, and that would require a place with stairs, because otherwise it's really difficult to hang a man if he doesn't want to be hung, you know? Crawford says that Hannibal knows this fact firsthand, like he's probably done this to people. Crawford parks the car out front of the FBI building and has Starling come out to show him how she thinks that the killer might have stored the body in the trunk, given the burn patterns on the calf of the body that they found. Starling realizes that this was actually just Jack trying to get her out of the car and alone for a second because they had a driver in the car, and he wants to talk to her privately. He asks her if he burnt her by saying that he didn't want to talk about private matters of the crime in front of her, and that he pulled the officers away. And Clarice is like, yeah, obviously. Jack says that he did it to get the officers alone, and that it had nothing to do with her. And Clarice points out that the officers all look up to him, and they take their cue on how to treat her from him. "Those cops know who you are," she said. "They look up to you and see how to act." She stood steady, shrugged her shoulders, opened her palms. There it was true. Crawford performed a measurement on his cold scales. "Duly noted, Starling. Now get on with the bug." "Yes, sir." She watched him walk away, a middle-aged man laden with cases and rumpled from flying, his cuffs muddy from the riverbank, going home to do what he did at home. She would have killed for him then. That was one of Crawford's great talents. It feels like Jack is like well-meaning, but he's still undermining her in front of the other officers whenever he feels like, instead of changing people's opinions on Clarice, he's just like undermining her to go around her to get his job done, instead of, I guess, showing her the same respect he would show to other officers that were there. He's trying, but he's still not doing great, you know. Clarice ends up at the Anthropology Museum after hours to get the 2 men that are there still working late to help her identify the cocoon that they found in the woman's throat.
Time, Coach. My move.
No fair, you lured him with produce.
Tough noogies. Still my turn. Nice and slow, baby.
If the beetle moves one of your men, does that still count?
Of course it counts. How do you play?
They stop what they're doing and get to business. They take the bug from her and they start going through everything they can to identify it, and they determine that it is a black witch moth, and that it was probably grown privately because this is not the season for those kinds of bugs. The specimen that she found was already starting to break out of the cocoon, so they'll connect Clarice with like the suppliers of equipment and stuff, because basically growing these moths is not a very common hobby. So they talk about some of the moths, and one of the men like tells Clarice that they tell her about a moth that simply eats the tears of large animals to survive. And then she just like leaves. They're kind of awkward. They're a little weird. She takes off back to her room, and her roommate has been, like, she didn't wait up for her, but she left her, like, half a candy bar to have and her mail on the bed. Clarice takes her typewriter and goes basically write up the report of everything she found out, and then drops it off, like, that night. Then she ate the mounds and wrote a memo to Crawford suggesting they cross-check the etymology publication's computerized mailing list against known FBI offenders' files and the files in the cities closest to the abductions, plus felon and sex offender files of the Metro-Dade, San Antonio, and Houston, the areas where the moths were most plentiful. There was another thing, too, that she had to bring up for a second time. Let's ask Dr. Lecter why he thought the perpetrator would start taking scalps. She delivered the paper to the night duty officer and fell into her grateful bed, the voices of the day still whispering softer than maps breathing across the room. On the swarming dark, she saw the moth's wise little face, those glowing eyes that looked at Buffalo Bill. Out of the cosmic hangover the Smithsonian leaves came her last thought and a coda for her day. Over this odd world, this half the world that's dark now, I have to hunt a thing that lives on tears. Next chapter is actually from Catherine Baker Martin's point of view. She's having a movie night with her, quote, best boyfriend. And she gets up to go get popcorn, which means going all the way back to her apartment, but it's a short walk, so she's just gonna walk that way. And she sees a van as she's getting to her apartment that's unloading some furniture, and she thinks it's really weird, but she offers to help him anyway, even though her apartment is right there because his arm is in a sling. And he rewards her for her help by bashing her on the head, knocking her out. He checks the size on the back of her clothes and then stuffs her in the van and then leaves with her. Catherine Baker Martin's cat watched out the window as the truck pulled away and the taillights getting closer and closer together. Behind the cat, the telephone was ringing. The machine in the bedroom answered, its red light blinking. The caller was Catherine's mother, the junior U.S. Senator from Tennessee. They immediately roll out protocol for the senator's missing daughter, like, as soon as they realize she's missing. And within a few hours, they actually discover a blouse on the side of the road near where she was taken, with a cut-up back, like, straight up the back, that has her name on it. So they know she was taken. They found these blouses from the other victims of Bill. Clarice wakes up in the morning and she hears this on the radio, and she's just immediately like, oh, shit. He took somebody else. We have to go get him. Jack is going to come get me, obviously, and we're going to go to Memphis together because I'm helping him with this case. But, like, the morning goes by and there's no word from Jack. There's nothing at all from him. And she goes to see the woman at the desk to see if maybe Jack left her a message. And she's like, well, Jack left for Memphis 45 minutes ago. No, he didn't leave you any notes, Clarice. Don't you have class today? And she hears nothing from Jack, like, all day. She goes through her chat. She goes through all of her classes. She checks all of her messages. She goes back to more classes and nothing. She goes for like a run to get her mind off the fact that she was left behind. And when she goes back into the dorms, people are talking about the news and they're actually watching it on like a little TV. The senator addresses the camera and does like a whole, to the person who has my daughter speech, trying to basically appease him. And all the while it's showing photos of Catherine in the background, like of her childhood and stuff like that. She keeps repeating Catherine's name and pleading with the man who took her to let her go, and that they can be friends. They'll help him with whatever he needs as long as he lets Catherine go. Clarice says that that's smart because it's trying to stop the killer from dehumanizing her daughter. Like, if she keeps saying his name, he will see that it's another person on the other end and maybe he won't kill her daughter. The senator says that she'll keep him safe from his enemies that he might have, implying that she works in the space tech. And Clarice adds that is also very smart because it's a common delusion for people with schizophrenia to think that they're under the threat of aliens, and she's like implying she'll help them with the aliens. On the way back to her room, Clarice finds a message in her cubby from, like, the weirder of the two bug guys, the Smithsonian, and she runs into Adelia, and she's like, this proves my theory. If you meet two guys, the wrong one will call you every time. But before she can do anything, her phone rings, and she picks it up. Jack is actually on the other line, and he tells Clarice to pack her bags for 2 days. Just closed, she doesn't need to bring her forensics kit. Clarice starts packing, and her roommate is like, Clarice, we have a criminal code exam tomorrow and a PE test in 2 days. You can't miss these. They're gonna recycle you. And recycling basically means, like, she will get kicked out of the academy and then she'll have to wait for another position to open up within the academy for her to try again, basically. You're supposed to take the criminal code exam tomorrow and the PE test in 2 days. You make sure Supremo Crawford knows you could get recycled if he's not careful. Soon as he says, good work, trainees, darling, don't you say the pleasure was mine. You get right to his old Easter Island face and say, I'm counting on you to see it yourself that I'm not recycled from missing school. Understand what I'm saying? I can get makeup on the code, Starling said, opening a barrette with her teeth. Right, and if you fail it with no time to study, you think they won't recycle you? Are you kidding me? Girl, they'll sell you off back to the steps like a dead Easter chick. Gratitude's got a short life cycle, Clarice. Make him say no recycle. You got good grades. Make him say it. I would never find another roommate that can iron as fast as you can at 1 minute to class. Jack tells Clarice to meet him at the Smithsonian. As she's driving, she listens to the radio and she doesn't find any new information. It's just stuff that she's already heard. The senator's daughter is missing and the body in West Virginia is still unidentified. Among Clarice Starling's memories of the Potter funeral home was something hard and valuable, something durable, shining apart from the dark revelations, something to keep. She deliberately recalled it now and found that she could squeeze it like a talisman. In the Potter funeral home, standing in the sink, she had found strength from a source that surprised and pleased her, the memory of her mother. Starling was a seasoned survivor on hand-me-down grace from her late father through her brothers. She was surprised and moved by this bounty she had found. They stop at the Smithsonian because that's where Clarice got the bug identified, basically, and Crawford tells her that they actually found another bug. He talks about how they think it may be a week most for them to find Catherine alive, and last time that they had found a victim's torn up shirt before the body, the newspapers had actually run a timer to see how long it would take the body to turn up. Apparently, it took 18 days. Jack says he was sure the media wouldn't do it this time, but the tabloids probably still would. He talks about how she had gone into her apartment, like her being Catherine. It had only been a few moments before she turned around and went back out again. The answering machine had a message on it that she hadn't even gone in far enough to see. They're not sure why she went into her apartment, then turned back around and left. They take the elevator up to see the bug guys, and when they get there, Clarice asks if it's a bug that was found in the throat of a previous victim, and they say no. They actually found one inside the mouth of Klaus. It's the head that she found in the car. It had a bug in his throat. Jack implies that the man may have been killed by Bill years ago, and Clarice points out that Lecter said the man had probably died in an asphyxiation accident. Jack basically called Clarice so that she could go talk to Lecter, as she's the only one he's been talking to. And that's why she had to pack for 2 days, because now she has to go to Baltimore. That's basically all he wanted. He wasn't calling her to help him with the investigation. He was calling her to help go talk to Lecter, basically. On the ride to Lecter, Jack says that Hannibal had a huge psychiatric practice for a while. I believe he did consult for criminal investigations, and who knows what he's turned loose for fun, meaning like maybe he's let other serial killers loose, basically. He knew Raspail socially, and maybe Raspail told him who killed Klaus. The bugs are too weird to be a coincidence, however, and Lecter obviously knows something. Jack reminds Clarice not to trust him, and that Hannibal is just in it for the fun. She has to try to convince him to help while Catherine is still alive. Jack tells her not to let him know that they want him to snitch, because if Lecter knows that they're desperate for information, he'll just string them along. He would enjoy that more than the room with the view that he was asking for. He would tease them and then ultimately give them nothing and let Catherine die, then repeat the cycle again next time there was another victim. Clarice is supposed to go in there and simply say that she's looking for insight and that she was impressed Lecter was able to predict that he had begun scalping. She is not supposed to mention the bug in the victim's throat or that they had found one in Klaus's throat. Jack tells her to act impressed and say that they can offer him some privileges if he helps because the senator is interested in him, but if her daughter dies, the senator will lose interest. Clarice asks if the senator said she would lose interest in this situation, and Jack says that he's not going to say so that Clarice has plausible deniability, which means that basically Jack is making promises that the senator actually doesn't even know exist. They don't know that she's doing this. Jack says that they have three days to get information out of Lecter before one of the other apartments is going to come over and try to basically make Lecter sweat. They're going to probably like abuse him or something to try to get information out of him. Jack has been on and off the phone all night with international police trying to get an ID on Klaus, and says that the bug on the floater, like the one that they found in the woman's throat, has been leaked and is going to be in the morning papers. So that's why Clarice is being rushed over to Hannibal tonight, so that she can trade information with him before he finds out about the bug. So the next chapter is a point of view from James Gum, who is the Buffalo Bill in this story. This is kind of the elephant in the room. I'm not gonna go into the finer details of James Gum. It's not my place to do so as a cis person, and it's not my place to decide what is or is not an offensive portrayal or is not a portrayal of. I've done some reading on the matter. I understand the issues that come with James Gum, and I can say that I feel, in my own opinion, that the book portrayal of James Gum is less offensive than the movie portrayal. But like I said, it's not my place to decide, and there's lots of reading and articles and posts you can find to educate yourself on the issues that come from this character. I will say, though, that I was expecting the book to be worse, considering that this is a book that was written in the 80s. And the last time I read them, I was in high school, which was 20 years ago. I was anticipating sexism and homophobia, transphobia, and I didn't get that. I didn't get a lot of that. I actually didn't get much of that at all, aside from the obvious. There's a lot of sexism in this book, but it is written on purpose in a way that this is the point of the story. The point of the story is to emphasize the sexism that Clarice is dealing with in her male-dominated career. But anyway, back to the book. James going through it. It's Jame, like James, but you're missing an S. James goes through his morning routine, and then the chapter ends revealing that he has a hole in the ground in his basement, and you can hear somebody in that hole calling for help. And then it cuts back to Clarice. Clarice gets to Baltimore State for the criminally insane, and Chilton is there waiting for her. He wants her to take a recorder in her purse and record her conversations with Lecter, but she says no, she's not going to do that. Chilton gets mad, and Clarice insists that she's just doing her job, telling him she's working for the DA's office, and Chilton's getting annoyed that she will do what he wants. I'm not a turnkey here, Miss Starling. I don't come running down here at night just to let people in and out. I had a ticket to Holiday on Ice. He just realized that he'd said a ticket, and in that instant, Starling saw his life, and he knew it. She saw his bleak refrigerator, the crumbs on the TV tray where he ate alone, the still piles his things stayed in for months until he moved them. She felt the ache of his whole yellow smiling sense and loathsome life. And Switchblade quick, she knew not to spare him, not to talk on or look away. She stared into his face, and with the smallest tilt of her head, she gave him her good looks and bored her knowledge in, speared him with it, knowing he couldn't stand for the conversation to go on. Then he sends her down with an orderly whose name is Alonzo. Clarice heads down to Lecter's cell, and he's sitting at a table drawing on butcher paper. He sees Clarice and asks her what she's doing out so late on a school night. Clarice says that this is night school. She was in West Virginia last night. Lecter asks her if she hurt herself, and she says no. He says she has a band-aid on, and she remembers that she scraped herself on the pool when she was swimming yesterday. The band-aid is on her calf, and Dr. Lecter can probably smell it. They go through a whole back and forth over his new cell neighbor, who is basically a catatonic schizophrenic, and Lecter can tell his mental diagnosis because of how he smells. Clarice asks about Bill again and mentions that they think he's a sadist, and Hannibal's like, no, he's not. Because there were no ligature marks on the ankles, and if he was a sadist flaying people alive, he would have hung them up by their ankles before he cut them. Clarice says that a senator promised to help him if he helped get her daughter back, and Hannibal says he doesn't believe her. He says that he believes Clarice when she makes the promises, but that he doesn't believe in the offer itself. He says he doesn't believe that Jack would let him get any benefits to helping, but he would give her an exchange of information she could bring to the senator. Quid pro quo.
If I help you, Clarice, it will be turns with us too. Quid pro quo. I tell you things, you tell me things. Not about this case, though. About yourself. Quid pro quo. Yes or no? Yes or no, Clarice? Poor little Catherine is waiting.
Lecter asks Clarice what her worst childhood memory was, and she answers it was the death of her father. He was a town marshal, and one night he surprised 2 burglars. He got shot, and Hannibal asks if he died immediately. Clarice says that he lasted for a month in the hospital before he passed. He asks if Clarice ever went to see him, and she says yes. Hannibal asks her to describe a detail she remembers from the hospital, and Clarice says that she remembers a neighbor coming to read Thanatopsis to her father. She said that she's traded now. Lecter got his information, so she wants hers. Lecter goes, yes, we have. You've been very frank, Clarice. I always know. I think it would be quite something to know you in private life. He asks questions about the body they recovered, and Clarice tells him that they found an insect in her throat. Lecter asks if it was a butterfly. Clarice answers that it was a moth. Hannibal says he'll give her one piece of information, and if she wants more, the senator has to come to him with a better offer. Lecter then declares that Bill wants a vest with tits on it. Catherine Baker Martin is lying in a pit. The hole is 8 by 10, and it's an 8 by 10 oval shape, and it goes all the way up into the darkness. Like, this is a deep hole. She has nothing but a futon and a bucket, and the only food she gets are scraps and bones that get scraped down into the pit. A light comes on up above, and the toilet bucket is hoisted away. Another bucket is lowered down, and then a towel is tossed down along with it. The voice at the top of the well tells her to wash herself or else she gets the hose. She doesn't wash herself. Instead, she looks for a way to climb out now that the light is on, but then she gets sprayed with said hose. She washes herself with the warm bucket of water and then towels herself off, as he instructs her to do. He also tells her to put the lotion on and then clean up the scraps in her pit, and she does. Catherine notices there is a fingernail stuck in the groove of the wall, painted with black glitter polish, which you will remember if I mentioned it earlier, that's basically the nail polish of the previous victim that Clarice was examining in the autopsy, basically. Catherine realizes who has her. Like, she connects the dots and she realizes this is Buffalo Bill, and she just starts screaming. Clarice is in the lobby of the hospital talking to Jack on the phone. She says that Lecter offered them one piece of information, but he won't do any more without an actual offer. Jack says that they have identified the girl they pulled out of the river, and she disappeared and was dumped within 3 days. Bill's captivity time is getting shorter and shorter. The time to save Catherine is running out. She's already been missing for a day. Clarice says that the only reason she got information from Lecter was because she exchanged information with him in the first place, and then asks if that's why Jack didn't want her to wear a wire, so it would be easier for her to tell him information about herself in exchange. Jack suggests that the reason he didn't have her wear a wire is because he trusted her, and that it was easier to keep other people off her back with whatever she might say if she wasn't wearing a wire. Like offering deals for a senator who actually didn't agree to anything. Jack says he'll send over some offers in 5 minutes. They're on a time crunch and she can't do anything but wait. We rarely get to prepare ourselves in meadows or on graveled walks. We do it on short notice in places without windows, hospital corridors, rooms like this lounge with its cracked plastic sofa and Cinzano ashtrays, where the cafe curtains cover blank concrete. In rooms like this, with so little time, we prepare our gestures, we get them by heart so we can do them when we're frightened in the face of doom. Clarice gets a packet of information from Jack and heads back down to Lecter. She gives him the packet of info and says the offer, that if he helps them, he'll be transferred to a cell with a view at a different hospital. He'll have access to books, he'll be given inmate profiles to go through and assess, and 1 week a year he'll be sent to Plum Island, where he will be able to walk free under SWAT surveillance. Lecter seems sold on the idea, and he says that if he's going to give her information, it's going to be quid pro quo again. She gives him information about herself in return. Lecter says that the moth chrysalis is a symbolism of change, and that the man is making himself a girl suit out of the skin of his victim. Lecter asks Clarice what happened when her father died. Clarice tells him that her mother worked for 2 years to try to keep the family together, and then that Clarice was sent away to live with her mom's cousin in Montana. Lecter asks if there was any compensation for her father's death from the city, and Clarice says they got like $500 from the city. Lecter says it's curious that there was no insurance for what happened, and asks if her father had a patrol car. Clarice says no. He asks if her father had a pistol, and she says no. Basically, he puts together that he wasn't a full policeman, he was a night watchman. He asks what happened to the time clock that her father would have had as a night watchman, and Clarice says she doesn't remember. Hannibal asks her to tell him when she does end up remembering, and then it comes back to her, and she tells him that her father's boss showed up and asked him for everything while he was dying in the hospital. Clarice then reminds him that it is quid pro quo. Lecter talks to Clarice a bit about Bill's gender identity. Like, I'm not going to get into it, but there's a whole thing. And then Clarice talks about how she moved to Montana and she was sent to live on a horse and sheep ranch, and that it was great at first before she realized that they were actually killing the horses for meat and for glue and, for other things. In the middle of the night, she ran away with her favorite horse, and Hannibal asks how far they managed to get, and Clarice says that they actually kept going. Hannibal asks how far that they got, and Clarice says that she's not going to keep going until Lecter gives her more information on Buffalo Bill. Clarice is given information on how to find Bill, where to look in regards to the answers he gave in testing and history. Like, he would have checked into clinics, he would have been profiled, hospitals he would have looked into for surgeries and stuff, he would have been declined. And he tells her that she would find the answers in his test results. He sends her along to go look and says that they'll discuss her results next time she comes back to him. And when she comes back, he wants to know what happened to the horse that she had been running away with, and how she manages her rage. The next POV is Lecter's. He's bound while they're cleaning up his cell and they check it for contraband. He repeats into the memory palace in his mind. It's memories of Raspail sitting on his couch, telling him about James Gum. Raspail was dating Klaus, the head in the car, and James was actually a friend of his. So Raspail and Klaus were an item, and James was their third wheel friend. James killed Klaus and turned him in an apron. And then at that appointment, Lecter killed Raspail is basically what happened. Chilton comes in and interrupts the cell sweep, and he says that he wants to speak to Hannibal privately and sends the rest of the attendants out. Hannibal is left alone with him. Chilton says it's been years since he's heard Hannibal's voice because he's refused to talk to him. And Chilton wonders what it is about Clarice that intrigues Hannibal. Years of silence, and then Jack Crawford sends down his girl, and you just went to Jelly, didn't you? What was it that got you, Hannibal? Was it those good hard ankles? The way her hair shines? She's glorious, isn't she? Remote and glorious. A winter sunset of a girl. That's the way I think of her. But I know it's been some time since you've seen a winter sunset, but Take my word for it. Chilton says that they think Hannibal knows exactly who the killer is, and he does. He says that they found the moth in Klaus's head, and Chilton says that he's called the senator, and he asked if there was going to be a deal, and she said no, she's never heard of such a thing. Chilton is just nasty about this whole thing. He says they're milking Hannibal, Jack's going to charge him with obstruction, he'll die in the wards, and he'll grow old, he'll grow weak, and he'll turn to nothing. And then he talks about Jack and Clarice. Jack Crawford and his fluff. They'll get together openly after his wife dies. He'll dress younger, he'll take up some sport they can enjoy together. They've been intimate ever since Bella Crawford got sick. They're certainly not fooling anyone with that. They'll get their promotions, and then they won't even think about you but once a year. Chilton says that he is the one who wants to make a deal. If they find Catherine alive, he wants to publish everything. The deal will only go through him, but he's talked to the senator, and she is actually willing to give him a deal. Not the same one that he was promised. Lecter thinks about the fact that it will be easier to get away from the cops than his security in here in the hospital. Finally, he says the killer's name is Billy. The rest I'll tell to the senator in Tennessee. Jack finds out that Chilton butted into their investigation and Lecter is being transferred to Tennessee. If he wants to, he can put all of his resources into stopping it, but Jack basically just says to Clarice to just let them go. He can't stop it now. Clarice is trying to get some sleep, but she's mad. Chilton's fucked everything up in a matter of hours, and her best lead is now gone with Lecter. She's furious, and Jack knocks on her hotel room door. Clarice asks him for more time on the case, and Jack says she has to go back sooner, she'll be recycled. Which, basically means she'll be kicked out of Quantico until another spot opens, and then she can come back later. They head out together to get coffee at the convenience store, and Jack tells Clarice that she needs to put a hold on all her anger and frustration with Chilton. They will kick his ass later. Right now, they need to focus on saving Catherine. Jack says he wants Clarice in Memphis, and that he wants her nearby if Lecter gets tired of talking to the senator. Maybe she can get something from him. He wants her in Catherine's shoes, and he wants her on the ground trying to find Buffalo Bill. As they're leaving, Clarice runs into Barney, Hannibal's attendant. He looks kind of dejected, and she asks him if there was anything left in Hannibal's cell. He says that some drawings and some books, but that's about it. Clarice says she wants everything, and Barney runs off to grab it for her. He tells her that if she catches Buffalo Bill, don't send him down here to their hospital, just because now they have a vacancy. Senator Martin is on the phone with Jack Crawford, who's telling her not to trust Chilton, that she shouldn't believe him, and that he is just doing this for the attention. He tells her that he's sending Clarice down, and Senator Martin is like, okay, I don't want to hear this right now, this is the best lead that I have, and then she kind of just hangs up on him and then goes to meet Hannibal with Chilton. Hannibal starts to tell Senator Martin what he knows, and she offers to give him what he wants, a room with a view. He accepts the offer, but he gives her the name that definitely is not the name we know is Buffalo Bill. He tells her it's a guy named Billy Rubin. Senator Martin promises that he'll get what he wants when the situation is dealt with. And then Lecter tells her not to trust Jack Crawford because he sees himself as being in competition with all the other agencies. Then he tells the senator that he likes her suit. And she leaves. The next chapter is of James Gum, Buffalo Bill. He watches one of the moths emerge from the chrysalis for hours. He puts on his infrared goggles and goes down to the basement and peers into the pit where he looks at the materials, quote unquote, which is his current captive. He says that he will prepare the materials tomorrow night at the latest, but he cannot decide where he wants to put the zipper. Clarice is back at Catherine's apartment. She does a small search even though the police have already searched the whole thing, and she actually finds a hidden drawer on Catherine's jewelry box that contains some nudes. She finds Catherine's nudes. It's Catherine, for sure, and some guy that she can't identify. She finds a sheet of what she thinks is actually acid tabs, and then Senator Martin comes in and asks for the pictures that Clarice is holding, and Clarice is like, you don't want to see these though, you don't want these, but the senator demands them, so Catherine hands them over. But the senator demands them, so Clarice hands them over. Clarice gets told to go back to Washington, and that she's done here. Clarice says that Crawford says she should be here, and the guy who's kind of in charge here is Krendler. He'll come up more later, but Krendler is basically Crawford's boss-ish, I think, and he does not like Clarice at all. And Krendler is like, I don't care what Crawford said, I'm sending you back to Quantico. And Clarice tries to argue with him, and he tells her to shut her mouth, and he threatens to put her back in the typing pool, which means basically sending her back to be a clerk. He tries to take her temporary ID from her, and she says she needs it to fly back to Quantico with her gun. So he says fine, but she has to hand it in the second she gets back. She gets ushered out of the house as fast as she can, and Clarice is determined to not let this go. She has an hour and a half before she has to catch her plane, so she decides to go see Lecter. Starling looked at her watch. She had an hour and a half before the plane, and there was one small thing she could do. She wanted to look into Dr. Lecter's face when he said Billy Rubin. If she could stand to meet those strange maroon eyes for long enough, if she looked deeply where the dark sucks at the sparks, she might see something useful. She thought she might see glee. Clarice ends up at the courthouse where they're keeping Lecter, and she basically lies her way in, saying that she's here after meeting with Krendler, which is true, but not that she was obviously told to go back home. The guard says she has to meet with Chilton before she can see Lecter, and she says she saw him outside. Also true, but like she didn't let him see her. She kind of just ducked away before he could notice her. But she gets in to see Lecter. Starling had seen cells like this before as a child. They were prefabricated by a St. Louis company around the turn of the century, and no one has ever built them better. A tempered steel modular cage that turns any room into a cell. The floor was steel sheet laid over bars, and the walls and ceiling of cold forged bars completely lined the room. There was no window. The cell was spotlessly white and brightly lit. A flimsy paper screen stood in front of the toilet. These white bars ribbed the walls. Dr. Lecter had a sleek, dark head. He's a cemetery mink. He lives down in the rib cage in the dry leaves of a heart. She tells Lecter that she brought him his art and things that she figured he would want until he's transferred into his new location. I thought you might want your drawings, the stuff from your cell, just until you get your view. How thoughtful. Dr. Chilton's euphoric about you and Jack being put off the case, or did they send you in for one last wheedle? The officer on suicide watch had strolled back to talk to the officer Pembry at his desk. Starling hoped they couldn't hear. They didn't send me. I just came. People will say we're in love. Don't you want to ask about Billy Rubin, Clarice? Dr. Lecter, without impugning what you've told Senator Martin, would you advise me to go on with your idea about impugning? I love it. I wouldn't advise you at all. You tried to fool me, Clarice. Do you think I'm just playing with these people? I think you were telling me the truth. But now Hannibal is offering her more information, and he starts talking about Gum's motivations. Now it's Clarice's turn to share her information, the stuff that she told him before that he wants more information on. He asked her about the two things they spoke about last time, what happened to the blind horse she tried to run away with, and how she deals with her anger. Clarice and the horse got away and headed to a stable where she tried to insist that she could board in the horse and muck the stables to pay for it. But they called the sheriff on her, and he came to get her. However, the sheriff paid the $20 to board the horse for a week while they sorted everything out. But then Clarice was sent away from her aunt and uncle, and she was led to stay at an orphanage instead. But the horse she tried to save went with her, and he actually stayed at the orphanage and pulled the carts for the kids until last year when she passed. The orphanage wrote her a letter to let her know about it when it happened. They were grateful for her. So the horse, she saved the horse. The horse lived a long, happy life pulling carts for orphans. That's not too bad. He asks her what caused her to run off with the horse that night in the first place, and she says it's because something set her off. He asks her what caused her to run off with the horse that night in the first place, because something obviously set it off, and she says that she woke up late, and she heard lambs screaming. They were slaughtering the spring lambs. She panicked, she snuck out, and she took off with her horse. He asks her if she still wakes up at night and hears the lambs screaming, and she says sometimes. He asks her if she thinks that solving this murder might stop their screaming, and she says maybe. Clarice asks for the killer's real name, and then Chilton interrupts them and starts leading her away. Lecter says that Chilton is not a medical doctor, Clarice, and to keep that in mind for later, he asks Clarice as she's being dragged out if she will tell him if the lambs stop screaming, and she says, yes. Goodbye, Clarice. Will you let me know if the lambs ever stop screaming? Yes. Pembry was taking her arm. It was go or fight him. Yes, she said. I'll tell you. Do you promise? Yes. Then why not finish the arch? Take your case file with you, Clarice. I won't need it anymore. He held it at his arm's length through the bars, his forefinger along the spines. She reached across the barrier and took it. For an instant, the tip of her forefinger touched Dr. Lecter's. The touch crackled in his eyes. Thank you, Clarice. Thank you, Dr. Lecter. And that is how he remained in Starling's mind, caught in the instant where he did not mock. Standing in his white cell, arched like a dancer, his hand clasped in front of him, and his head slightly to the side.
Tell me his name, doctor.
Clarice! Your case file. Goodbye, Clarice.
The next chapter is about Dr. Lecter. He's in his cell and he's planning an escape of some kind. He has a tiny piece of a ballpoint pen tube, and inside that portion of a tube is a paperclip. He's managed to sneak it in, and he's going to use it to pick the locks on the handcuffs as he's waiting for them to clear out his dinner trays. He basically destroys these two guards that are there in the cell. The two guards were nice to him. They seem like decent people. Hannibal just absolutely destroys them. He beats them to death with a club, takes the keys, and then goes over to the desk and finds a knife and a gun. And then his point of view fades out. Cut down to cops down in the lobby. They're waiting to change over shifts. One of them notices that the elevator is going up from Hannibal's floor and then back down. Then they hear gunshots. They immediately prepare. Everything is set into a panic. They rush up to the floor where Lecter is being held, and they find the two guards completely unrecognizable. One of them is dead, and one of them is maimed beyond all recognition, but stretchers are rushed up and they are carried off. The SWAT team is prepared to find Lecter, aware that he has 2 guns and a knife on him because he took them off the bodies. As they ride the elevator back down to the main floor, blood drips from the ceiling and they call down, letting everyone know that Lecter is on top of the elevator. The elevator is stopped and SWAT looks down on it from above. They say that he's laying on top of the elevator, but he's not moving. There is a gun beside him. They drop a stun grenade on top of the elevator so the elevator is open and they're looking down on it from the floor above. And they drop a stun grenade down on him, but it doesn't do anything. They check and they find that it is a body, but they find it is actually a body of one of the guards that was in his cell. Basically, it cuts to the ambulance and Lecter sits up on the gurney.
Inbound with a 50-year-old male police officer with severe facial lacerations, weapon unknown. We've got grand mal seizure activity, but he's post-ictal now. The vital signs are good. Pressure is 130 over 90. Yeah, that's right, 90. Pulse 84. We got him on lactated ringers running, and the patient is on 10 liters of oxygen.
And he just eliminates the paramedic immediately and then steals the ambulance. Clarice is knocking on Jack Crawford's door and she comes inside. He offers her a coffee and asks if she handed Lecter anything when she visited him. She says no, and then Jack says that Chilton is determined to find that she did. Clarice says that he didn't even take his art. She still had it on her. And the only thing that passed between them was the file that Lecter gave her with his information on the murders. Jack then informs her that 2 corrections officers are dead and nobody can find Hannibal. He's gone. How'd he do it, Mr. Crawford? You want to know? She nodded. Then I'll tell you. They loaded Lecter in an ambulance by mistake. They thought he was Pembry, badly injured. Did he have Pembry's uniform on? They were about the same size. He put on Pembry's uniform and part of Pembry's face, and about a pound off boil, too. He wrapped Pembry's body in the waterproof mattress cover and the sheets from his cell to keep it from dripping, and stuffed it on top of the elevator. He put on the uniform, got himself fixed up, and laid on the floor, and then fired shots into the ceiling to start the stampede. I don't know what he did with the gun. Stuffed it down the back of his pants, maybe. The ambulance comes. Cops everywhere with their guns out. The ambulance crew come fast, and they did what they're trained to do under fire. They stuff in an airway, slapped a bandage over the worst of it to pressure to stop the bleeding, and hauled out of there. They did their job. The ambulance never made it to the hospital. The police are still looking for it. I don't feel good about those medics. Copley said they're playing the dispatcher's tapes. The ambulances were called a couple of times. They think Lecter called the ambulance himself before he fired the shots, so he wouldn't have to lie around too long. Dr. Lecter likes his fun. Starling had never heard the bitter snarl in Crawford's voice before. Because she associated bitter with weak, it frightened her. Jack tells Clarice he was put on compassionate leave because of everything that's going on with his wife, and that the Academy received a request requesting that she be suspended pending a reevaluation of her fitness for service because of everything that happened with Krendler, the guy who told her to hand in her badge back at the apartment. And then, the fact that she ignored him and went to go see Lecter anyway. Jack says he's going to vouch for her at the hearing and that will be enough, but if she spends any more time away, she will be recycled. He asked her if she knows what recycled means, and Clarice is like, yeah, it means you're sent back to the office that recruited you, and you basically just file papers and make copies until they have more space for you at the academy. Jack tells her to go back to school, but she has one more stop to finish up for the report on the bug thing, so she's heading back to the Smithsonian to do that first. Pilcher, the less weird of the 2 bug dudes at the Smithsonian, tells her that they've figured out that the moth they found in Klaus's mouth is a death head moth. He gives Clarice a list of notes and things that the person who is breeding them would need to raise them. They aren't found anywhere nearby. These moths had to be imported from Malaysia. It cuts to Catherine in the hole in the ground. She has a plan. She ties a chicken bone to a string on her poop bucket and then launches her poop bucket over the wall of the hole. The man who is holding her has left, but the dog he has is still running around. She lures the dog to the bucket at the edge of the hole, and she almost gets it, but it runs off before she can snag the dog with the bucket to pull him down. Jack is in his office writing out a personal ad that he hopes might convince Billy to answer, but he gets a message that they found 2 things in Hannibal's cell. One is the improvised lockpick, and the other is a note that was left floating in the toilet. It's this C33H36ILT06 loopy thing N4. C33H36N406 is the formula in human bile called bilirubin. It's in poop. This is poop. It's medical term for poop. Billy Rubin is the name that Lecter gave the senator in exchange for the information on the killer. One of the comments is that Billy Rubin is about the same color as Dr. Chilton's hair. It cuts to Lecter, who is now in St. Louis. They found the ambulance at the airport, but he left it there and then stole a car out of the parking lot because he's not stupid. He didn't try to fly out of there. Clarice returns to her dorm room, and her roommate is quizzing her to make sure she knows what's coming up on their test on Friday, and Clarice can't answer because she's like, I have a week to study. It's fine. It's fine. And her roommate is like, you and I are going to go over this, and then you'll be ready. Don't worry. I'll get you through this, Clarice. I really like her roommate, Ardelia Mapp. She's a bro. She's good. I like her. The instructors think that you're going to get through this just fine, Clarice. You just need to practice. They'll even open the range up for you late so you can keep practicing. In the next chapter, Crawford's wife passes in the night. He holds her, and he reflects on their marriage. Crawford tried going into the next room. He could still turn where he wanted to and see her through the open door, composed in the warm light of the bedside lamp. He was waiting for her body to become a ceremonial object apart from him, separate from the person he had held upon the bed, and separate from the life's companion he held now in his mind, so he could call them to come for her. His empty hands hanging palms forward at his side, he stood at the window and looked to the empty east. He did not look for the dawn. East was the only way the window faced. For Gum's point of view chapter coming up next, he is making patterns for his next hide. He is setting out beef brains, which he used to cure leather, and he's getting ready. He's going to harvest in the morning. Starling wakes up in the middle of the night and reflects on her day, on everything that happened, and on how Senator Martin thought that she was a thief for trying to steal from the crime scene, and that honestly hurt more than anything else that happened. She thinks that Lecter would have mentioned some deep-seated classism that Clarice has, and Clarice thinks of how her family was really just a bunch of nobodies, people in the background. Starling was an isolated member of a fierce tribe with no formal genealogy but the honours list and the penal register. Dispossessed in Scotland, starved out of Ireland, a lot of them were inclined to the dangerous trades. Many generic starlings had been used up this way, had thumped on the bottom of narrow holes or slid off planks with a shot at their feet, or were commended to glory with a cracked taps in the cold when everyone wanted to go home. A few may have been recalled tearily by the officers on regimental mess nights, the way that men drink and remember a good bird dog, faded names in the Bible. None of them had been very smart, as far as Starling could tell, except for a great aunt who wrote wonderfully in her diary until she got brain fever. They didn't steal, though. Then she thinks of Catherine Martin in a hole somewhere. Catherine Baker Martin lay in the same darkness that held her now. Starling had forgotten it for a moment while she thought of her own best interests. Pictures of the past flashed on her in sudden color, too much color, shocking color, the color that leaps out of black when lightning strikes at night. It was Kimberly that haunted her now, fat, dead Kimberly who had her ears pierced trying to look pretty and saved to have her legs waxed. Kimberly with her hair gone. Kimberly her sister. Starling did not think Catherine Baker Martin would have much time for Kimberly. Now they were sisters under the same skin. Kimberly lying in a funeral home full of state trooper buckaroos. Starling couldn't look at it anymore. She tried to turn her face away as a swimmer to breathe. Kimberly is the body, the floater they found with the moth in her throat. Clarice gets up to get out of bed and goes to run some laundry for something to do. Doing her laundry comes up a few times in this book. It's like her comfort spot. And she sits next to the thrumming of the washing machine, and she brings a report back from Dr. Lecter. So she starts to go through it, and she wants to check it out before she has to hand it back to the FBI because it's the FBI's file. She opens it up, she finds one of the maps, and on it, Hannibal Lecter's elegant script. Dr. Lecter's elegant script ran across the Great Lakes, and it said, Clarice, does this random scattering of sites seem overdone to you? Doesn't it seem desperately random? Random past all possible convenience? Does it suggest to you that the elaborations of a bad liar? Ta, Hannibal Lecter. P.S. Don't bother to flip through, there isn't anything else. Clarice is looking down at the map and she's working through it, and Lecter has said that Clarice is looking down at the map and she's working through it herself. Lecter has said that there is a first, and she's going back through the timeline of victims. The first victim was abducted here, dropped there, second here, dropped there. And then she remembers what Lecter said about the killer, how he starts with what he covets, and what he covets is what he sees every day. The light bulb goes off, and Clarice realizes that the first victim, who was found second because she had been weighed down by stones, was probably familiar to the killer, and that they should be looking in the town where she was abducted. Clarice approaches Jack the next day when he comes out of the funeral home after picking out a coffin for his late wife. She insists that she go check out this new lead, and Jack asks if she's ready to be recycled, but she says yes, she needs to do this. She wants to go. Jack says okay, travel over to Ohio and they will be reimbursed. He asks her if she has any money, and she says she has some on her visa. Jack gives her $300 in cash and a personal check to go fund her trip. Clarice runs off. I've got some left on my visa. Jack Crawford dug into his pockets. He gave her $300 cash and a personal check. Go, Starling. Just to the first one, post the hotline, call me. She raised her hand to him. She didn't touch his face or his hand. There didn't seem to be any place to touch. She turned and ran for the Pinto. Crawford patted his pockets as she drove away. He had given her the last cent she'd had with him. The baby needs a new pair of shoes, he said. My baby doesn't need any shoes. He was crying in the middle of the sidewalk, sheets of tears on his face. A section chief of the FBI. Silly now. Jeff from the car saw his cheeks shine and backed into the alley where Crawford couldn't see him. Jeff got out of the car, he lit a cigarette and smoked furiously. As his gift to Crawford, he would dawdle until Crawford was dried out and pissed off and justified in chewing him out. So, Jeff was basically Jack's driver. It's harvest day, and James Gumb is getting ready. He has all of his supplies. He reflects on all of his previous attempts. Some of them worked, some did not. And for a while, he was letting them run around the basement in the dark, for a while, he was letting some of them run around in the basement in the dark while he wore his night vision goggles and was hunting them. He thought it was fun. He doesn't know how he wants to deal with Catherine because he wants to keep most of her intact for his woman suit purposes. He goes to get his dog to put her away from the day so he can prepare, and she doesn't get in the way. She's down here, you son of a bitch, Catherine Martin said. Mr. Gum sickened all over in a plunge of fear for his Precious. Precious is the name of his dog. If you've watched the movie, you'll know. Then, rage tightened him again and fists against the side of his head. He pressed his forehead into the frame and tried to get a hold of himself. One sound between a retch and a groan escaped him, and the little dog answered with a yip. He went to the workroom to get his pistol. The string to the sanitation bucket was broken. He wasn't sure how she'd done it. Last time the string was broken, he assumed she'd broken it in an absurd attempt to climb. They had tried to climb it before. They had done every fool thing imaginable. He leaned over the opening, his voice carefully controlled. Precious, are you all right? Answer me. Catherine pinched the dog's plump behind. It yipped and paid her back with a nip on the arm. How's that? Catherine said. It seemed very unnatural to Mr. Gum to speak to Catherine in this way, but he overcame his distaste. I'll lower the basket, you put her in. You'll lower a telephone or I'll break her neck. I don't want to hurt you. I don't want to hurt this little dog. Just give me the telephone. Mr. Gum brought the pistol up. Catherine saw the muzzle extending past the light. She crouched, holding the dog above her, weaving it between her and the gun. She heard him cock the pistol. You shoot, motherfucker. You better kill me or I'll break her neck, I swear to God. She put the dog under her arm, put her hand around its muzzle, raising its head. Back off, you son of a bitch. The dog whined, and the gun withdrew. Catherine brushed her hair back from her wet forehead with her free hand. I didn't mean to insult you, she said. Just lower me a phone. I just want a live phone. You can go away. I don't care about you. I never saw you. I'll take good care of Precious. No. I'll see she has everything. Think about her welfare, not just yourself. You shoot in here, she'll be deaf whatever happens. All I want is a live telephone, get a long extension, get 5 or 6 and clip them together, and then come down here with the connections on my end and lower it down here. I'd air freight you the dog anywhere. My family has dogs. My mother loves dogs. You can run. I don't care what you do. I won't let you get any more water. You've had your last water. She won't get any either, and I won't give her any from my water bottle, I'm sorry to tell you. I think her leg's broken. This was a lie. The little dog, along with the baited bucket, had fallen into Catherine, and it was Catherine who suffered a scratched cheek from the dog's scrabbling claws. She couldn't put it down, or he couldn't put it down, or he wouldn't see the limp. She's in pain. Her leg's all crooked. She's trying to lick it. It just makes me sick, Catherine lied. I've got to get her to a vet. Mr. Gum's groan of rage and anguish made the little dog cry. You think she's in pain? Mr. Gum said. You don't know what pain is. You hurt her and I'll scald you. She heard him pounding up the stairs. Catherine Martin sat down, shaken by gross jerks in her arms and legs. She couldn't hold the little dog. She couldn't hold her water. She couldn't hold anything. When the little dog climbed into her lap, she hugged it, grateful for the warmth. Clarice is at the first victim's house and asked to go see her bedroom. Her parents let Clarice in and she heads on up. Jack is back in his office. He is working despite the loss of his wife because the killer is still out there. There's work to do. He can't stop right now. He gets a call from one of the doctors at the assessment clinics where Hannibal Lecter told them to check. Hannibal was right. The killer tested the exact way that Lecter had said he would. The doctor tells Jack that the name of the guy that they're looking for is James Gum. Clarice is going to Frederica's room, and Frederica is the first victim found later down the line because she was the only one that James tried to hide. She goes through Frederica's things, her yearbooks, her papers. She tries to figure out what James may have seen her. She goes into the closet, says that her clothes are nice, but There's not many, but they are nice. What she does have is nice because she makes them herself. Clarice comes to the realization as she looks over the patterns on the girl's handmade clothes that James Gum is not just taking random bits of skin from his victims. He is taking proper pieces, darts. He is making an actual suit the way a tailor would make a suit. He's trained. Not some dude just throwing together lady parts to make a jacket, you know. Clarice then gets a call from a guy who's relaying a message from Jack. They found James Gum's address in Chicago, and he's the one they're looking for. They're sending squads out to check the address, and Jack is over there already. And Clarice is told that her job is basically done, but it's pretty much official. She's been recycled from here on out. She says she's not done yet, and she wants to keep investigating Frederica while she can. So she turns and asks Frederica's father a few more questions about where she worked, who her bestie was, and if she worked for a tailor or anything. And he says, yeah, she basically sued for everybody. Clarice interviews Frederica's friend. She goes to the office and interviews her bestie and is trying to find the name of the plus-size source where Frederica went, where she worked. James Gum has been targeting bigger girls this entire time so that they have the skin that would fit his size. Her mind is on the raid that is happening, but she's still working anyway, basically. And she's basically counting down the seconds until she's all alone when she tries to call to get an update on the raid. She doesn't get anything yet. James Gum is preparing to end Catherine's life. He thinks he can shoot around the dog and that Catherine is using it like a shield whenever he threatens her. He's got his gun and he's prepared to take the shot, but his front door rings. He tries to ignore it and keep going, but it just keeps ringing. So he turns around and heads upstairs. Clarice Starling is on the other side of the door. She's asking about the woman that Frederica used to work for who owns the tailor shop. James answers that she's been dead for a few years and she's not here anymore. Clarice insists that she needs to talk to him because she's looking into a death. He says he can't help her, but he has the number of the old woman's lawyer, so he'll pass it on to Clarice. Just come inside for a moment and he'll find it. As she waits for him, she looks and she notices that a moth crawls out of the fold of the back of his robe, a death head moth. As he put the card on the table, the moth flew. It came from behind him, past his head, and lit between them on a cabinet above the sink. He looked at it. When she didn't look at it, when her eyes never left his face, he knew. Their eyes met and they knew each other. And then he starts to walk away, and Clarice pulls out her gun and she tells him to freeze, but he just walks away anyway. She's not about to fire on an unarmed man who didn't technically do anything wrong. He heads down into the basement, and Clarice hears a scream from all the way down there. She rushes down and finds the hole with Catherine inside, and she tells Catherine to shut up, because she needs to hear it's pitch black down here. And Catherine is pissed, but she at least shuts up a little bit. She's been screaming this whole time for help, and is like threatening, like, my mother's a senator, she'd this and that. And she says her mother will come after Clarice if she doesn't get her out of the hole right now. Clarice looks around. The few lights that are on all suddenly go out. Every light out. Every light. He must have done it at the fuse box, pulled the lever. Where would it be? Where would the fuse box be? Near the stairs. Lots of times near the stairs. If it is, he'll come from that way, but it's between me and Catherine. Catherine Martin was keening again. Wait here? Wait forever? Maybe he's gone. Maybe he can't be sure no backup's coming. Yes, he can. But soon I'll be missed. Tonight. The stairs are in the direction of the screams. Solve it now. She moved quietly, her shoulders barely brushing the wall, brushing it too lightly for sound, one hand extended ahead, the gun at waist level, close to her in a confined hallway. Out to the workroom now. Feel the space opening up. Open room. In the crouch, in the open room, arms out, both hands on the gun. You know exactly where the gun is. It's just below eye level. Stop. Listen. Head and body and arms turning together like a turret. Stop. Listen. In absolute black, the hiss of steam pipes, the trickle of water. Heavy in her nostrils, the smell of the goat. Catherine keening. Against the wall, Mr. Gum stood with his goggles on. There was no danger. She'd bump into him. There would be an equipment table between them. He played his infrared light up and down her. She was too slender to be a great utility to him. He remembered her hair, though, from the kitchen, and it was glorious. That would only take a minute. He could slip it right off, put it on himself, he could lean over the well wearing it, and tell that thing, surprise. It was fun watching her try to sneak along. She had her hip against the sinks now, creeping towards the screams with her gun stuck out. It would have been fun to hunt for her for a long time. He'd never hunted one armed before. He would have thoroughly enjoyed it. No time for that. Pity. A shot in the face would be fine and easy at 8 feet. Now, he cocked the python as he brought it up, snick, snick, and the figure blurred. Bloomed green in his vision, and his gun bucked in his hand, and the floor hit him hard in the back, and his light was on, and he saw the ceiling. Starling on the floor, flash blind, ears ringing, deafened by the blast of the guns, she worked in the dark while neither could hear. Dumped the empties, tip it, feel to see they're all out, and with the speed loader, feel it, tip it down, twist, drop it, close the cylinder. She'd fired 4, 2 shots and 2 shots, and he'd fired once. She found the 2 good cartridges she dumped, put them where? In the speed loader pouch. She lay still. Move before you can hear. Sound of a revolver being cocked is like no other. She fired at the sound, seeing nothing past the great muzzle flashes of the gun. She hoped he'd fire now in the wrong direction, give her muzzle flash to shoot at. Her hearing was coming back, her ears still ringing, but she could hear. What was that sound? Whistling? Like a tea kettle, but interrupted. What was it? Like breathing. Is it me? No. Her breath blew warm off the floor back in her face. Careful. Don't get dust, don't sneeze. It's breathing. It's a sucking chest wound. He's hit in the chest. They taught her how to seal one, to put something over it, like a rain slicker in a plastic bag. Something airtight. Strap it tight. Reinflate the lungs. She'd hit him in the chest then. What to do? Wait. Let him stiffen and bleed. Wait. Starling's cheek stung. She didn't touch it. If it was bleeding, she didn't want her hand slicked. Moaning from the well came again, Catherine crying, talking. Starling had to wait. She couldn't answer Catherine. Couldn't say anything or move. James Gumm's invisible light played on the ceiling. He tried to move it and he couldn't, any more than he could move his head. A great Malaysian Luna moth passed close between the ceiling, picked up in the infrared and came down it, circled lit on the light. The pulsing shadows of his wings, enormous on the ceiling, were only visible to Mr. Gumm. Over the sucking in the dark, Starling heard James Gumm's ghastly voice, choking. How does it feel to be so beautiful? And then another sound, a gurgle, a rattle, and the whistling stopped. Starling knew that sound too. She'd heard it once before at the hospital when her father died. Catherine goes to the hole. She tells Clarice she is safe and she has to call the people to get them out. Cut to the airport. Clarice is being picked up by her roommate and Jack. Jack tells her she hit a home run. Then he notices she has a burn on her cheek. It's gunpowder. The gunpowder from James Gumm's shot is burnt on her cheek, basically, and that it will work itself out in time. Jack Crawford gives her a kiss on the forehead and tells her to go home and rest. The case against Starling at Quantico is taken back and she doesn't get recycled. She doesn't have to take her test tomorrow, but she will definitely have to do it on Monday, and Ardelia is going to help her with that. Clarice falls asleep on the ride back to Quantico. The next day, Clarice gets briefed by Jack in his office. He says she did good and everyone's happy with her. Senator Martin and Catherine want to talk with her when Catherine has recovered, and Jack says that she needs to take the gratitude because gratitude has a short shelf life. He tells her she's going to need it given how she tends to work. And then he tells her that she needs to take precautions because Lecter is still on the loose. He suspects Lecter will come back to toy with her when he gets bored. Clarice thinks that she is not in any risk of being attacked out of the blue because that would be rude of Lecter to do. Jack dismisses her as she is leaving. He went to his office door. She was going away from him down the deserted hall. He managed to hail her from the berg of his grief. Starling, your father sees you. The next chapter goes over James' history, his family, and the news articles running on his death. It also notes that Chilton has sold Clarice's interview tapes with Lecter, and the tabloid called The Tatler has suggested that she made frank sexual revelations to Lecter in exchange for info. Basically saying that she was having sexy talks with Lecter in exchange for the information that he was giving her. So it took no time for people to be like, oh, Clarice is using her feminine wiles to get what she wants or whatever. People magazine did a short, pleasant item on Starling using yearbook pictures from the University of Virginia and from the Lutheran home at Bozeman. The best picture was of the horse, Hannah, in her later years drawing the cart full of children. Starling cut out the picture of Hannah and put it in her wallet. It was the only thing she saved. She was healing. The next chapter is Hannibal, who is away in a hotel. He has done minor silicone injections in his nose, and when the bruising starts to show up, he's going to go get his passport pictures taken. This evening, he was catching up on his correspondence, which he would have to send through a remailing service in London. First, he sent to Barney a generous tip and a thank you note for his many courtesies at the asylum. Next, he dropped a note to Frederick Chilton in a federal protective custody, suggesting that he would be paying Dr. Chilton a visit in the near future. After this visit, he wrote, it would make sense for the hospital to tattoo feeding instructions on Chilton's forehead to save the paperwork. Last, he poured himself a glass of excellent Betard Montrachet and addressed Clarice Starling. Well, Clarice, have the lambs stopped screaming? You owe me a piece of information, you know, and that's what I'd like. An ad in the national edition of the Times and in the International Herald Tribune on the first of any month will be fine, but better put it in China mail as well. I won't be surprised if the answer is yes and no. The lambs will stop for now, but Clarice, you judge yourself with all the mercy of the dungeon scales at Threve. You have to earn it again and again, the blessed silence, because it's the plight that drives you. Seeing the plight, and the plight will not end, ever. I have no plans to call on you, Clarice. The world being more interesting with you in it. Be sure you extend to me the same courtesy. Dr. Lecter touched the pen to his lips, and he looked out at the night sky and smiled. I have windows. Orion is above the horizon now and near it Jupiter, brighter than it will ever be again before the year 2000. I have no intention of telling you the time and how high it is, but I expect you can see it too. Some of our stars are the same, Clarice. Hannibal Lecter. Far to the east on the Chesapeake shore, Orion stood high in the clear night and above a big old house and a room where the fire is banked for the night. Its light pulses gently in the wind above the chimneys. On a large bed there are many quilts, and on the quilts and under them are several large dogs. Additional mounds beneath the covers may or may not be noble pilcher. It is impossible to determine in the ambient light. But the face on the pillow, rosy in the firelight, is certainly the face of Clarice Starling, and that she sleeps deeply, sweetly in the silence of the lambs. And that's it. That's the first one. That's Silence of the Lambs. that's number one. It's been a couple years since I've seen the movie adaptation, but I would say that the movie adaptation is mostly pretty faithful. I think the biggest gripe with the movie, I think, is the fact that, well, I love Sir Anthony Hopkins. Hannibal is in his mid-40s, and I think Anthony Hopkins was closer to 70 by the time that movie came out. Oh, let me check now. Hopkins was 53. Okay, so I guess not. Huh. Okay, he's not as old as I thought he was, but I don't know. I feel like he was not the perfect fit for Lecter, like, as an actor, but he did a good job. And obviously, like, his performance is pretty renowned. I think it's interesting to note that the excuse that the book makes for James Gumm's treatment of women is essentially that he looks up to women. He thinks they're extremely powerful, and this entire book is kind of basically about Clarice being beaten down by men in positions above her the entire time. Everyone underestimates her, ignores her, treats her like she's beneath all of them. The one man who doesn't, aside from Hannibal Lecter, is the guy at the end who she shoots. His final line is, "What is it like to be beautiful?" And that has been his whole goal the whole time, basically, because beauty is power. Gumm treats femininity and beauty as power and something to aspire to, and Clarice has basically been mistreated by all the men around her for those very same reasons, because she's a woman, because she's beautiful. The book ends on a hopeful note for Clarice. She has stopped Buffalo Bill, and she's not being recycled. She has big plans for her future, and she's seeing Pilcher, like the cooler of the two bug guys, in some capacity probably. Hannibal is out on the loose, but he has no intention of bothering her. You can already see the beginnings of how Clarice is going to be treated in the next book. The Tattler immediately running stories on how she must have been offering sexual favors to Hannibal for information, and Krenler just like being the biggest dick in the world because she's a woman and trying to shut her down. They do not interact a lot here, but there is definitely hints that there's something from Hannibal towards Clarice. He's interested in her. He says she has cheap shoes, but he also compliments her on her bag. He offers her words of encouragement when they are deserved. He doesn't put her down just because, like everybody else does.
Starling.
Well, Clarice, have the lambs stopped screaming?
Dr. Lecter.
Don't bother with the trace. I won't be on long enough.
Where are you, Dr. Lecter?
I have no plans to call on you, Clarice. The world's more interesting with you in it. So you take care now to extend me the same courtesy.
You know I can't make that promise.
I do wish we could chat longer, but I'm having an old friend for dinner. Bye.
Dr. Lecter. Dr. Lecter.
Okay, we're gonna get into Hannibal. Clarice is hopping into the back of an FBI surveillance van, and she is now 32 years old. She is doing a drug bust with another agent named John Brigham and some of the other officers. John Brigham is close to her. He was actually her shooting instructor at Quantico. He was the one who gave her his gun to take with her when she was going to go check out Buffalo Bill. They are after a lady named Eveldra Drumgo, who is the widow of a drug dealer, basically, and she's their target because she is now running the drug ring. Clarice mentions to the other people in the van not to underestimate her because she used to be a model. She's vicious. Evelda is also HIV positive, so they need to be aware that she can scratch and spit, and she will do so. The other officers are kind of eye-rolling at Clarice. One of them has already tried to scold her because they're like, "You're late," and Brigham was like, "No, she's not late. She arrived when I told her to." So obviously you can already see, like, these cops don't respect her for whatever reason. Burke and Hare's faces were growing long. Officer Bolton appeared unhappy. He pointed his wattled chin at Starling's main sidearm, a well-worn Colt 45 government model with a strip of skateboard tape worn on the grip, riding in a Yaqui slide right on her hip. "You go around with that thing cocked all the time, you wanted to know?" "Cocked and loaded every minute of my day," Starling said. "Dangerous," Bolton said. "Come out to the range and I'll explain it to you, officer." Brigham broke it up. "Bolton, I coached Starling when she was Inter-service combat pistol champion 3 years straight. Don't worry about her weapon. Those guys from the hostage rescue team and the Velcro Cowboys, what did they call you after you beat their ass, Starling? Annie Oakley? Poison Oakley, she said and looked out the window. Starling felt pierced and lonesome in this goat-smelling surveillance van crowded with men. Chaps, Brute, Old Spice, sweat and leather. She felt some fear, and it tasted like penny under her tongue. A mental image. Her father, who smelled of tobacco and strong soap, peeling an orange with his pocket knife, the tip of the blade broken off square, sharing his orange with her in the kitchen. The tail lights of her father's pickup disappearing as he went off on the night marshal patrol that killed him. His clothes in the closet. His square dancing shirt. Some nice stuff in her closet now she'll never get to wear. Sad party clothes on hangers like toys in the attic. They pull up to the fish market where Evelda works, and Clarice spots them on a periscope coming out of the building. They jump out of the surveillance van, and Evelda turns to them, and she's actually holding a baby in a carrier harness around her neck. Starling tells Evelda to come quietly, but she pulls a gun out from under the baby. There are men with guns everywhere. And it keeps noting that while all this is happening, the Macarena is playing on a radio nearby. Brigham is shot and killed instantly. Burke is shot and is on the ground bleeding out. Clarice shoots Evelda in the head while she is actively holding her baby, and that's the end of the whole situation. But Starling runs up and grabs the baby, and because there's blood pouring on this baby, she grabs it, takes it to a fish cleaning stall, and then cleans all the blood off. She doesn't want the baby to get HIV from Evelda. Cut to Clarice being dropped off at home. She was shot through the ear. She heads inside and starts doing her laundry, the same habit she has from the first book when she's upset. Ardelia, her roommate from the university, is also her roommate at home. They share condos. Clarice tells her that John is dead. He was one of the good ones. Clarice is basically having a breakdown. John is dead. Burke is dead. Somebody tipped Evelda off and she knew they were coming. That's why the other guys were there too, because there was cars with dudes and them waiting with guns too. The news showed up as everything was happening because they were tipped off, and there's literally footage of Starling shooting Evelda while she was holding a baby in her arms. The baby is okay and will be released to Evelda's mother. One of the very few male characters in this book who treat Clarice well is Brigham, and he's dead immediately in the first 2 chapters. He's already dead. In the morning, as to be expected, it is all over the news. The National Tattler, who were the guys who ran that article on Starling and Silence of the Lambs, were the National Tattler, prime beneficiary of the tabloid boom in the 90s, put out an extra that was extraordinary even by its own standards. Someone threw it at the house at mid-morning. Starling found it when she went to investigate the thump. She was expecting the worst and she got it. Death Angel, Clarice Starling, the FBI's killing machine, screamed the National Tattler's headline in 72-point railroad gothic. The 3 front page photos were Clarice in fatigues firing a .45 caliber pistol in competition, Evelda Drumgo bent over her baby in the road with her head tilted like that of a Cimabue Madonna with the brains blown out, and Starling again putting a brown naked baby on a white cutting board amid knives and fish guts and the head of a shark. Caption beneath the picture says, FBI Special Agent Clarice Starling, slayer of serial killer James Gum, adds at least 5 notches to her gun, mother with babe in arms, and 2 police officers among the dead after botched drug raid. And the main story covered the drug careers of Evelda and Dijon Drumgo, and the appearance of the Crip Gang in the war-torn landscape of Washington, D.C. There was a brief mention of fallen officer John Brigham's military service, and his decorations were cited. Starling was treated with the entire sidebar beneath a candid photo of Starling in a restaurant wearing a scoop neck dress and her face animated. Clarice Starling, FBI Special Agent, had her 15 minutes of fame when she shot to death the serial murderer James Gum, the Buffalo Bill killer, in the basement 7 years ago. Now she may face departmental charges and civil liabilities in the death Thursday of a Washington mother accused of manufacturing illegal amphetamines. See main story, page 1. This may be the end of her career, said one source at the Bureau of Alcohol and Tobacco and Firearms, the FBI's sister agency. We don't know all the details of how it went down, but John Brigham should be alive today. This is the last thing the FBI needs after Ruby Ridge, said the source who declined to be identified. Clarice Starling's colorful career began after she arrived at the FBI Academy as a trainee, an honors graduate at the University of Virginia in psychology and criminology. She was assigned to interview the lethal madman Hannibal Lecter, dubbed by this newspaper as Hannibal the Cannibal, and received information from him that was important in the search for James Gum and the rescue of his hostage, Catherine Martin, daughter of the former U.S. Senator of Tennessee. Agent Starling was the inter-service combat pistol champion for 3 years running before she withdrew from the competition. Ironically, Officer John Brigham, who died at her side, was a firearms instructor at Quantico when Starling trained there and was her coach in the competition. An FBI spokesman said Agent Starling will be relieved of field duties with pay pending the outcome of the FBI's internal investigation. A hearing is expected later this week before the Office of Professional Responsibility and the FBI's own Dread Inquisition. Relatives of the late Evelda Drumgo said they will seek civil damages from the U.S. government and from Starling personally in wrongful death suits. Drumgo's 3-month-old son, seen in his mother's arms in the dramatic pictures of the shootout, was not injured. Attorney Telford Higgins, who has defended the Drumgo family in numerous criminal proceedings, said that Special Agent Starling's weapon, a modified Colt 45 semi-automatic pistol, was not approved for use in law enforcement in the city of Washington. It is a deadly and dangerous instrument not suitable for any law enforcement, Higgins said. It is very use constitutes reckless endangerment of human life, the noted defense attorney said. The Tattler had bought Clarice Starling's very home phone number off of one of her informants, and it rang until Starling left it off the hook and used her FBI cell phone to talk to the office. Starling did not have a great deal of pain in her ear and the swollen side of her face, as long as she did not touch the bandage. At least she didn't throb. 2 Tylenol held her. She didn't need the Percocet the doctor had prescribed. She dozed off against the headboard of the bed, the Washington Post sliding off to spread on the floor, gunpowder residue in her hands, dried tears stiff on her cheeks. So basically she's being vilified because of what happened. Even though it's been like pretty clear that this was a setup of some kind. Jack Crawford is out jogging on the training ground with the director of the FBI. The director tells him that all the departments are mad and they basically want a meat sacrifice for what happened in the raid, and that Krendler is saying that they need to get rid of Clarice. Jack doesn't want to, obviously. She was shot at first, so like the deaths were, she killed Evelda in self-defense, basically. The other officers were an accident. The media got the image of the woman that Clarice shot holding a baby, like they're not gonna let that go. Clarice has to go. Starling had succeeded in the FBI training because she had nothing to fall back on. She survived the most of her life in institutions by respecting them and playing hard and well by the rules. She had always advanced, won the scholarship, made the team. Her failure to advance in the FBI after a brilliant start was a new and awful experience for her. She battered against the glass ceiling like a bee in a bottle. She had 4 days to grieve for John Brigham, shot dead before her eyes. A long time ago, John had asked her something, and she said no. Then he asked her if it meant they could still be friends, and meant it, and she said yes, and meant it. She had to go out twice more to make John Brigham's final arrangements and attend to his funeral at Arlington National Cemetery. Brigham's relatives were few and distant, and in his written final request, he named Starling to take care of him. The extent of his facial injuries required a closed casket, but she had seen to his appearance as well as she could. She laid him out in his perfect marine dress blues with a silver star and ribbons for his other decorations. After the ceremony, Brigham's commanding officer delivered to Starling a box that contained John Brigham's personal weapons, his badges, and some items from his ever-cluttered desk, including his silly weather bird that drank from the glass. In 5 days, Starling faced a hearing that could ruin her, except for one message from Jack Crawford. Her work phone had been silent, and there was no Brigham to talk to anymore. Here was the absolute order of Mapp's house. Starling tried to think. The worm that destroys you is the temptation to agree with your critics to get their approval. A noise was intruding. Starling tried to remember the exact words in her undercover van. Had she said more than necessary? A noise was intruding. Brigham told her to brief the others on Evelda. Did she express some hostility? Say some slur? A noise was intruding. She came to herself and realized that she was hearing her doorbell next door. A reporter, probably. She was also expecting a civil subpoena. She moved Mapp's front curtain and peeked out to see the mailman returning to his truck. She opened Mapp's front door and caught him, turning her back to the press car in the street with the telephoto lens as she signed for the express mail. The envelope was mauve. A silky thread in the fine linen paper. Distracted as she was, it reminded her of something. Back inside, out of the glare, she looked at the address, a fine copperplate hand. Above the constant droning noise of the dread in Starling's mind, a warning went off. She felt the skin on her belly quiver, as though she had dripped something cold down her front. Starling took the envelope by the corners and carried it to the kitchen. From her purse, she took the ever-present white evidence-handling gloves. She pressed the envelope to the hard surface on the kitchen table and felt it carefully all over. Though the paper stock was heavy, she would have detected a lump of a watch battery ready to fire or a sheet of C4. She knew she should take it to fluoroscope. If she opened it, she might get in trouble. Trouble, right. Balls. She slit the envelope with a kitchen knife and took out a single silky sheet of paper. She knew at once before she glanced at the signature who had written to her. Dear Clarice, I have followed with enthusiasm the course of your disgrace and public shaming. My own never bothered me, except for the inconvenience of my being incarcerated, but you may lack perspective. Our discussions down in the dungeon was apparent to me that your father, the dead night watchman, figures large in your value system. I think your success of putting an end to James Gum in your career as a courtier pleased you most because you could imagine your father doing it. But now, you are a bad odor with the FBI. Have you always imagined your father ahead of you there? Have you imagined him a section chief, or better than Jack Crawford, a deputy director, watching your progress with pride? And do you see him shamed and crushed beneath your disgrace, your failure, the sorry, petty end of a promising career? Do you see yourself doing the menial tasks your mother was reduced to after the addicts busted a cap on your daddy? Will your failure reflect on them? Will people forever wrongly believe that your parents were trailer camp tornado bait white trash? Tell me truly, Agent Starling. Give it a moment before we proceed. Now I will show you a quality that you have that will help you. You are not blinded by tears. You have the onions to read on. Here's an exercise you might find useful. I want you to physically do this with me. Do you have a black iron skillet? You're a southern mountain girl. I can't imagine you would not. Put it on the kitchen table and turn on the overhead lights. Map had inherited her grandmother's skillet and used it often. It had a glassy black surface with no soap that ever touched it. Starling put it in front of her on the table. Look into the skillet, Clarice. Lean over it, looking down. If this were your mother's skillet, and it may well be, it would hold among its molecules the vibrations of all the conversations ever held in its presence.
It holds among its molecules the vibrations of all our conversations ever held in its presence.
All the exchanges, petty irritations, deadly revelations, flat announcements of disaster.
The grunts and poetry of life. Everything we've ever said. Listen. What do you hear?
A melody.
The orchestrations of carbon. You and me.
Sit down at the table, Clarice. Look into the skillet. If it is well cured, it's a black pool, isn't it? It's like looking down into a well. Your detailed reflection is not in the bottom, but you loom there, don't you? The light behind you. There you are in blackface with a corona in your hair on fire. We are elaborations of carbon, Clarice. You in the skillet and Daddy dead in the ground, cold as the skillet. It's all still there. Listen. How did they really sound and live, your struggling parents? The concrete memories, not the imagination that swells in your heart. Why was your father not a deputy sheriff, in tight with the courthouse crowd? Why did your mother clean motels to keep you, even if she failed to keep you together until you were grown? What is your most vivid memory of the kitchen? Not the hospital, the kitchen. My mother washing the blood out of my father's hat. What is your best memory of the kitchen? My father peeling oranges with an old pocket knife with the tip broken off and passing the sections to us. Your father, Clarice, was a night watchman. Your mother was a chambermaid. Was a big federal career your hope or theirs? How much would your father bend to get along with the state bureaucracy? How many buttocks would he kiss? Did you ever in your life see him toady or fawn? Have your supervisors demonstrated any values, Clarice? How about your parents? Did they demonstrate any? If so, are those values the same? Look into the honest iron and tell me, have you failed your dead family? Would they want you to suck up? What was their view on fortitude? You can be as strong as you wish to be. You are a warrior, Clarice. The enemy is dead, the baby is safe. You are a warrior. The most stable elements, Clarice, appear in the middle of the periodic table, roughly between iron and silver. I think that is appropriate for you. Hannibal Lecter. P.S. You still owe me some information, you know. Tell me if you still wake up hearing the lambs. On any Sunday, place an ad in the agony column of the international edition of the Times, the International Herald Tribune, and the China Mail. Address it to A. Aaron so it will be the first and sign it Hannah. Reading, Starling heard the words in the same voice that mocked her and pierced her, probed her life and enlightened her in the maximum security ward of the insane asylum where she had to trade the quick of her life to Hannibal Lecter in exchange for his vital knowledge of Buffalo Bill. The metallic rasp of that seldom used voice still sounded in her dreams. There was a new spider web in the corner of the kitchen ceiling. Starling stared at it while her thoughts tumbled. Glad and sorry, sorry and glad. Glad of the help, glad she saw a way to heal. Glad and sorry that Dr. Lecter's remailing service in Los Angeles must be hiring cheap help. They had used a postal meter this time. Jack Crawford would be delighted with the letter, and so would the postal authorities and the lab. POV shifts to a man named Mason Verger. He has been very badly hurt. He cannot speak because he has no lips. He is on a ventilator. He only has one eye, and it is covered by a goggle that misses it regularly because he has no eyelid. He is reading slowly through an article about Clarice that is written in the Tattler, and then he examines an x-ray of a hand, though we don't know whose hand it is, and then he pulls up the letter that Clarice was just sent, and then he demands his attendant punch up the name of a congressman named Velmore. Clarice is in the office at the FBI headquarters. A bunch of men in suits come in. Most of them she's familiar with. They're like the heads of the departments and stuff. Krendler is also there. She sits in a chair and they basically surround her. They're going to have a conversation, but she knows that this is probably going to be where she is let go from the FBI. They insist it is just a friendly meeting, and Clarice is like, well, if it's a friendly meeting, why are you wearing a wire? She can see it on him. Nobody's going to openly tell him to turn off his wire, but like, he's not supposed to have a wire. They just say that they don't want her attitude or any accusation. One of them asks if she went in there knowing that there would be a confrontation with Evelda, and she says that she wasn't informed of what was happening until she was actually in the van when John Brigham told her what was going on. She is reminded that John and Brooke are dead, so they cannot back her up on any of these conversations. Krendler goes, John brought you to deal with Evelda, even though the two of you have a history. And one of the other guys is like, oh, come on, Paul, because that's an unfair question. Clarice's history with Evelda is that she brought her in once, and Evelda didn't fight with her, because Evelda usually like scratches and spits and hisses when cops bring her in. Clarice had apparently talked to her and convinced her to stand down, and Clarice had actually hoped that that would happen again during the conflict at the fish market. She runs through the conflict, and the entire time Krendler is like just speaking up and putting words into her mouth and trying to get her to admit to things that she didn't do. And she gets to the part where she took the baby from Evelda to the fish stall to hose him off. Krendler tries to say that she was checking to see if she shot the baby, but that like definitely wasn't true. She was just trying to clean the blood off of him. The raid was an ugly mess. It put me in a position where I had the choice of dying or shooting a woman holding a child. I chose, and what I had to do burns me. I shot a female carrying an infant. The lower animal don't even do that. Mr. Sneed, you might want to check your tape counter again, right there where I admit it. I resent the hell out of being put in that position. I resent the way I feel now. She flashed on Brigham, lying face down in the road, and she went too far. Watching you all run from it makes me physically sick to my stomach. Starling, Pearsall anguished, looking at her in the face for the first time. You know, I haven't had a chance to write your 302 yet, Larkin Wainwright said. When we review... Yes, sir, Starling said. I have a copy on my way to the Office of Professional Responsibility. I have a copy with me if you don't want to wait. I have everything I did and saw there. And see, Mr. Sneed, you had all the time. Starling's vision was a little too clear, a danger sign that she recognized and consciously lowered her voice. The raid went wrong for a couple of reasons. BATF's snitch lied about the baby's location because the snitch was desperate for the raid to go down before his federal grand jury date in Illinois. And Evelda Drumgo knew we were coming. She came out with the money in one bag and meth in the other. Her beeper still showed the number for WFUL TV. She got the beep 5 minutes before we got there. The helicopter got there before us. Subpoena WFUL's phone tapes to see who leaked. It's somebody whose interests are local, gentlemen. If BATF had leaked, like they did in Waco, or the DEA had leaked, you'd have done it to national media, not the local TV. Benny Holcomb spoke for the city. There's no evidence anybody in city government or the Washington Police Department leaked anything. Subpoena and see, Starling said. Do you have Drumgo's beeper? Pearsall asked. It's under seal at the property room in Quantico. Assistant Director Noonan's own beeper went off. He frowned at the number and excused himself from the room. In a moment, he summoned Pearsall to join him outside. Wainwright, Eldridge, and Holcomb looked to the window at Fort McNair, hands in their pockets. They might have been waiting on an intensive care unit. Paul Krendler caught Sneed's eye and urged him toward Starling. Sneed put his hand on the back of Starling's chair and leaned over to her. If your testimony at a hearing is that while you were on TDY assignment from the FBI, your weapon killed Evelda Drumgo, BATF is prepared to sign off on a statement that Brigham asked you to pay special attention to Evelda in order to take her into peaceful custody. Your weapon killed her. That's where your service has to carry the can. There will be no interagency pissing contest over the rules of engagement, and we won't have to bring any inflammatory or hostile statements you've made in the van about what sort of person she was. Starling saw Evelda Drumgo for an instant. Coming out the doorway, coming out of the car, saw the carriage of her head and desperate foolishness and waste of Evelda's life. She saw her decision to take the child in front of her tormentors and not run from it. Starling leaned close to the microphone on Sneed's tie and said clearly, I am perfectly happy to acknowledge the sort of person she was, Mr. Sneed. She was better than you. Pearsall came back into the office without Noonan and closed the door. Assistant Director Noonan has gone back to his office. Gentlemen, I'm going to call a halt to this meeting and I'll get back to you individually by telephone, Pearsall said. Krendler's head came up. He was suddenly alert at the scent of politics. We've got to decide some things, Sneed began. No, we don't. But, Bob, believe me, we don't have to decide anything. I'll get back to you. And Bob? Yeah? Pearsall grabbed the wire behind Sneed's tie and pulled down hard, popping buttons off of Sneed's shirt and snatching the tape loose from his skin. You come to me with a wire again and I'll put my foot in your ass. None of them looked at Starling as they left, except Krendler. Moving towards the door, sliding his feet so he would not have to look where he was going, he used extreme articulation of his long neck to turn his face to her, as a hyena would shuffle at the fringe of a herd peering at the candidate. Mixed hungers crossed his face. It was Krendler's nature to both appreciate Starling's leg and look for the hamstring. The next chapter goes down to the basement offices where old homicide cases are being kept. Jack is down there and Clarice comes down to be like, they were throwing me under the bus until they got the call and ran off like they were scared. What did it cost you, Jack? He's like, I would have done it if I could, but I don't actually have the power to do something like that. If Senator Martin had still been in office, Clarice might have had some kind of sway because Martin likes her because she saved her daughter. Really, the person to thank is the man who sent her the letter, Hannibal. Because his case was still open, despite the fact that they had no single leads on him in the past 7 years, he spoke up now. So what Jack basically did was reassign Clarice, so now that she's working on hunting down Lecter. So Lecter basically gave them an excuse to reassign Clarice so they don't fire her. He asked why Lecter sent her that letter. He thought, What happened to me would destroy, would disillusion me about the Bureau. He enjoys seeing the destruction of faith. It's his favorite thing. It's like the church collapses he used to collect. The pile of rubble in Italy where the church collapsed on all the grandmothers at a special mass and somebody stuck a Christmas tree on top of the pile. He loved that. I amuse him and he toys with me. When I was interviewing him, he liked to point out the holes in my education. He thinks I'm pretty naive. Crawford spoke from his own age and isolation when he said, "Have you ever thought that he might like you, Starling?" I think I amuse him. Things either amuse him or they don't. If they don't, have you ever felt like he liked you? Crawford insisted on the distinction between thought and feeling like a Baptist insists on total immersion. On really short acquaintance, he told me some things about myself that were true. I think it's easy to mistake understanding for empathy. We want empathy so badly. Maybe learning to make that distinction is part of growing up. It's hard and ugly to know somebody who can understand you without even liking you. When you see understanding just used as the predator's tool, that's the worst. I have no idea how Dr. Lecter feels of me. Clarice insists that Hannibal doesn't like her, just that she's fun to play with. Did you know, Starling, that one of Dr. Lecter's early victims is still alive? Yes, the rich one. The family offered a reward. Yeah, Mason Verger. He's on a respirator in Maryland. His father died this year and left him the meatpacking fortune. Old Verger also left Mason a U.S. congressman and a member of the House Judiciary Oversight Committee who just couldn't make ends meet without him. Mason says he's got something that might help us find the doctor and he wants to speak to you. With me? You. That's what Mason wants, and suddenly everybody agrees it's a really good idea. That's what Mason wants after you suggested it to him. They were going to throw you away, Starling, clean you up like you were a rag. You would have been wasted just like John Brigham. Just to save some bureaucrats at the BATF. Fear, pressure. That's all they understand anymore. I had somebody drop a dime on Mason and tell him how much it would hurt the hunt for Lecter if you got canned. Whatever else happened, who Mason might have called before that, I don't want to know. Probably Representative Vilmore. A year ago, Crawford would not have played this way. Starling searched his face for any of the short-timer craziness that sometimes came over imminent retirees. She didn't see any, but he did look weary. Mason's not pretty, Starling, and I don't just mean his face. Find out what he's got, bring it here, and we'll work with it. I'll ask. Starling knew that for years since she ever graduated from the FBI Academy, Crawford had tried to get her assigned to behavioral science. Now that she was a veteran of the Bureau, the veteran of many lateral assignments, she could see that her early triumph in catching the serial killer James Gum was part of her undoing at the Bureau. She was a rising star that struck on the way up. In the process of catching Gum, she had made at least one powerful enemy and excited the jealousy of a number of her male contemporaries. That, and a certain cross-grainedness that had led to years of jump-out squads and reactive squads rolling on bank robberies and years of serving warrants, seeing Newark over a shotgun barrel. Finally deemed too irascible to work with groups, she was a tech agent, bugging the cars of gangsters and keeping lonesome vigils over Title III wiretaps. She was forever on loan when a sister agency needed a reliable hand in a raid. She had wiry strength and she was fast and careful with a gun. Crawford saw this chance for her. He assumed she had always wanted to chase Lecter. The truth was more complicated than that. Crawford was studying her now. You never got that gunpowder out of your cheek. Grains of burnt powder from the revolver of the late James Gum marked her cheekbone with a black spot. Never had time, Clarice said. Do you know what the French call a beauty spot? A mouche, like that? High on the cheek? Do you know what it stands for? Crawford owned a sizable library on tattoos, of body symbology and ritual mutilation. Starling shook her head. They call that one courage, Crawford said. You can wear that one. I'd keep that if I were you. So Clarice heads up to the Verger estate. The Verger family owned a massive meatpacking business, and they have for a very long time. They go under the radar with any problems that they may have just by paying off politicians because his family has so much money. Clarice pulls up in her Mustang. She likes cars. She has a Mustang, and she's greeted by a woman who is on a horse. This woman is Margot Verger, a bodybuilder and Mason's sister. Margot walks up to Clarice. Margot walks Clarice up to Mason's room, and they pass by a bunch of kids who are like playing in a playroom. Margot tells Clarice that Mason, quote unquote, likes to watch the children, but he scares them, so he does it via the cameras that he has in the room. She tells Clarice that these kids are kids from a daycare, and they're from like welfare families, basically. They enter Mason's room, and it's mostly dark, but she has to record this conversation, so she asks if she can attach a microphone to Mason's pillow, and he says yes. She approaches him in the darkness, and Mason turns the light on. Starling's face did not change. Her hand holding the clip-on microphone jerked backwards, perhaps an inch. Her first thought was separate from the feelings in her chest and stomach. It was the observation that his speech anomalies resulted from his total lack of lips. Her second thought was the recognition that he was not blind. His single blue eye was looking at her through a sort of monocle with with a tube attached that kept his eye damp as it lacked any lid. For the rest, surgeons years ago had done what they could with expanded skin grafts over bone. Mason Verger, noseless and lipless, with no soft tissue on his face, was all teeth, like a creature from the deep, deep ocean. Inured as we are to masks, the shock of seeing him is delayed. Shock comes with the recognition that this is a human face with a mind behind it. It churns you with its movement, the articulation of the jaw, the turning of the eye to see you, to see your normal face. Mason Verger's hair is handsome, and oddly the hardest thing to look at. Black flecked with gray, it is plaited in a ponytail long enough to reach the floor if it's brought over his pillow. Today his plaited hair is in a big coil on his chest above the turtle shell respirator. Human hair beneath the blue John ruin, the plate shining like lapping scales. Under the sheet, Mason Verger's long, paralyzed body tapered away to nothing on the elevated hospital bed. Before his face was the control that looked like panpipes or a harmonica in clear plastic. He curled his tongue tube-like around the pipe end and puffed with the next stroke of his respirator. His bed responded with a hum and turned him slightly to face Starling and increased the elevation of his head. So he's messed up. He's fucked up. Clarice starts to record and it gets kind of weird. She says he has immunity from everything he tells her today, and he starts telling her about this camp he went to as a kid. His father paid for it, for him and about 150 boys who all went, and how he used to take advantage of the fact that they came from poor families by offering him like chocolate bars in exchange for making these kids do whatever he wanted. Mason he's big on Jesus now. Like, he's really big on Jesus now. He gets into fits like just praising God and then how he's a follower and how he's saved, and then he just like starts choking on his own air. Clarice goes to call a nurse to help him, but he's like, "No, I'm all right," and then he continues. Clarice starts asking Mason about Hannibal. Hannibal was Mason's court-appointed therapist. Mason didn't go to testify against Hannibal because they said that they had had enough evidence on him anyway, back when Hannibal was first arrested. Clarice also notices a large moray eel swimming in a tank at the foot of Mason's bed, and he says it's called a brutal moray. He asks her if she wants to see why it's called that, and Clarice is like, no. The appointed therapy was because Mason basically got off lightly on some molestation charges, and there's like a point where he mentions how like he went to Africa and he would like basically torment people down there. Like, he did bad stuff down there, and all of it is absolved now because God forgives him. Because I don't know, I guess he decided that God forgives him. One day he invited Hannibal, his therapist, over to his house and answered in like a full leather gimp getup, and Hannibal was completely unfazed. Mason was trying to upset him basically, and then Mason showed Hannibal these two dogs that he adopted from the shelter together, friends. He was keeping them in a small cage with water but absolutely no food, just because he wanted to see what would happen with the dogs. This entire encounter with Lecter basically ends with Hannibal giving Mason a pill. He said it was like, I think he said it was like acid or something, and then it turns out like it was, but it was also filled with like a bunch of other extra stuff, and what Hannibal basically did was convince Mason to cut off his own face with a shard of glass from a broken mirror and then feed it to his dogs. That's why Mason looks the way he does now, is because he fed his face to a bunch of dogs. It's gross. It's gross. Clarice says that Mason has been looking for information on Hannibal and asks if he has anything that they don't at the FBI, and Mason says he actually does have one thing. He has this x-ray. He shows her an x-ray of a hand that they have from Rio de Janeiro, and he tells her that she should count the knuckles. There's one too many. Hannibal had an extra digit. He had an extra middle finger on his left hand, remember? And he's had it removed, and that's what this x-ray is from. That's the most that they know. Mason sends Clarice away with the x-ray because he wants her to prove that it is Hannibal's x-ray, and when she's gone, he has one of the kids from the daycare room called into his bed. He tells him some like shitty stuff, basically tells the kid that his foster family is going to give him up because they don't want him because of the color of his skin, and that he should feed his cat poison or else he'll get given up, and it's just shitty. The kid starts crying and leaves the room crying, and then Mason watches on his security camera as the nurse comes over to wipe the tears off the kid's face with some small sterile pads, and then puts the pads into a martini glass for Mason to drink later. Not only is Mason Verger a predator, but he literally drinks drinks made of kids' tears. Like, it's wild. I skipped over like a lot of what Mason says because a lot of it is really kind of vile. Like, it's not, it's gross. He's not a good guy. He's into kids in a bad way. He assaults people. He implies that he kills people. And he basically he gets away with all this because he can throw money at whatever he wants. And he's fine. And he sucks. Mason Verger sucks. There are no files on Hannibal Lecter's medical history. Clarice has been looking for them, but they went missing after the penitentiary. The Baltimore Hospital for the Criminally Insane didn't send the files over when they were transferring Lecter 7 years ago during Silence of the Lambs to the senator, and they're just lost now. The only thing Clarice can find after digging through every resource she has is a single piece of paper from when he was originally apprehended by the police. Clarice meets up with a former nurse from Baltimore, Penn, and the nurse mentions that Frederick Chilton has been missing. He simply disappeared one day when he was on vacation, and that's it. He's just gone. Apparently Chilton was this nurse's fiance. She doesn't know where any of the Lecter's files are, but she will put out a search for them, but she doesn't think she's gonna find them. I personally, while I'm reading this book, I've noticed that this book is so much more cynical of everything. The first book just oozed optimism and perseverance, and like Clarice is gonna pull through, she's strong, she's fighting, but things will work out for her. And in this one, Clarice just feels tired. She's tired of being beaten down, she's constantly being thrown under the bus, people are pushing her aside. She's just so much more cynical of everybody around her. Like, she's been fighting against the current for 7 years, and it's worn her down. She's completely disillusioned from everything. Clarice heads back to the hospital where this all started, and the caretaker of the property lets her in. The door to the director's office was open. Clarice stood in the doorway. It was here she came on her first FBI assignment when she was still a trainee, still believed in everything, still thought that you could do the job if you could cut it, and you would be accepted regardless of race, creed, color, national origin, or whether or not you were a good old boy. All of this, there remained to her one article of faith. She believed that she could cut it. The whole trip is a trip down memory lane, and she heads down to the basement where she first met Lecter. She's afraid, but she's been assured this thing is empty. It's been empty, it's been abandoned for years, and there's nothing to be nervous of. Starling should turn to the cabinets, but she was fixed on the cell. Here she had had the most remarkable encounter of her life. Here she had been startled, shocked, surprised. Here she had heard things about herself so terribly true her heart resounded like a great deep bell. She wanted to go inside, she wanted to go in, wanting it as we want to jump from balconies, as the glint of the rails tempts us when we hear the approaching train. The cell was empty of its former occupant as a snake sheds skin. Starling thought then that she came to understanding something. Death and danger do not have to come with trappings. They can come to you in the sweet breath of your beloved, or on a sunny afternoon in a fish market with Macarena playing on a boombox. Clarice turns to the file cabinets at the end of the hallway, and she finds what she's looking for immediately, but she opens it up and she finds that Hannibal Lecter's folder is actually filled with Miggs' medical information, so she goes to check the file. Miggs was the guy who was in the cell beside Hannibal at the beginning who threw the you-know-what into her eyes. She can't find Miggs' folder, but she does get approached by a man who is wielding a piece of broken plate. The man turns out to be Sammy, who was the man who was moved into the cell beside Lecter after Miggs killed himself. It turns out that he's just been living down here in the hospital basement basically this entire time. Clarice leaves them $20 to buy food because he's there with another homeless woman. They're just like living out of this basement, and then she takes the file folder with Miggs' info and Miggs' empty folder and just leaves. That's it. Clarice trails Barney home from the hospital. So Barney was Lecter's former orderly at Baltimore Penn, and now he's working at a hospital, and he was always nice to Lecter. Lecter liked him, and Clarice likes him too. Like, he's just a decent guy. Clarice stops him while she's trailing him. She like finally approaches him and is like, hey, let's go get a coffee, I have some questions. So they head down to a little coffee shop together. Barney, after you turned over Dr. Lecter to the Tennessee people, they weren't civil to him. They're all dead now. Yes, his keepers managed to stay alive for 3 days. You lasted 8 years keeping Dr. Lecter. It was 6 years. He was there before I came. How did you do it, Barney? If you don't mind my asking, how'd you manage to last with him? It wasn't just being civil. Barney looked at his reflection in his spoon, first convex and then concave, and thought for a moment. Dr. Lecter had perfect manners, not stiff, but easy and elegant. I was working on some correspondence courses and he shared his mind with me. That didn't mean he wouldn't kill me any second he got the chance. One quality in a person doesn't rule out any other quality. They can exist side by side, good and terrible. Socrates said it a lot better. In maximum lockdown, you can't afford to forget that, ever. If you keep it in mind, you're all right. Dr. Lecter may have been sorry he showed me Socrates. To Barney, lacking disadvantage of formal schooling, Socrates was a fresh experience with the quality of an encounter. Security was separate from conversation, the whole other thing, he said. Security was never personal, even when I had to shut off his mail or put him in restraints. Did you talk with Dr. Lecter a lot? Sometimes he went months without saying anything. Sometimes we'd talk late at night when the crying died down. In fact, I was taking these courses by mail and knew diddly. He showed me the whole world, literally, of stuff. Suetonus, gibbon, and all that. Barney picked up the cup. He had a streak of orange betadine on a fresh scratch across the back of his hand. Did you ever think when he escaped that he might come after you? Barney shook his head. He told me once that whenever it was feasible, he preferred to eat the rude. Free-range rude, he called them. Barney laughed, a rare sight. He has little baby teeth and his amusement seems a touch maniacal, like a baby's glee when he blows his pabulum in Goo Uncle's face. Starling wondered if he had stayed underground with the loonies too long. What about you? Did you ever feel creepy after he got away? Did you think he might come after you? Barney asked. No. Why? He said he wouldn't. That answer seemed oddly satisfactory to them both. It turns out that Barney took all the files on Lecter and his books and stuff out of the cell once everything closed up, and he's been selling them off piece by piece on like the black market for years to make some extra cash. Clarice says he can either hand it over so she can look through it and then say that Lecter gave it to him so that he can get most of it back, or she can put out a bulletin on all of Lecter's autographs and seize anything that Barney tries to sell in the future. Like, he's got two options here. He can help her, or she can like stop his ability to send their stuff. And then he says he'll get it for her. He says he'll get her the file. And they walk back to his place together. You know, Dr. Lecter talked about you a little once. Maybe the last time I talked to him? One of the last times. That bird reminds me. You want to know what he said? Because they walked past a dead bird on the ground. Sure, Starling said. Her breakfast crawled a little and she was determined not to flinch.
He was talking about inherited hardwired behavior. He was using genetics in the roller pigeons as an example. They fly way up in the air, roll over backwards in the display, falling toward the ground.
There are shallow rollers and there are deep rollers. You can't breed two deep rollers, or they're young. Their offspring will roll all the way down, hit and die. Agent Starling is a deep roller, Barney. Let us hope one of her parents was not.
Barney tells her to come up to his place so he can give her the files. Thanks to the consideration of one madman and the obsession of another, Starling now had for the moment what she'd always wanted, an office on the storied subterranean corridor of behavioral science. It was bitter to get the office this way. Starling never expected to go straight to the elite behavioral science section when she graduated from the FBI Academy, but she had believed that she could earn a place there. She knew she would spend several years in the field offices first. Starling was good at the job, but not good at office politics, and it took her years to see that she would never go to behavioral science despite the wishes of its chief, Jack Crawford. A major reason was invisible to her until, like an astronomer locating a black hole, she found Deputy Assistant Inspector General Paul Krendler by his influence on the bodies around him. He had never forgiven her for finding the serial killer James Gum ahead of him, and he could not bear the press attention it had brought her. Once Krendler had called her home on a rainy winter night, and she had answered the phone in a robe and bunny slippers with her hair up in a towel. She would always remember this date exactly because it was the first week of Desert Storm. Starling was a tech agent then, and she had just returned from New York, where she had replaced the radio in the Iraqi UN mission limousine. The new radio was just like the old one, except its broadcast conversations in the car to a Defense Department satellite overhead. It had been a dicey maneuver in a private garage, and she was still edgy. For a wild second, she thought Krendler had called to say she'd done a good job. She remembered the rain against the windows and Krendler's voice on his phone, speech a little slurred, bar noises in the background. He'd asked her out. He said he could come by in half an hour. He was married. I think not, Mr. Krendler, she said, and pushed the record button on her answering machine, it making the requisite legal beep, and the line went dead. So Jack comes into the office and he tells Clarice that the x-ray that she got from Barney was a match to the x-ray that they got from Mason. And she calls Mason to tell him the news, but he doesn't answer the phone. To Mason, it's already old news. He has contacts that are definitely higher in the department than Clarice, and that also includes Krendler. There's a brief point of view chapter from Mason, but it's only like 2 pages long. It basically just says that he's determined to follow his lead in Brazil, and he doesn't plan to share any of his plans with the FBI. He has ultimately made a goal of having Lecter eaten alive by pigs. The next chapter is, again, Mason's point of view, explaining his history. To summarize, basically, his family runs pig slaughter farms. They're super unethical, and Mason runs it from his bed, where he lives now. He has a farm in Europe in which he spent the last 7 years breeding the biggest, most aggressive, and violent pigs he can find, because that's his ultimate goal. He's been doing this for 7 years because he decided he wants to feed Lecter to the pigs. There is a phone call from Mason to one of his contacts telling them to get the camera set up and be ready to head to the filming location on 2 hours' notice as soon as he's ready. And then we switch to part 2. So this book is actually broken up into multiple parts. I think there's 5 or 6 parts total. Part 2 is Florence. Part 2 starts with Rinaldo Pazzi, chief investigator of the Castera. He looks up to the window where one of his ancestors, Francesco de Pazzi, was thrown out in 1478 and killed for a murder that he did for Giuliano de' Medici. There's going to be a lot of Italian in this section. I'm going to try my best, but I apologize. Rinaldo Pazzi, a Pazzi of the Pazzis, hating the government as much as his ancestor ever did, disgraced and out of fortune, listening for a whisper of the axe to come to this place to decide how best to use a singular piece of luck. Chief Investigator Pazzi believed that he had found Hannibal Lecter living in Florence. He had a chance to regain his reputation and enjoy the honors of his trade by capturing the fiend. Pazzi also had a chance to sell Hannibal Lecter to Mason Verger for more money than he could imagine. If the suspect was indeed Lecter, of course, Pazzi would be selling his own ragged honor as well. Pazzi did not head the Castera investigation division for nothing. He was gifted and in his time had been driven by a wolfish hunger to succeed in his profession. He also carried the scars of a man who, in the haste and heat of his ambition, once seized his gift by the blade. He chose this place to cast his lot because he once experienced a moment of epiphany here that made him famous and then ruined him. The Italian sense of irony was strong in Pazzi. How fitting that his fateful revelation came beneath this window, where the furious spirit of his forebear might still spin against the wall. In the same place, he could forever change the Pazzi luck. It was a hunt for another serial killer, Il Monstro, that made Pazzi famous, and then let the crows peck at his heart. That experience made possible his new discovery, but ending of the Il Monstro case was bitter ashes in Pazzi's mouth, and inclined him now towards a dangerous game outside the law. And it basically explains that Il Monstro was a serial killer who targeted couples in the late 80s and early 90s, so it was actually pretty recently. Ronaldo was basically super obsessed with this case, and he spanned years just digging and hounding down this case, to the point where the media was mocking him for his obsession. One day, he's actually walking around and he sees a famous painting of the Primavera, and he realizes that the serial killer is mimicking the painting. He makes the connection from this painting to somebody named Girolamo Tocca and immediately places him into custody. I think it's because he's seen a copy of the painting in this guy's house. Like the evidence was like really, really thin, so he made a bit of a leap. The man gets convicted on basically nothing more than his character, and Ronaldo is celebrated for catching the guy, basically. The papers are like all over him. They ask his wife fashion advice. Like, they become celebrities. They get invited to like lunches by super powerful men, and then 2 years later, the courts review the case, and the whole ruling is overturned. Ronaldo is accused of planting any of the evidence that was found, one single bullet shell that they used to convict him. It starts talking about Dr. Fell. Ronaldo Pazzi is heading to the museum to talk to Dr. Fell, because he is trying to investigate why the old curator, the previous curator, has gone missing, and he thinks that, like, the curator must have run off with a woman or something. And Dr. Fell, in the meantime, is the man who was appointed after the guy went missing. He's in the running to take over completely. They have, like, two basically prime nominees. One is Dr. Fell, and the other one is, I think, a nephew of one of the other museum guys, basically. Pazzi watches the meeting that's happening where the new curator is selected, and Dr. Fell is described as a man who is not Italian. He is small and sleek and wears glasses. Fell is basically offered the curator position on the condition that he can give a proper talk and impress the scholars that come to meet later. And they agree. He agrees. So he has to do like a little teaching moment for the scholars later on another day. Pazzi starts asking Dr. Fell questions about his predecessor and asks if he can have any of the personal effects that were left behind, and Fell's like, yeah, just call before you come and then I can let you in. Pazzi thinks that that's suspicious. He thinks, like, it's weird that Dr. Fell wants to be told before the police show up at his house, like maybe he has something to hide, I don't know. It's a very loose guess. Pazzi notes that Dr. Fell has a scar on the back of his left hand, and Dr. Fell says that it's from carpal tunnel syndrome. Pazzi is like, well, you didn't list any scars or injuries on your immigration forms. Dr. Fell is like, well, I didn't put this on my immigration papers because that's meant for disability and I'm not disabled. This is just a surgery scar. Dr. Fell turns to leave, and then he pauses and turns to Ronaldo and he's like, are you a Pazzi of the Pazzis? Like, they're a very famous family in Italy. And Pazzi's like, yes, I am. Pazzi runs into Dr. Fell at a museum exhibition a couple days later called Atrocious Torture Instruments, which is like, it shows off exactly what it says in the name, like all these medieval torture things. Pazzi is there to put up posters warning patrons of Il Monstro, who is still on the loose, basically. He doesn't actually catch up to Dr. Fell. He, like, notices him, and then the doctor slips away. Pazzi thinks back about a poster that he got from Mason Verger saying to look out for Hannibal Lecter, who would have a scar on his left hand because he had an extra digit removed. He remembers seeing the picture of the art that Lecter did in his cell because he did a brief stint with Quantico. When he caught Il Monstro the first time, he met with, like, the American FBI, and he remembers seeing a picture of the art Lecter drew when he was in his cell, and it had included a drawing of Florence. He puts two and two together, and then he basically comes to the conclusion that Dr. Fell is Hannibal Lecter. Okay, so chapter chapter 21 is actually written in this style. I didn't get this in Silence of the Lambs. This is kind of new for this book in particular, but there's a couple points where these pages are written in the style of like the narrator is in the moment and talking to you directly. It's like 6 pages long, and I'm just going to read this to you, so buckle in. The Christian martyr San Miniato picked up a severed head from the sand of the Roman amphitheater in Florence and carried it beneath the arm to the mountainside across the river where he lies in splendid church, tradition says. Certainly, San Miniato's body, erect or not, passed en route along the ancient street where we now stand, the Via de' Bardi. The evening gathers now, and the street is empty. The fan pattern of the cobbles shining in a winter drizzle not cold enough to kill the smell of cats. We are among the palaces built 600 years ago by the merchant princes, the kingmakers and connivers of Renaissance Florence. Within bowshot across the Arno River are the cruel spikes of the Signora, where the monk Savonarola was hanged and burned, and that great meat house of hanging Christ, the Uffizi Museum. These family palaces pressed together in an ancient street, frozen in modern Italian bureaucracy, are prison architecture on the outside. But they contain great and graceful spaces, high silent halls no one ever sees, draped with rotting, rain-streaked silk, where lesser works of the great Renaissance masters hang in the dark for years, and are illuminated by the light after the draperies collapse. Here beside you is the Palazzo of the Capponi, a family distinguished for thousands of years, who tore up a French king's ultimatum in his face and then produced a pope. The windows of the Palazzo Capponi are now dark behind their iron grates. The torch rings are empty. In the pane of the crazed old glass is a bullet hole from the 1940s. Go closer. Rest your head against the cold iron as the policeman did, and listen. Faintly, you can hear a clavier. Bach's Goldberg variations played, not perfectly, but exceedingly well. There is perhaps a slight stiffness in the left hand. If you believe you are beyond harm, will you go inside? Will you enter this palace so prominent in blood and glory and follow your face through the web-span dark, towards the exquisite chiming of the clavier? The alarms cannot see us. The wet policeman lurking in the doorway cannot see us. Come. Inside the foyer, the darkness is almost absolute. A long stone staircase, the stair rail cold beneath our sliding hand. The steps scooped by hundreds of years of footfalls, uneven beneath our feet as we climb towards the music. The tall double doors in the main salon would squeak and howl if we had to open them. For you, they are open. The music comes only from the far, far corner, and from the corner comes only a light of many candles pouring reddish through the small door of the chapel off the corner of the room. Cross to the music. We are dimly aware of passing large groups of draped furniture, vague shapes not quite still in the candlelight, like the sleeping herd. Above us is the height of the room disappearing into darkness. The light glows readily on an ornate clavier, and the man known to Renaissance scholars as Dr. Fell, the doctor elegant, straight-backed as he leaned in the music, the light reflecting off his hair and the back of his quilted silk dressing gown with a sheen like pelt. The raised cover of the clavier is decorated with an intricate scene of banquetry. The little figures seem to swarm in the candlelight above the strings. He plays with eyes closed. He has no need of the sheet music. Before him, on the lyre-shaped music rack of the clavier, is a copy of the American trash tabloid The National Tatler. It is folded to show only the face on the front page. The face of Clarice Starling. Our musician smiles, ends the piece, repeats the saraband once for his own pleasure, and then the last quill-plucked string vibrates into silence in the great room. He opens his eyes, each pupil centered with a red pinpoint of light. He tilts his head to the side and looks to the paper before him. He rises without sound and carries the American tabloid into the tiny ornate chapel, built before the discovery of America. As he holds it up to the light of the candles and folds it, a religious icon above the altar seems to read the tabloid over his shoulder, as they would in a grocery line. The type is 72-point railroad Gothic. It says, "Death Angel Clarice Starling, the FBI's killing machine." Faces painted in agony and beatitude around the altar fade as he snuffs out the candles. Crossing the great hall, he has no need of light. A puff of air as Dr. Hannibal Lecter passes us. The great door creaks, closes with a thud, and we feel it in the floor. Silence. Footsteps entering another room. In the resonances of this place, the walls feel closer, the ceiling still high, the sharp sounds echo late from above, and the still air holds the smell of vellum and parchment, and extinguished candle wicks. The rustle of paper in the dark, the squeak and scrape of a chair. Dr. Lecter sits in a great armchair in the fabled Capponi library. His eyes reflect light redly, but they do not glow red in the dark, as some of his keepers have sworn they do. The darkness is complete. He is considering. It is true that Dr. Lecter created the vacancy at the Palazzo Capponi by removing the former curator. A simple process requiring few seconds' work on the old man and a modest outlay for 2 bags of cement. But once the way was clear, he won the job fairly, demonstrating to the Belle Arti Commission an extraordinary linguistic capability, sight translating medieval Latin and Italian from the densest Gothic black letter manuscripts. He has found a piece here that he would preserve. He has killed hardly anybody except his predecessor during his residence in Florence. His appointment as translator and curator of the Capponi Library is a considerable prize to him for several reasons. The spaces, the height of the palace rooms are important to Dr. Lecter after his years of cramped confinement. More important, he feels a resonance within the palace. It is the only private building he has ever seen that approaches in dimension and detail the memory palace he has maintained since his youth. In the library, this unique collection of manuscripts and correspondence go back to early 13th century. He can indulge in a certain curiosity about himself. Dr. Lecter believed, from fragmentary family records, that he was descended from a certain Giuliano Bevisangue, fearsome 12th century figure in Tuscany, and from the Machiavelli as well as the Visconti. This was the ideal place for research. While he had a certain abstract curiosity about the matter, it was not ego-related. Dr. Lecter does not require conventional reinforcement. His ego, like his intelligence quota, and the degree of rationality is not measurable by conventional means. In fact, there is no consensus in the psychiatric community that Dr. Lecter should be termed a man. He has long been regarded by his professional peers in psychiatry, many of whom fear his acid pen in the professional journals, as something entirely other. For convenience, they term him Monster. The monster sits in the Black Library, his mind painting colors on the dark and a medieval air running in his head. He is considering the policeman. The click of a switch in a low lamp comes on. We can see Dr. Lecter seated behind a 16th century refectory table in the Capponi Library. Behind him is a wall of pigeonholed manuscripts and a great canvas-covered ledgers going back 800 years. A 14th century correspondence with a minister of the Republic of Venice is stacked before him, weighted with a small casting Michelangelo did as a study for his horned Moses. And in front of the inkstand, a laptop computer with online research capability through the University of Milan. Bright red and blue among the dun and yellow piles of parchment and vellum is a copy of the National Tatler, and beside it, the Florence edition of the Nazione. Dr. Lecter selects the Italian newspaper and reads its latest attack on our Rinaldo Pazzi, prompted by an FBI disclaimer in the case of Il Monstro. Our profile never matched Tocca, an FBI spokesperson said. La Nazione cited Pazzi's background and training in America at the famous Quantico Academy and said he should have known better. The case of Il Monstro does not interest Dr. Lecter at all, but Pazzi's background did. How unfortunate that he should encounter a policeman trained at Quantico, where Hannibal Lecter was a textbook case. When Dr. Lecter looked into Rinaldo Pazzi's face at the Palazzo Vecchio and stood close enough to smell him, he knew for certain that Pazzi suspected nothing, even though he'd asked about the scar on Dr. Lecter's hand. Pazzi did not even have any serious interest in him regarding the curator's disappearance. The policeman saw him at an exposition of torture instruments. Better to have encountered him at an orchid show. Dr. Lecter was well aware of all the elements of epiphany now present in the policeman's head, bouncing at random with a million other things he knew. Should Rinaldo Pazzi join the late curator of the Palazzo Vecchio down in the damp? Should Pazzi's body be found after an apparent suicide? La Nazione would be pleased to have hounded him to death. Not now, the monster reflected, and turned to the great rolls of vellum and parchment manuscripts. Dr. Lecter does not worry. He is delighted in the writing style of Neri Capponi, banker and emissary to Venice in the 15th century, and reads his letters aloud from time to time for his own pleasure late into the night. Cut to Pazzi in the office, and he's basically poring over all of the evidence that he has and Lecter's mugshot. And he notes that the face is different in the cheekbones and the chin, but that Lecter has probably had collagen injections. He checks his ears, and he finds that the ears on both people are very similar. He's looking over the information about the x-rays, and he remembers the scar on Dr. Lecter's hand. Pazzi calls Mason's reward number and basically asks by beating around the bush if there is a bounty on Lecter's head. Obviously, you can't talk about that out loud. He's a policeman and they're on a phone. Anybody could be recording. Mason is like, here's the number for my Swiss attorney. You should call him to verify the legality of what you're asking. And then he calls this attorney in Switzerland, and this attorney tells Pazzi that there is in fact $1 million bounty on Lecter's head and hands. And he gets $3 million if he gives Lecter to Mason alive. He gets a $100,000 advance if he can provide a fingerprint to Mason on an object before doing anything. Pazzi basically goes on a walk to think about what he wants to do, but he's already made up his mind. There's no going back on this. He already knows what he wants to do. We assign a moment to decision, to dignify the process as a timely result of rational and conscious thought. But decisions are made of needed feelings. They are more often a lump than a sum. Pazzi goes to the jail and he meets with a known pickpocket. He tells her he has a job for her. She has to pickpocket somebody, but he wants her to do it poorly. He will take her out of the prison and he will get her to do this job for him. If she says no, basically she's just gonna have her prison time extended. So he's extorting this lady to pickpocket. Basically they trail after Dr. Fell to a market and she waits in the doorway for him to pass. Pazzi gave her a bracelet to wear, and it's been polished silver. And basically the plan is to fuck up, pick his pocket, and then he'll grab her wrist and put his fingerprint on the bracelet when he grabs her. But while she's waiting for Lecter to pass, he actually turns and goes another way. So they have to reposition and follow after him. He heads into a chapel where he's doing like rubbings on the stone, and she goes in there and bumps into him as he's leaving. She looks up into his eyes and then like lets him go, and she's shaken to the core. When Patsy comes to see her, is like, "Did you do it?" And she just says like, "I've seen the devil," and washes her hands in holy water. Like she didn't get the print and she's too scared to keep going. So they have to try something else. Patsy doesn't want Hannibal to see the woman a second time because they've already bumped into her once now. He's gonna know something is up. So he gets her male friend to do it instead, basically coercing her to do this. "You need to help me or you're gonna have more jail time. Your kid's gonna get taken away and you will be stuck in jail for years if you don't help me." So she doesn't have a choice. She agrees to get her friend to go along with helping getting Lecter's prints. The woman and her family and friends are Romanian people in Italy. Their depiction in this book is not a good one. Obviously, they're pickpockets. They also are frequently referred to using a term that is not acceptable anymore. So I'm not going to linger on it too long, but it is worth noting that there is, I would say, some racism in this book. It is what it is. The next chapter is them outside of the torture exhibit. Dr. Fell's gone back inside, and Patsy is waiting around outside for him. When Dr. Fell does eventually leave, the man who is attempting to do the botched pickpocket lets himself get caught by Dr. Fell, and then Dr. Fell just walks away after. Patsy comes up to the man, and the guy's like, "Yeah, I got it. He grabbed me. He tried to kick me in the nuts, though, but he missed." And then he collapses. It turns out it wasn't a kick to the nuts. Lecter actually stabbed him in the artery in his leg, and he's bleeding out. Patsy only cares about getting the bracelet off of him, and then rolls him onto his side and lets him die, facing away from the street where nobody notices. He just looks like a homeless guy who fell asleep down there. That's really all that he does. He just lets him die down there. But now he's got his bracelet. I am skipping through large chunks of this whole section because I'm going to be honest, it's not as interesting as the rest of the book because Clarice is nowhere to be seen. This is a long chunk of the book and she's just gone. This is just Hannibal Lecter's adventures in Italy. Patsy has given the woman and her baby fake passports and paid for a boat ride for them to go to Australia so they can flee the country. He's getting them out of here. He gives them basically $1,000 and then sends them off on a ship ride that's going to take them AWOL for like a month, basically. He tells them that the man who was helping him, the one who he knows died, they don't know he died. He says that the man who is helping them will come after, and he will leave a message for her in Sydney when they dock, and then sends them on the way. The next chapter is for Mason. It is 2 pages long. Basically, he gets the bracelet, he does it for prints. His guy who's doing the work for him checks the prints and confirms it's Lecter. The next chapter is Patsy flying to Milan for a day to claim his $100,000 and to talk to Mason on the phone. Mason says he'll get the rest of the money when they have Lecter in hand, and Patsy tells him where to find him. The money is moved to an account to be released to him when they have Lecter, and Patsy signs all the paperwork, then flies back to Florence. The first thing Patsy does when he gets back to Florence is to take his wife out to the orchestra. They sound 100% better with the new viola player. She breathed into Patsy's ear, she being his wife. This excellent viola da gamba player had been brought in to replace an infuriatingly inept one, a cousin of Sogliato's who had gone oddly missing some week before. And then Patsy sees Lecter in one of the boxes, and at intermission he looks up and finds that Lecter is literally standing in their booth looking at his wife. Lecter is all charms, and he introduces himself to Patsy's wife, and Patsy's wife is like kind of into him though. She's like really interested, and Patsy is kind of bitter butts about it. And Hannibal Lecter hands her this musical score that's like 500 years old and tells her that since she's such a fine music lover, she can go through it and follow along since she obviously likes the show. And then Lecter tells Patsy that he can just bring it back to him at a later date, and they part ways for the rest of the night. Patsy meets one of Mason's men and they make plans to take Lecter out. Patsy says he has a meeting with Lecter on Friday and that he's going to be walking with him through a certain location. Basically, they set their plans up so that he will be captured on Friday night when Lecter is walking to a meeting and back with Patsy. Friday morning, a small room in the attic of the Palazzo Caponi. 3 of the whitewashed walls are bare, and on the 4th hangs a large 13th century Madonna of the Cimabue school. Enormous in the little room, her head bent in the signature angle like that of a curious bird, her almond eyes regarding a small figure asleep on the painting. Dr. Lecter, a veteran of prison and asylum cots, lies still on this narrow bed, his hands on his chest. His eyes open and he is suddenly completely awake. His dream of his sister Misha, long dead and digested, running seamlessly into this present waking. Danger then, danger now. Knowing he is in danger danger did not disturb his sleep any more than killing the pickpocket did. Dressed for his day now, lean and perfectly groomed in his dark silk suit, he turns off the motion sensors at the top of the servants' stairs and comes down to the great spaces of the palazzo. Now he is free to move through the vast silence of the palace's many rooms, always a heady freedom to him after so many years of confinement in a basement cell, just as the frescoed walls of the Santa Croce or the Palazzo Vecchio are suffused with mind, so the air of the Capone library thrums with presents for Dr. Lecter as he works at the great wall of pigeon-holed manuscripts. He selects rolled parchments, blows dust away, the motes of dust swarming in a ray of sun as though the dead who are now dust vie to tell him their fate and his. He works efficiently, but without undue haste, putting a few things in his own portfolio. Gathering books and illustrations for his lecture tonight at the Studiolo. There are many things he would like to read. Dr. Lecter opens his laptop computer and, dialing through the University of Milan's criminology department, checks the FBI's homepage on the World Wide Web at www.fbi.gov, as any private citizen can do. The Judiciary Subcommittee hearing on Clarice Starling's abortive drug raid has not been scheduled, he learns. He does not have the access codes he would need to look into his own case file at the FBI. On the most wanted page, his own former countenance looks at him, flanked by a bomber and an arsonist. Lecter takes up the bright tabloid from a pile of parchment and looks at the picture of Clarice Starling on the cover. He touches her face with his finger. The bright blade appears in his hand as though he had sprouted it to replace a sixth finger. The knife is called a harpy, and it is a serrated blade shaped like a talon. It slices easily through the National Tatler as it sliced through the Romani's femoral artery. The blade was in him and gone so quickly Dr. Lecter didn't even need to wipe it. Dr. Lecter cuts out the image of Clarice Starling's face and glues it on the back of a piece of parchment. He picks up a pen and with a fluid ease draws on the parchment the body of a winged lioness, a griffin with Starling's face. Beneath it, he writes in his distinctive copperplate, "Do you ever think, Clarice, why the Philistines don't understand you? It's because you're the answer to Samson's riddle. You are the honey in the lion." The next few paragraphs go over basically Mason's main man, Carlo, being irritated about having to work with a cop, but they all set their plans into motion. Dr. Hannibal Lecter came in early from the noisome street to the Farmacia di Santa Maria Novella, one of the best-smelling places on earth. He stood for some minutes with his head back and his eyes closed, taking in the aromas of the great soaps and lotions and creams, and of the ingredients in the workroom. The porter was accustomed to him, and the clerks, normally given to a certain amount of hauteur, had great respect for him. The purchases of the courteous Dr. Fell over his months in Florence would not have totaled more than 100,000 lire, but the fragrances and essences were chosen and combined with a sensibility startling and gratifying to these scent merchants who live by the nose. It was to preserve this pleasure that Dr. Lecter had not altered his own nose with any rhinoplasty other than external collagen injections. For him, the air was painted with scents as distinct and vivid as colors, and he could layer and feather them as though painting wet on wet. Here there was nothing of jail. Here the air was music. Here were the tears of frankincense awaiting extraction, yellow bergamot, sandalwood, cinnamon, and mimosa in concert, over the sustaining ground notes of genuine ambergris, civet, castor from the beaver, and essence of the musk deer. Dr. Lecter sometimes entertained the illusion that he could smell with his hands, arms, and cheeks, that odor suffused him, that he could smell with his face and his heart. For the good anatomic reasons, scent fosters memory more readily than any other sense. Here, Dr. Lecter had fragments and flashes of memory as he stood beneath the soft light of the Farmicia's great Art Deco lamps, breathing. Here there was nothing from jail, except what was that? Clarice Starling. Why, not the L'Art du Temps caught when she opened her handbag close to the bars in the cage of his asylum. That was not it. Such perfumes are not sold here in the Farmicia, nor was it her skin lotion. Samponi di Mandorle, Farmicia's famous almond soap. Where had he smelled it? Memphis, when she stood outside his cell, when he briefly touched her finger shortly before his escape. Starling, then, clean and rich in textures, cotton, sun-dried, and ironed. Clarice Starling, then, engaging and toothsome, tedious in her earnestness and absurd in her principles, quick in her mother's wit. On the other hand, bad memories for Dr. Lecter were associated with unpleasant odors, and here in the Farmicia he was perhaps as far as he ever got from the rank black oubliettes beneath his memory palace. Contrary to his usual practice, Dr. Lecter bought quite a few of soaps, lotions, bath oils on this Grey Friday. A few he took with him, and he had the Farmicia ship the rest, making out the shipping labels himself in his distinct copperplate hand. Would the doctor like to include a note, the clerk asked. Why not, Dr. Lecter replied, and slipped the folded drawing of the griffin into the box. Patsy writes a letter to his wife, including a sonnet that he wrote when they first started dating that he was too nervous to send back then. And then he also includes the code that she will need to get the money from Mason's account that has been transferred. It's in escrow waiting for him, basically. If something were to happen to him, she can use that number to get the money out of the account, like the $3 million or whatever. He hides the letter somewhere that she will find it if something should happen to him and he dies, like somewhere that she'll find it as she's cleaning up his things, basically. And then he heads out because it is time to catch Dr. Lecter. He is in the meeting with Dr. Lecter, where he's addressing all the scholars, like to basically solidify his position as the curator. Dr. Lecter basically gives like a big lecture on Dante's Inferno and Judas Iscariot. It's long and there's a lot of Italian words and I am already struggling, so I'm not going to get into it for the sake of time, but basically there's like a segment where he talks about guys who were hung and had their insides come outside via hanging and cutting. It's a whole thing. And Patsy's there watching, and Lecter actually references Patsy's older ancestor who was killed in this way. They brought it up when they first started writing about Italy. And he mentions that this was because of avarice and betrayal is what led down this path. There have been regular references throughout the whole book to Patsy's ancestor who was killed this way a long time ago. It's a core part of his story and his motivation. So... This is not new. I've just been skipping a lot of it. Like I said, the Italy chapters are not as interesting to me because a lot of it gets very confusing with all the words and names and stuff. I'm here for Clarice. When the lecture is up, it's just Patsy and Lecter left in the room. And as the scholars file out, they kind of have like a moment where it's just the two of them hanging out with each other. And Lecter goes, I should have shown them this one. I can't imagine how I missed it. Dr. Lecter projected another drawing, a man naked hanging between the battlements of the palace. This one will interest you, commendatore Pazzi. Let me see if I can improve the focus. Dr. Lecter fiddled with the machine and then he approached the image on the wall, his silhouette black on the cloth, the same size as the hanged man. Can you make this out? I won't enlarge it anymore. Here's where the archbishop bit him, and beneath him is written his name. Pazzi did not get close to Dr. Lecter, but as he approached the wall, he smelled a chemical and thought for an instant it was something that the restorers used. Can you make out the characters? It says Pazzi, along with a rude poem. This is your ancestor, Francesco, hanging outside the Palazzo Vecchio beneath these windows, Lecter said. He held Pazzi's eyes across the beam of light between them. On a related subject, Signore Pazzi, I must confess to you I'm giving serious thought to eating your wife. Dr. Lecter flipped the big drop cloth down over Pazzi flailing the canvas, trying to uncover his head and his heart hammered in his chest. Dr. Lecter behind him fast, seizing him around the neck with terrible strength and clapping an ether-soaked sponge over the canvas covering Pazzi's face. Rinaldo Pazzi, strong and thrashing, feet and arms tangled in the canvas, feet tangled in the cloth, he was able to get his hand on his pistol as they fell to the floor together, tried to point the Beretta beneath him under the smothering canvas, pulled the trigger, and shot himself through the thigh as he sank into a spinning black. The little .380 going off beneath the canvas did not make much more noise than the banging and grinding on the floors below. No one came up the staircase. Dr. Lecter swung the great doors to the salon of lilies and closed and bolted them. A certain amount of nausea and gagging as Pazzi came back to consciousness, the taste of ether in his throat and a heaviness in his chest. He found that he was still in the salon of lilies and discovered that he could not move. Rinaldo Pazzi was bound upright with the drop cloth canvas and rope, still stiff as a grandfather clock, strapped to the tall hand truck of the workers that had used to move the podium. He found that he was still in the salon of lilies and discovered that he could not move. Rinaldo Pazzi was bound upright with the drop cloth canvas and rope, stiff as a grandfather clock, strapped to the tall hand truck the workers had used to move the podium. His mouth was taped. A pressure bandage stopped the bleeding of the gunshot wound in his thigh. Watching him, leaning against the pulpit, Dr. Lecter was reminded of himself, similarly bound when they moved him around the asylum on a hand truck. Can you hear me, Signore Pazzi? Take some deep breaths while you can and clear your head. Dr. Lecter's hands were busy as he talked. He had rolled a big power polisher into the room and he was working its thick orange power cord, tying a hangman's noose in the plug end of the cord. The rubber-covered cord squeaked as he made his 13 traditional raps. He completed the hangman's noose with a tug and put it down on the pulpit. The plug protruded from the coils to the noose end. Dr. Lecter is basically like, tell me what I want to know, or else I'll eat your wife's kidneys. And Pazzi immediately spills the beans. He tells him everything already, immediately. Lecter asks if what they basically have set up is that Pazzi will blink twice for yes, once for no. And Lecter asks if the police know he's here. Pazzi blinks no. Did Pazzi come into contact with Mason Berger? He blinks yes. Are the men waiting outside? Yes. Lecter wants the code so he can access a VICAP computer at Quantico. and then he takes the tape off of Potsy's mouth, and Potsy tells him he doesn't know it. And Lecter asks if he wants to be hung, basically. Bowels in or bowels out, like his ancestor. Potsy then tells him that, oh, he's got the code. It's in his notebook. He has the code. Don't do that. Potsy is immediately begging for his life. He will give Dr. Lecter anything he wants. He can't go home because Mason's men are there waiting for him at his at Lecter's home, basically. Potsy says he'll get his wife to bring the car and all of his money, and he can run away that way. Potsy just wants to live. That's all he wants. Meanwhile, Dr. Lecter is pushing this little handcart towards the balcony. The cable is put around Potsy's neck. He is stabbed and then pushed out the window. Carlo and the other men see this, and they basically run in to go get Dr. Lecter, but they all split up to try to find him. Carlo finds one of the men, his brother, basically all sliced up, and Lecter's gone. His brother, it perishes in his arms. They basically lose him. And Carlo is on the plane back, talking to Mason, telling him they lost Lecter. Mason tells him to get the pigs their shots and to bring the pigs to America. Dr. Lecter is in a small church in Florence. He is alone. Dr. Lecter is in a small church in Florence. He waits until he's alone, and then he reaches under an old statue. He pulls out a passport, a bank book, some keys, cash, and a bunch of IDs. Dr. Lecter does not indulge much in regret, but he was sorry to be leaving Italy. There were things in the Palazzo Capponi that he would have liked to find and read. He would have liked to play the clavier and perhaps compose. He might have cooked for the widow Potsy when she overcame her grief. And then it basically goes over like the Italian Castera don't really know what was going on because Potsy didn't tell anybody about what he was doing. So they don't know anything about Dr. Fell. They don't know about Dr. Lecter. All their records don't match what they're looking for, basically, until, here, I'll just read this. Still, the police did not beat Dr. Fell's true identity. They took fingerprints from the coils of the hangman's noose and fingerprints from the podium, the hand truck from the kitchen in the Palazzo Capponi. With plenty of artists available, a sketch of Dr. Fell was prepared in minutes. By Sunday morning, Italian time, a fingerprint examiner in Florence had laboriously, point by point, determined that the same fingerprints were on the podium, the noose, and Dr. Fell's kitchen utensils at the Palazzo Capponi. The thumbprint of Hannibal Lecter on the poster hanging in the Castera headquarters were not examined. The fingerprints from the crime scene went to Interpol on Sunday night and arrived as a matter of course at the FBI headquarters in Washington, D.C., along with 7,000 other sets of crime scene fingerprints. Submitted to the automated fingerprint classification system, the fingerprints from Florence registered a hit of such a magnitude that an audible alarm sounded in the office of the assistant director in charge of identification. The night duty officer watched the face and fingerprints of Hannibal Lecter crawl out of the printer and called the assistant director at home, called the director first, and then Krendler at Justice. Mason's telephone rang at 1:30 a.m. He acted surprised and interested. Jack Crawford's telephone rang at 1:35. He grunted several times and then rolled over to the empty, haunted side of his marriage bed where his late wife Bella used to be. It was cool there, and he seemed to think better. Clarice Starling was the last to know that Dr. Lecter had killed again. After she hung up the phone, she lay still for many minutes in the dark, and her eyes stung for some reason she did not understand, but she did not cry. From her pillow, looking up, she could see his face on the swarming dark. It was Dr. Lecter's old face, of course. And now we move into part 3. Part 3 is titled The New World. This was I think the longest part of the whole book was the Italy section. The rest of them kind of fly by a lot faster. Mason buys an unedited original tape of the incident with Potsy for an obscene price, and then watches it back to himself. He watches it over and over again, noticing Hannibal in the window waving at the cameraman before he runs away. Since Lecter was identified as the man who killed Potsy, Clarice finds herself in between the FBI agents and the Italian authorities. So basically, she's doing all the running around. I am happy that we have now gotten back to Clarice. We are 50% of the way through the book. Starling's business was to prepare for the eventuality of his coming, whether or not he came, putting aside the weary knowledge of what would happen around the investigation. She asked herself a simple question that would have sounded corny to the career climbers inside the Beltway. How could she do exactly what she was sworn to do? How could she protect the citizens and catch him if he came? Dr. Lecter obviously had good papers and money. He was brilliant in concealing himself. The elegant simplicity of his first hideout after his escape from Memphis. He checked into a 4-star hotel next door to a great plastic surgery facility in St. Louis. Half the guests had their faces bandaged. He bandaged his own face and lived high on a dead man's money. Among her hundreds of scraps of paper, she had his room service receipts from St. Louis. Astronomical. A bottle of Batard Montrachet, $125. How good it must have tasted after all those years of jail food. She had asked for copies of everything from Florence, and the Italians obliged. From the quality of the print, she thought they must copy with some kind of soot blower. There was no order anywhere. Here were Dr. Lecter's personal papers from the Palazzo Capponi, a few notes on Dante in his familiar handwriting, a note to the cleaning lady, a receipt from the Florentine fine fine grocer Vera Dahl, 1926, for 2 bottles of Batard Montrachet and some Tartufti Bianchi. The same wine again. What was the other thing? Starling's Bantam New College Italian and English dictionary told her Tartufti Bianchi were white truffles. She called the chef at a good Washington Italian restaurant and asked him about them. She had to beg off the phone after 5 minutes as he raved about their tastes. Taste. The wine, the truffles. Taste in all things was a constant between Dr. Lecter's lives in America and Europe. Between his life as a successful medical practitioner and a fugitive monster, his face may have changed, but his taste did not. He was not a man who denied himself. Taste was a sensitive area to Starling because it was an area of taste that Dr. Lecter first touched her in the quick complimenting of her pocketbook and making fun of her cheap shoes. What had he called her? A well-scrubbed, hustling rube with little taste? It was taste that itched at her in the daily round of her institutional life with its purely functional equipment and utilitarian settings. At the same time, her faith in technique was dying and leaving room for something else. Starling was weary of technique. Faith in technique is the religion of the dangerous trades. Go up against an armed felon in a gunfight, or to fight him in the dirt, you have to believe in perfect technique. Hard training will guarantee that you are invincible. This is not true, particularly in firefights. You can stack the odds in your favor, but if you get into enough gunfights, you will be killed in one. Starling had seen it. Having come to doubt the religion of technique, where could Starling turn? In her tribulation, in the gnawing sameness of her days, she began to look at the shapes of things. She began to credit her own visceral reactions to things without quantifying them or restricting them to words. At this time, she noticed a change in her reading habits. Before, she would have read a caption before she looked at the picture. Not now. Sometimes she didn't read the captions at all. For years, she had read couture publications on the sly, guiltily, as though they were pornography. Now she began to admit to herself that there was something in those pictures that made her hungry. Within the framework of her mind, galvanized by the Lutherans against corrupting rust, she felt as though she were giving in to delicious perversion. She would have arrived in her tactic way in time, but she was aided by the sea of change inside her. It sped her towards the idea that Dr. Lecter's taste for rarefied things in a small market, might be the monster's dorsal fin, cutting the surface and making him more visible. Using and comparing computerized customer lists, Starling might be able to crack one of his alternative identities. To do this, she had to know his preferences. She needed to know him better than anyone in the world would know him. What are the things I know he likes? He likes music, wine, books, food, and he likes me. The first step in the development of taste is to be willing to credit your own opinion. In areas of food and wine and music, Starling would have to follow the doctor's precedents, looking for what he used in the past, but in one area she was at least his equal. Automobiles. Starling was a car buff, and anyone who saw her car could tell. Dr. Lecter had owned a supercharged Bentley before his disgrace. Supercharged, not turbocharged. Custom supercharged with a Rudis-type positive displacement blower, so it had no turbo lag. She quickly realized that the custom Bentley market is so small he would entail some risk in going back to it. What would he buy now? She understood the feeling he liked. A big blown displacement V8 with power down low and not peaky. What would she buy in the current market? No question. An XJR Jaguar supercharged sedan. She faxed the East and West Coast Jaguar distributors for weekly sales reports. What else did Dr. Lecter have a taste for? That Starling knew a lot about. He likes me, she thought. How quickly he had responded to her plight, even considering the delay from using a remailing service to write to her. Too bad the postage meter lead fizzled. The meter was in such a public place any thief could use it. How quickly did the National Tatler get to Italy? That's one place he saw Starling's trouble. A copy was found in the Palazzo Capone. Did the scandal sheet have a website? Also, if he had a computer in Italy, he might have read a summary about the gunfight in the FBI's public website. What might be learned from Dr. Lecter's computer? No computer was listed among his personal effects at the Palazzo Capone. Still, she had seen something. She got out the photos of the library at the Palazzo Capone. Here was a picture of a beautiful desk where he wrote to her. Here on the desk was a computer, a Philips laptop. In subsequent pictures, it was gone. With her dictionary, Starling painfully composed a fax to the Castera in Florence. Basically, she asked them in Italian for his laptop. I'm not going to try to read it, I promise. And so, with small steps, Clarice Starling began to pursue Dr. Lecter down the corridors of his taste with more confidence in her footing than it was entirely justified. And then Mason makes a call to... Actually, no. First, Mason Verger receives a letter from Hannibal. Before anything else happens. Basically, it's a threat. It's not a thinly veiled threat at all. He says, "Thank you for the huge bounty. I'm writing to refresh your memory on what I did to you." And then it goes, "There is an inescapable parallel between you and Jezebel, Mason. Keen Bible student that you are, you will recall the dogs that ate Jezebel's face, along with the rest of her after the eunuchs threw her out the window. Your people might have assassinated me in the street, but you wanted me alive, didn't you? From the aroma of your henchmen, it's obvious how you planned to entertain me, Mason. Since you want to see me so badly, let me give you some words of comfort and know I never lie. Before you die, you will see my face. Sincerely, Hannibal Lecter, MD. P.S. I worry, though, that you won't live that long, Mason. You must avoid the new strains of pneumonia. You are very susceptible, prone as you are, and will remain. I would recommend vaccination immediately, along with immunization shot for hepatitis A and B. Don't want to lose you prematurely. And then he yells for somebody to call Krendler and the Pigmaster, because he's mad now, and he knows Lecter is coming for him. Krendler arrives at Mason's home and they come to a deal. Mason wants everything, all the information as soon as it comes in, and everything before behavioral sciences, so Jack and Clarice, can get their hands on it. He wants all the papers, everything they've filed. He wants every little bit of information that they have. He also wants Hannibal alive and delivered it to him directly. In exchange, Krendler will get $5 million and basically assistance to get the government position that he wants. And Krendler agrees. He wants to use the money to basically take out his competition so he can be a governor or whatever. Mason and his sister Margot are now sitting alone in his room. She admits to Mason that she wants a baby with her girlfriend. Their father left her nothing in his will. It was very strict. It would only go to Mason and any male heirs. Nothing for her, nothing for any ladies in the family. She has to rely on her brother for everything. Mason holds this over her. And Margot asks Mason to basically assist in getting her girlfriend pregnant. Her girlfriend wants a baby, wants to be a mom, and Mason and Margot are twins. So it would be like they both, like, it's hard to explain. Hard to explain while I'm trying to like keep things okay for YouTube. But basically, Margot wants Mason to donate sperm so that Margot's girlfriend can get pregnant. And Margot is trying to sell him on this idea, like, oh, this will be your heir too. Like, it would be your child. This will be our baby, all of us. And Mason keeps going like, well, I'll help you eventually. I'll get to it. I'll help you eventually, but not right now. I need to figure things out with Dr. Lecter first. And Margot is like, okay, well, fine. I'm not going to help you with that unless you help me with this. And Mason needs her to basically do anything because he's stuck in the bed. He can't move. Mason's just like, I'll help you. I promise I'll help you, just not yet. And then it goes to Clarice, who is having dinner with Ardelia Mapp, her roommate, her lovely roommate from the first book. They share their condo. Now they're having dinner together. Mapp tells her that somebody is having their postage watched. Somebody is going through their mail. She knows this because she has connections to the post office, and she can't say who. Clarice thinks that it can't be about the fish market thing. Like, that's already basically over and done with. So obviously somebody higher up the chain is having her mail filtered, looking for anything pertaining to Dr. Lecter. When Starling was a child, she moved from a clapboard house that groaned in the wind to the solid red brick of the Lutheran orphanage. The most ramshackle family dwelling in her early childhood had had a warm kitchen where she could share an orange with her father, but death knows where the little houses are, where the people live who do dangerous work for not much money. Her father rode away from his house in his old pickup truck on the night patrol that killed him. Starling rode away from her foster home on a slaughter horse while they were killing the lambs, and she found a kind of refuge in her Lutheran orphanage. Institutional structures, big and solid, made her feel safe ever since. The Lutherans might have been short on warmth and oranges and long on Jesus, but the rules were the rules, and if you understood them, you were okay. As long as impersonal competitive testing was the challenge or doing the job on the street, she knew she could make her place secure, but Starling had no gift for institutional politics. Now, as she got out of her old Mustang at the beginning of the day, the high facades of Quantico were no more the great brick bosom of her refuge. Through the crazed air over the parking lot, the very entrances were crooked. I like the detail it goes into when it comes to like Starling's clearly getting disillusioned with the entire FBI. The first book was so optimistic. She could pull through this. This was her dream. She wanted to be an FBI agent. And in this book, it really leans into like just the fact that she can work as hard as she wants. And that doesn't mean she's going to succeed because there are always people out there trying to beat her down, and she just having good intentions is not enough to do it, and she is not built for the sort of politics that this requires, and it sucks because this feels so real. She's trying to be a good person, and she's being beaten down by the men who are in power above her. And I just like the very entrances were looking crooked. Like, I feel like that really drives it home. Clarice basically spends the rest of the day going through recreations of the fish market incident. There's like a documentary crew or something. They want to do recreations and get everything on film. She goes to see Jack, who looks tired. He doesn't wear his suit to work anymore. He has taken to wearing a sweater that his dead wife made for him. He takes a lot of aspirin and over-the-counter meds now. He's he's looking rough. She tells him that her mail is being checked, and whoever is doing it is obviously doing an amateur job because it's not being resealed properly, and she can tell somebody's looking at her mail. He says he'll look into it. Then Starling goes to visit Brigham's grave. At the end of this day, playing out his death, she went to John Brigham's grave in Arlington National Cemetery. Starling put her hands on his stone, still gritty from the chisel. Suddenly she had her lips on the distinct sensation of kissing his forehead, cold as marble and gritty with powder. When she came to his bier the last time and put in his hand beneath the white glove her own last medal as an open combat pistol champion. Now leaves were falling in Arlington, strewing the crowded ground. Starling, with her hand on John Brigham's stone, looking over the acres of graves, wondered how many like him had been wasted by stupidity and selfishness and the bargaining of tired old men. Whether you believe in God or not, if you are a warrior, Arlington is a sacred place, and the tragedy is not to die but to be wasted. She felt a bond with Brigham, and that was no less strong because they were never lovers. On one knee beside his stone, she remembered. He asked her something gently, and she said no, and then he asked her if they could still be friends and meant it, and she said yes, and meant it. Kneeling in Arlington, she thought of her father's grave far away. She had not visited it since she first graduated her college class and went to his grave to tell him. She wondered if it was time to go back. The sunset through Arlington's black branches was as orange as the orange she shared with her father. The distant bugle shivered her and the tombstone cold beneath her hand. Dr. Lecter is stuck in a crowded plane full of Canadian tourists that are flying to Detroit. It is small and cramped, and he's being bothered by this shitty little kid next to him who's like playing his Game Boy and won't stop talking and like sniffling and shit. He has plans to slip in through the border, sure that no one knows what his new face looks like because nobody has pictures of Dr. Fell except Patsy, who did not share them with anybody. He found what was in Patsy's files and burned them when he was going through his suitcase before he left. Dr. Lecter tries to eat his snacks that he snuck in, but it basically gets taken away from him because the kid is like, this guy's got a snack, and he leans back instead and retreats into the palace of his mind. The palace of his mind comes up more now than it did before, but it's a thing that's been mentioned a couple times. Basically, he has a really good memory, and he's used that to build a palace in his mind where he can visit rooms and revisit memories and people, and he just like, he retreats into it. It's something that he got into really hard when he was stuck in his cells, basically, where he couldn't do anything. So he's back in his memory palace now while he's trying to pass this flight and not pay attention to the annoying people that are all around him. He thinks about art. He thinks about museums. He thinks about Clarice Starling and remembers her home address by finding it in this mind palace. 1,000 rooms, miles of corridors, hundreds of facts attached to each object, each furnishing. A pleasant respite waiting Dr. Lecter whenever he chooses to retire there. But this we share with the doctor. In the vaults of our hearts and brains, danger awaits. All the chambers are not lovely, light and high. There are holes in the floor of the mind like those in a medieval dungeon floor. The stinking oubliettes. Named for forgetting, bottle-shaped cells and rock solid with the trapdoor at the top. Nothing escapes from them quietly to ease us. A quake, some betrayal of our safeguard, and sparks of memory fire in the noxious gases. Things trapped for years fly free, ready to explode in pain and drive us to dangerous behavior. He thinks about just a bunch of history facts, and he thinks about Clarice Starling again. Dr. Lecter appears pleased to see Starling. Long ago, he obtained Starling's home address from the University of Virginia Alumni Association. He stores the address in his tableau, and now, for his own pleasure, he summons the numbers and the name on the street where Starling lives. Dr. Lecter can move down the vast halls of his memory palace with unnatural speed. With his reflexes and strength, apprehension, and speed of mind, Dr. Lecter is well armed against the physical world. But there are places within himself that he may not safely go, where Cicero's rules of logic and of ordered space and light do not apply. And then he gets interrupted from his memories by some turbulence in the plane, and then he remembers Misha. Beneath the memory palace, the traps fly up. The oubliettes yawn their ghastly stench. A few animals had managed to survive the artillery and machine gun fire and the fighting that left Hannibal Lecter's parents dead and the vast forest on their estate scarred and blasted. The mixed bag of deserters who used the remote hunting lodge ate what they could find. Once they found a miserable little deer, scrawny with an arrow in it, that had managed to forage beneath the snow and survive. They led it back into camp to keep from carrying it. Hannibal Lecter, 6, watched through a crack in the barn as they brought it in, pulling and twisting its head by the plow twine twisted around its neck. They did not wish to fire a shot and managed to knock it off its spindly legs and hack at its throat with an axe, cursing one another in several languages to bring a bowl before too much blood was wasted. There was not much meat on their runty deer, and in 2 days, perhaps 3. In their long overcoats, their breaths stinking and steaming, the deserters came into the snow from the hunting lodge to unlock the barn and choose again from among the children huddled in the straw. None had frozen, so they took a live one. They felt Hannibal Lecter's thigh and his upper arm and his chest, and instead of him, they chose his sister, Misha, and led her away. To play, they said. No one who was led away to play ever returned. Hannibal held onto Misha's arm so hard, held to Misha with his wiry grip until they slammed the heavy door on him, stunning him and cracking the bone in his upper arm. They led her away through the snow, still stained bloody from the deer. He prayed so hard that he would see Misha again, and the prayer consumed his 6-year-old mind, but it did not drown out the sound of the axe. His prayer to see her again did not go entirely unanswered. He saw a few of Misha's milk teeth in the reeking stool pit his captors used between the lodge where they slept and the barn where he kept the captive children who were their sustenance in 1944 after the Eastern Front collapsed. Since this partial answer to his prayer, Hannibal Lecter had not been bothered by any considerations of deity, other than to recognize how his own modest predations paled beside those of God, who is in irony matchless and in wanton malice beyond measure. Lecter basically wakes up screaming on this plane and everybody's like, "Oh, what the hell are you doing? Are you alright?" And he's like, "Yeah, whatever, it's fine. I'm fine. Clarice has basically taken over what is supposed to be the darkroom in the basement that never got fully finished or funded. Quantico has filled it to the brim with Lecter stuff, and she has commandeered basically all of the university's works and papers and files on Lecter, gotten receipts from everything in Italy. She has pictures of all of his victims up on the wall and starts like doing the whole
It's perfectly okay to admit it. It's perfectly au naturel to want to taste the enemy. Just feels so good. Tell me, Clarice, what is your worst memory of childhood?
Jesus, Starling!
Can I help you, Mr. Crenler?
What the hell are you doing sitting there in the dark, Starling?
Thinking about cannibalism.
She's made a fortress out of boxes down there, basically. Krendler comes down and he starts sticking his nose in like all of her stuff. He asks her what she's doing. She says she's hunting for Lecter, and he says, well, what am I supposed to tell the officials who ask what's going on? She tells him her plan. Basically, she's tracking all of the expensive purchases that he has made and all the fancy meat purchases. She's tracking Jaguar sales and like everything like that. She's also keeping an eye on new subscriptions to the journals that Lecter likes, and Krendler tells her that he demands to be copied in on every single thing she does, and she's like, yes, sir, and then he leaves. But then she turns around and catches up to him, and she confronts Krendler for making her miserable for years, and she asks him if it's because she turned him down because he called her up drunk one night and was like basically asking her to sleep with him. And Krendler's like, no, absolutely not. That's definitely not it. That's not it at all. And then he just kind of rushes off. I am kind of skipping over what Krendler like says in his internal monologue because he is very crass. He is a misogynist. He's transphobic. He's homophobic. He is terrible. He's a shitty guy. Like, we already knew that because he's dealing with Mason, but like, he's also just shitty outside of that. And now, Krendler is meeting up with Mason, who has a psychiatrist there to break down whatever he thinks is happening between Clarice and Dr. Lecter. The psychiatrist starts going through Dr. Lecter's history. A little background first. Domling consulted his notes. Domling is the psychiatrist. We know Hannibal Lecter was born in Lithuania. His father was a count, title dating from the 10th century, and his mother highborn Italian, a Visconti. During the German retreat from Russia, some passing Nazi panzers shelled their estate near Vilnius from the high road and killed both parents and most of the servants. The children disappeared after that. There were two of them, Hannibal and his sister. We don't know what happened to the sister. The point is, Hannibal was an orphan, like Clarice Starling. Which I told you, Mason said impatiently. But what did you conclude from it? Domling asked. I'm not proposing some kind of sympathy between the two orphans, Mr. Verger. This is not about sympathy. Sympathy does not enter here, and mercy is left bleeding in the dust. Listen to me. What a common experience of being an orphan gives Dr. Lecter is simply a better ability to understand her and ultimately control her. This is all about control. The Starling woman spent her childhood in institutions, and from what you tell me, she does not evidence any stable personal relationship with a man. She lives with a former classmate, a young African-American woman. That is very likely a sex thing, Krendler said. The psychiatrist did not even spare Krendler a look. Krendler was automatically overruled. You can never say to a certainty why someone lives with someone else. It is one of the things that is hid, as the Bible says. Starling looks pretty tasty if you like whole meat, Margot offered. I think the attraction's from Dr. Lecter's end, not hers, Krendler said. You've seen her. She's a pretty cold fish. Is she a cold fish, Mr. Krendler? Margot sounded amused. You think she's queer, Margot? Mason asked. How the hell would I know? Whatever she is, she treats it as her own damn business. That was my impression. I think she's tough, and she had on her game face, but I wouldn't say she's a cold fish. We didn't talk much, but that's what I took out of it. That was before you needed me to help. You ran me out, remember? I'm not gonna say she's a cold fish. Girl who looks like Starling has to keep a certain distance in her face, because assholes are hitting on her all the time. Here, Krendler felt that Margot looked at him a beat too long, though he could only see her outline. Basically, they just go over how they think Lecter is interested in Clarice, and that Clarice has some daddy issues. That's basically what it comes down to. That letter Lecter has sent her, including the letter she got at the end of Silence of the Lambs. And then Mason says that he has an informant that saw Clarice and Lecter just hanging out together, being on friendly terms. And Barney walks in. Barney is the orderly who was in charge of Dr. Lecter at the Baltimore State Hospital. They ask Barney what he saw between Lecter and Clarice when he was working in the hospital. And while you were working at the state hospital, you saw Clarice Starling and Hannibal Lecter interacting. What I mean is, you saw them talking together. It just seemed that they... Let's start with exactly what you saw, not what you thought you saw. Can we do that? Mason interrupted. He's smart enough to give his opinion. Barney, you know Clarice Starling. Yes. You knew Hannibal Lecter for 6 years. Yes. What is it between them? At first, Krendler had trouble understanding Barney's high, rough voice, but it was Krendler who asked the pertinent question. Did Dr. Lecter act differently in the Starling interviews, Barney? Yes. Most of the time, he didn't respond at all to visitors, Barney said. Sometimes he would open his eyes long enough to insult some academic who was trying to pick his brain. He made one visiting professor cry. He was tough with Starling, but he answered her more than most. He was interested in her. She intrigued him. How? Barney shrugged. He hardly ever got to see women. She's really good looking. I don't need your opinion on that, Krendler said. Is that all you know? Barney did not reply. He looked at Krendler as though the left and right hemispheres of Krendler's brain were two dogs stuck together. Margot cracked another walnut. Go on, Barney, Mason said. They were frank with one another. He was disarming that way. You would have the feeling that he wouldn't deign to lie. You wouldn't do what to lie? Krendler said. Deign, Barney said. D-E-I-G-N, Margot Verger said out of the dark. To condescend, or to stoop, Mr. Krendler. Barney went on. Dr. Lecter told her some unpleasant things about herself and then some pleasant ones. She could face the bad things and then enjoy the good more, knowing it wasn't bullshit. He thought she was charming and amusing. He could see what she was becoming. She was charming in a way that a cub is charming, a small cub that will grow to be like one of the big cats, one you can't play with later. She had the cub-like earnestness, he said. She had all the weapons in miniature and growing, and all she knew so far was how to wrestle with the other cubs. That amused him. The way it began between them will tell you something. At the beginning he was courteous, but he pretty much dismissed her, and then as she was leaving, another inmate threw some, in her face. That disturbed Dr. Lecter, embarrassed him. It was the only time I ever saw him upset. She saw it too and tried to use it on him. He admired her moxie, I think. What was his attitude towards the other inmate who threw the, you know what? Did they have any kind of relationship? Not exactly, Barney said. Dr. Lecter just killed him that night. They were in separate cells, Domling asked. How did he do it? 3 cells apart on opposite sides of the corridor, Barney said. In the middle of the night, Dr. Lecter talked to him a while and then told him to swallow his own tongue. So Clarice and Hannibal, they became friendly, Mason said. Inside a kind of formal structure, Barney said. They exchanged information. Lecter gave her insight on the serial killer she was hunting, and she paid for it with personal information. Dr. Lecter told me he thought Starling might have too much nerve for her own good, and excessive zeal, he called it. He thought she might work too close to the edge if she thought her assignment required it, and he said once that she was cursed with taste. I don't know what that means. Barney is then dismissed. They discuss Hannibal and wanting to kill, and whether he wants to kill, eat, or sleep with her, like with Clarice, and the psych says his object is her degradation, her suffering, her death. Her distress excites him. Draw Hannibal in. Clarice needs to be distressed. And then Barney speaks up. In the asylum, Dr. Lecter responded to her when she held on to herself. She stood there wiping the you-know-what off her face and did her job. In the letters, he calls her a warrior and points out that she saved that child in the shootout. He admires her and respects her courage and her discipline. He says himself he's got no plans to come around. One thing he does not do is lie. That's exactly the kind of tabloid thinking I was talking about, Domling said. Hannibal Lecter does not have emotions like admiration or respect. He feels no warmth or affection. That's a romantic delusion, and it shows of the dangers of a little education. Dr. Domling, you don't remember me, do you? Barney said. I was in charge of the ward when you tried to talk to Dr. Lecter. A lot of people tried it, but you're the one who left crying, as I recall. Then he reviewed your book in the American Journal of Psychiatry. I couldn't blame you if the review made you cry. And then everybody's like, okay, Barney, bye, you gotta go. Barney is dismissed, and then the psychiatrist says, if you want to make Clarice Starling attractive to Dr. Lecter, let him see her distressed, Domling said. Let the damage he sees suggest the damage he could do. Seeing her wounded in any symbolic way will incite him. When the fox hears a rabbit scream, he comes running, but not to help. The psychiatrist leaves, and Krendler and Mason and Margot are all left alone. Krendler says that they can't use Clarice as bait because the FBI will protect her, and obviously keeping her under surveillance all day long would be too expensive. Coulda, shoulda, woulda, Mason said, doing a fair job with all the S's, all things considered. Margot, look in the Milan paper, Corriere della Sera for Saturday, the day after Pazzi was killed, and check the first item in the agony column. Read it to us. Margot held the dense print up in the light. It's in English, addressed to an A.A. Aaron. It says, turn yourself into the nearest authorities. Enemies are close. Hannah. Who's Hannah? That's the name of the horse Starling had as a kid, Mason said. It's a warning letter to Lecter from Starling. He told her in his letter how to contact him. Krendler was on his feet. God damn it, she must have known about Florence. If she knows about that, she must know I've been showing you the stuff. Mason sighed and wondered if Krendler was smart enough to be a useful politician. She didn't know anything. I placed the ad in La Nazione and Corriere della Sera and in the International Herald Tribune to run the day after we moved on Lecter. That way, if we missed, he'd think Starling tried to help him. We'd still have a tie to him through Starling. Nobody picked it up. No, except maybe Hannibal Lecter. He may thank her for it, by mail, in person, who knows. Now, listen to me, you've still got her mail covered? Krendler nodded. Absolutely, if he sends her anything, you'll see it before she does. Listen carefully to this, Krendler. The way this ad was ordered and paid for, Clarice Starling can never prove she didn't place it on her own, and that's a felony. That's crossing the bright line. You can break her with it, Krendler. You know how much the FBI gives a shit about you when you're out? You could be dog meat. She won't even be able to get a concealed weapon permit. Nobody will watch her but me, and Lecter will know she's out there by herself. We'll try some other things first. Mason paused to breathe and then went on. If they don't work, we'll do something like Domling says and distress her with this ad. Distress her? Hell, you can even break her in two with it. Clarice Starling running through the falling leaves in Virginia State Park an hour from her house, her favorite place. No sign of any other person in the park on this fall weekday, a much-needed day off. She ran a familiar path in the forested hills beside the Shenandoah River. The air was warmed by the early sun in the hilltops, and in the hollows suddenly cool. Sometimes the air was warm on her face and cool on her legs at the same time. The earth these days was not quite still beneath Starling as she walked. It seemed steadier when she ran. Starling running through the bright day, bright and dancing flares on the light through the leaves, the path dappled, and in other places striped with the shadows of the tree trunks in the low earthly sun. Ahead of her 3 deer started, 2 does and a spike buck, clearing the path in a single heart-lifting bound, their raised white flags shining in the gloom of the deep forest as they bounded away. Gladdened, Starling leapt herself. Still as a figure in a medieval tapestry, Hannibal Lecter sat among the fallen leaves on the hillside above the river. He could see 150 yards of the running path, his field glasses proofed against the reflection by homemade cardboard shroud. First he saw the deer start, bound past him up the hill, and then, for the first time in 7 years, he saw Clarice Starling whole. Below the glasses, his face did not change expression, but his nostrils flared with a deep intake of breath as he thought he could catch her scent at the distance. The breath brought him in the smell of dry leaves with a hint of cinnamon in them, the molding leaves beneath, and the gently decaying forest mast, a whiff of rabbit pellets from yards away, the deep wild musk of a shredded squirrel skin beneath the leaves, but not the scent of Starling, which he could have identified anywhere. He saw the deer start ahead of her, saw them bounding long after they'd left sight. She was in view for less than a minute, running easily, not fighting the ground. A minimal day pack high on her shoulders with a bottle of water. Backlit, the early light behind her blurring her outline as though she'd been dusted with pollen on her skin. Tracking with her, Dr. Lecter's binoculars picked up the sun flare off the water beyond her that left him seeing spots for minutes. She disappeared as his path sloped down and away, and the back of her head the last thing he saw, the ponytail bouncing like a flag of a white-tailed deer. Dr. Lecter remained still. He made no attempt to follow her. He had her image running clearly in his head. She would run in his mind for as long as he chose her to. His first real sight of her in 7 years, not counting tabloid pictures, not counting distant glimpses of the head in a car. He lay back in the leaves with his hands behind his head, watching the thinning foliage of a maple above him quiver against the sky. So dark the sky that it was almost purple. Purple. The bunch of wild muscadines he had picked climbing to the spot were purple, beginning to shrivel from the full, dusty grape, and he ate several, and squeezed some in his palm and licked the juice as a child will lick his hand spread wide. Purple. Purple the eggplant in the garden. There was no hot water at the high hunting lodge during the middle of the day, and Misha's nurse carried the beaten copper tub to the kitchen garden for the sun to warm the 2-year-old's bath water. Misha sat in the gleaming tub among the vegetables in the warm sun with white cabbage butterflies around her. The water was only deep enough to cover her chubby legs, but her solemn brother, Hannibal, and the big dog were strictly set to watch her while the nurse went inside to get a receiving blanket. Hannibal Lecter was to some of the servants a frightening child, frighteningly intense and preternaturally knowing, but that did not frighten the old nurse who knew her business, and he did not frighten Misha, who put her star-shaped baby hands flat on his cheeks and laughed into his face. Misha reached past him and held out her arms to the eggplant, which she loved to stare at in the sun. Her eyes were not maroon like Hannibal's, but blue, and as she stared at the eggplant, her eyes seemed to draw color from it, to darken with it. Hannibal Lecter knew that the color was her passion. After she was carried back inside and the cook's helper came grumbling to dump the tub in the garden, Hannibal knelt beside the row of eggplants, the skin of the bath soap bubbles swarming with reflections, purple and green, until they burst on the tilled soil. He took out his little penknife and cut the stem of an eggplant, polished it with a handkerchief, the vegetable warm from the sun in his arms as he carried it, warm like an animal, to Misha's nursery and put it where she could see it. Misha loved dark purple, loved the color aubergine, as long as she lived. Hannibal Lecter closed his eyes to see again the deer bounding ahead of Starling, to see her coming bounding down the path, limned gold with the sun behind her. But this was the wrong deer. It was a little deer with an arrow stuck in it. pulling against the rope, pulling at its neck as they led it to axes, the little deer they ate before they ate Misha. And he could not be still anymore, and he got up, his hands stained with the purple muscadines, his mouth turned down like a Greek mask. He looked after Starling down the path. He took a deep breath through his nose and took the cleansing scent of the forest. He stared at the spot where Starling disappeared. Her path seemed lighter than the surrounding woods, as though she left a bright place behind her. He climbed quickly to the ridge and headed downhill on the other side towards the parking lot area of a nearby campsite where he had left his truck. He wanted to be out of the park before Starling returned to her automobile, parked 2 miles away in the main lot near the ranger booth, now closed for the season. It would be at least 15 minutes before she could run back to her car. Dr. Lecter parked it beside the Mustang and left his motor running. He had several opportunities to examine her car in the parking lot of the grocery store near her house. It was the state park's annual discounted admittance sticker on the window of Starling's old Mustang that first alerted Hannibal Lecter to this place, and he had bought maps of the park at once and explored it at his leisure. The car was locked, hunkered down over the wide wheels as though it were asleep. Her car amused him. It was at once whimsical and terribly efficient. On the chrome door handle, even bending close, he could smell nothing. He unfolded his flat steel Slim Jim and slid it down into the door above the lock. Alarm? Yes? No? Click. No. Hannibal Lecter got into the car, into the air that was intensely Clarice Starling. The steering wheel was thick and covered with leather. It had the word Momo on the hub. He looked at the word with his head tilted like that of a parrot, and his lips formed the words Momo. He sat back in the seat, his eyes closed, breathing, his eyebrows raised as though he were listening to a concert. And then, as though it had a mind of its own, the pointed tip of his tongue appeared, like a small snake finding its way out of his face, never altering expression as though he were unaware of its movements. He leaned forward, found the leather steering wheel by scent, and put around it his curled tongue, cupping with his tongue the finger indentations on the other side of the wheel. He tasted with his mouth the polish to a clock spot on the wheel where their palm would rest, and then leaned back in the seat, his tongue back where it lived, and his closed mouth moved as though he savored wine. He took a deep breath and held it while he got out of the car and locked Clarice Starling's Mustang. He did not exhale. He held her in his mouth and lungs until his old truck was out of the park. It's a little weird. A little weird. Lecter gets comfortable in Maryland, an hour's drive away from the Verger farm. He has pre-established fake identities from a long time ago, and great credit. He settles in easily. The memory of Clarice is prominent in his memory palace, and he visits it often. He goes to the orchestra, he goes to symphonies, he bought a black Jaguar, and he heads into the city to do some shopping. He buys picnic supplies, a hamper, expensive cutlery, and nice plates, and he buys glassware, everything he could need, and then he stops at a medical supply store, and he gets an autopsy saw. When he comes home, he sits at the harpsichord that he bought, like an antique harpsichord. Encouraged, he essays upon Mozart's Sonata in B-flat major. He and the harpsichord are not yet intimate, but its responses to his hands tell him they will come together soon. The breeze rises and the candles flare, but Dr. Lecter's eyes are closed to the light, and his face lifted as he is playing. Bubbles fly from Misha's star-shaped hands as she waves them in the breeze above the tub, and as he attacks the third movement, through the forest, lightly flying, Clarice Starling is running. Running, the rustle of leaves beneath her feet, rustle of the wind high in the turning trees, and the deer start ahead of her. Spikebuck and 2 does leaping across the path like the heart leaps. The ground is suddenly colder, and the ragged men lead the little deer out of the woods, an arrow in it, the deer pulling against the rope twisting around its neck, men pulling it wounded so they would not have to carry it to the axe, and the music clangs to a stop above the bloody snow. Dr. Lecter clutching the edges of the piano stool. He breathes deep, puts his hands on the keyboard, forces a phrase, and then 2 that clang to silence. We hear from him a thin and rising scream that stops as abruptly as the music. He sits for a long time with his head bent above the keyboard. He rises without sound and leaves the room. It is not possible to tell where he is in the dark house. The wind off the Chesapeake gains strength, whips the candle flames until they gutter out. Sings through the strings of the harpsichord in the dark, now an accidental tune, now a thin scream from long ago. Hannibal is now at a gun show. He is not there for the guns. He is finding a knife seller in the back, and he buys like a bunch of fancy knives. He walks off, but he overhears 2 game wardens talking about this other guy who's there at the event, this like asshole hunter guy who hunts without a license. He's known to them, and he watches this guy that they're talking about buy a bow and then fill out a little slip to do one of those prize drawings. Hannibal Lecter then goes to the booth the guy was at. He buys a crossbow and then fills out one of those slips for himself. But as he's turning to leave, he tells the guy, "Oh, sorry, I forgot to put my number on the slip for the drawing, so can I pull it out and add my phone number to it?" And the guy's like, "Yeah." So Hannibal opens the box and pulls out that slip and the slip below it, and basically commits the man's information to memory and then puts everything back. Starling is calling an old associate of Dr. Lecter's, a woman who he used to be friendly with, who he even sent birthday gifts and notes to after he was arrested and put away. She's basically just doing reconnaissance. She then calls the former Senator Martin from the first book, the one whose daughter she saved. They're on friendly terms. Senator Martin tells Clarice that she could get her a job anywhere else, and they will go ride horses together when she's done putting Lecter away. Clarice gets a call from the morgue and is informed that they have found a body that somebody took pieces of, as in pieces taken to eat. She grabs her shit and runs off to go to the morgue. Clarice heads off to the medical examiner and finds a butchered deer and the body of a man. The man who was hunting illegally, the same man that Hannibal found at the gun show. We know what happened to him already. He was found with a crossbow bolt in his head. Clarice asks if they had their livers taken, and the coroner answers that the deer did. The man's liver, however, was diseased, but they did both have their pancreas taken. Clarice takes evidence from the body, and the examiner asks her if she thinks Hannibal is the one who's doing it, and Clarice says she doesn't know yet. They have a bit of a back and forth, and he says that all the cuts were clean, like surgery cuts, and Clarice says that this looks like it could be Hannibal's handiwork. Clarice goes to take the arrows from the body to the lab, and she runs into a younger technician who's working there. The technician at first is kind of dismissive of Clarice, but then when Clarice tells her what she's looking for, there's an eyelash in the paint on one of the bolts on the crossbow. The technician realizes that she's talking to Clarice Starling, and the technician goes, all the girls know about you, and she tells Clarice that she's special to the women who work at the lab, the other girls who are working in the FBI. Clarice is special to them because she is somebody to aspire to. It cuts to Cordell, Mason's right-hand man, who is meeting with Mason to tell him that they have somebody they need to pay off. The kid that he was tormenting earlier at the beginning of the book, the one he was you need to poison your cat and your foster parents hate you, the kid's in the hospital, and the foster mother wants money. Unaware to both of these men, Margot is actually in the room listening to this happen. But basically they decide they're just going to pay the woman and whatever, it's no big deal to Mason. Barney is now Mason's nurse. He's also been hanging out with Margot privately. They work out together, they watch TV together. There's a really awkward scene in the book where he's showering, and then Margot comes in and showers next to him, and Barney looks at her, and then Margot headbutts him or something. It's so awkward. And Margot is what the hell, man, we're friends. Also, I have a girlfriend. And Barney's just runs away. Barney runs away. And then Margot shows up at the door and knocks on the door, and Barney answers it, and she's like, I'm sorry, I panicked, I didn't mean to do that. And Barney's like, no, it's all right, I shouldn't have looked. And they agree to be friends, that they can get past this, they're friends. Barney just says just stop being naked in front of me, basically. But I like that they could make amends, basically. Then it cuts to Hannibal drinking some wine and having dinner. Late in the night, his lips stained by the red Chateau Petrus, a small crystal glass of honey-colored Chateau d'Yquem on his table. These wine names are ridiculous. On his candle stand, Dr. Lecter plays Bach. In his mind, Starling runs through the leaves. The deer start ahead of her, running up the slope past Dr. Lecter, sitting on the hillside. Running. He is into Variation 2 at the Goldberg Variations, the candlelight playing on his moving hands, a stitch in the music. A flash of bloody snow and dirty teeth, this time no more than a flash that disappears with a distinct sound, a solid thunk. A crossbow bolt driving through a skull. And we have pleasant woods again. The flowing music, and Starling, limbed in polleny light, runs out of sight, her ponytail bobbing like the flag of a deer. And without further interruption, he plays the movement through to the end, and the sweet silence after was as rich as the Chateau d'Yquem. I don't know what the fuck this wine is called. Chateau d'Yquem. Dr. Lecter held his glass to the candle. The candle flared behind it as the sun flared on the water, and the wine itself was the color of the winter sun on Clarice Starling's skin. Her birthday was coming soon, the doctor reflected. He wondered if there was an extant bottle of Chateau d'Yquem from her birth year. Perhaps a present was in order for Clarice Starling, who in 3 weeks would have lived as long as Christ. The technician from the lab calls to tell Starling that the eyelash they found in the paint was a match to Dr. Lecter. But Clarice is not the one who answers the phone. It's actually one of the guys who apparently is sharing the office space in the basement with her. We haven't really heard of this guy till now, but apparently there's another guy working down there. He takes the information and calls Krendler instead, so we already know immediately who he's working for. Krendler put him there to be an informant. Clarice doesn't find out about this information for another hour. And in the meantime, Mason tells Krendler to get rid of Starling. It's time to get rid of her, to distress her so that Hannibal will come out of the woodwork. Margot says she wants Barney to assist in killing Mason. They're talking about this later. and she wants enough sperm, basically, so that she can get her girlfriend pregnant. So they want to basically take that from Mason and then kill him. It cuts to they're bringing in the pigs, these monster bred pigs, and setting up Mason's farm. Everybody is basically putting all the gears in motion to catch Hannibal and then feed him to the pigs. To attack an agent of the Federal Bureau of Investigation with Mason's false evidence was a big leap for Krendler. It left him a little breathless. If the Attorney General caught him, she would crush him like a roach. Except for his own personal risk, the matter of ruining Clarice Starling did not weigh with Krendler as it would breaking a man. A man had a family to support. Krendler supported his own family, as greedy and ungrateful as they were, and Starling definitely had to go. Left alone, following the threads with the picky, petty homemaking skills of a woman, Clarice Starling would find Hannibal Lecter. If that happened, Mason Verger would not give Krendler anything. The sooner she was stripped of her resources and put out there as bait, the better. Krendler had broken careers before in his own rise to power, first as a state prosecuting attorney active in politics and then later at justice. He knew from the damage that crippling a woman's career is easier than damaging a man. If a woman gets a promotion that women shouldn't have, the most efficient way is to say she won it on her back. It would be impossible to make that charge stick to Clarice Starling, Krendler thought. In fact, he couldn't think of anyone more in need of a grudge fuck. Krendler could not have explained his animosity to Starling. It was visceral, and it belonged to a place in himself where he could not go. A place with seat covers and a dome light, door handles and a window cranks, and a girl with Starling's coloring but not her sense, and with her pants around one ankle, asking what in the hell was the matter with him, and why didn't he come on and do it? Was he some kind of queer? Some kind of queer? Some kind of queer? It gets repeated multiple times. If you didn't know what a Starling was, Krendler reflected, her performance in black and white was much better than her few promotions would indicate. He had to admit that. Her rewards had been satisfyingly few. By adding the odd drop of poison to her record over the years, Krendler had been able to influence the FBI career board enough to block a number of plum assignments she should have gotten, and her independent attitude and smart mouth had helped his cause. Basically, Krendler says a bunch of shitty things and admits in his inner monologue that he has been fucking up her career this entire time. He has been doing everything he can to subtly make sure that she does not get the promotions she deserves, doesn't get the assignments she deserves, despite the fact that she's been busting her ass. Krendler, a man who she had turned down once, has decided that she doesn't get anything good. And now he's going to destroy her entire career. It cuts to Lecter, who is in a cemetery having a grave dug up. It does not mention who the grave belongs to, but it does mention a cowboy hat, a belt buckle, and that the skull has high cheekbones, that he was shot in the rib and in the head. So at this point, I guess that it was probably Clarice's dad. Then we move into part 4. See, parts are moving much faster now. This part is called Notable Occasions of the Calendar of Dread. Clarice follows up on her leads, and she notices how her new office mate doesn't have a label on his quick dial on his phone. So she hits the button when he's out of the office to see who his first number on his quick dial is, and it's Krendler. After that, she leaves, and the book notes that this is the last time she is ever at Quantico. At home, she is served a notice to be at a hearing in the next morning. It doesn't say what it's for, but she has no idea. Map also has no idea. Clarice calls Jack, who sounds like he was sleeping, but he also has no idea, but he will be at the hearing in the morning to support her. Clarice and Jack both show up together at the meeting. There are men in suits waiting there. There's news outside because there's like something else happening later in the day. Krendler is also there, who is insisting that Jack needs to leave the meeting because he was not invited, so he has to go wait in the lobby. And Clarice is stuck dealing with all this on her own. Clarice is confronted on the ad that was placed in the Italian papers that she did not place, but Mason made it look like she placed it, and she obviously denies putting it there. They show her that they intercepted her mail and that there were gift boxes of soaps and stuff being sent from Hannibal to her. They accuse Hannibal of being in love with her, and that is why he was sending her gifts from Italy. Clarice is then placed on leave pending further investigation. She is told to hand over her ID and her weapons and everything that she has, and she does it. As she does all this, Clarice accuses Krendler of working with Mason Verger and profiting off of everything, framing her for all of this stuff that she didn't do. She hands over her equipment, she's escorted out. One of the men says that he will do what he can to try to clear her name, including finding out who placed that ad in Florence. I think he's one of the officers who is also a liaison with Italy and the Quantico. The other guy who took her gun says that he will make sure that it is properly taken care of and cleaned before mounting it for her. And she thanks them, and then she goes. This is the end of her FBI career, and she knows it. Director Noonan, FBI Director Noonan, goes down to the library to find Jack, who is sitting there with his eyes closed. He is sweating profusely. Noonan checks on him and then realizes that Jack is having a medical emergency, and they call an ambulance. Lecter is watching the news. He sees her being hounded by the press. They're asking about the fish market, and then they also got wind that she is being connected to Hannibal, so they're asking her about Hannibal. She speeds away, and he's just watching this whole thing happen. It cuts to Hannibal, who is going into a hospital. He basically sneaks up on a doctor who is in a back room and hits him on the head with a sap, takes his ID, takes his mask, takes his scrubs, and then he goes into the dispensary and takes some medicine out. And then he stops at a few other places on the way home, and that's it. Krendler gets a call from the guy who is sharing Clarice's former office saying that they got a hit on an expensive bottle of wine that shares Clarice's birthday that she had put a watch on. Krendler takes this information, and then the guy is like, should we tell her that Hannibal is buying this bottle of wine with her birthday on it? And Krendler's like, no, don't say a word to anybody. And then he runs off to go tell Mason. Mason is sending men to basically keep surveillance on Clarice. And now we move into part 5. This is called A Pound of Flesh. Clarice's birthday is 2 days before Christmas. She was laid off from the department on the 17th or 18th, like in and around there. So it's almost her birthday. It's almost Christmas. Basically, Mason's men have been staking out her house. They plan to keep an eye on her the day before, the day on, and the day after her birthday, expecting him to show up. They follow Clarice to the store, but they don't notice that they are also being tailed by a old beat-up pickup truck behind them, and Hannibal is inside that pickup truck. Hannibal doesn't realize they're following Clarice either, but he's following Clarice. Basically, Clarice is being followed by two separate people. Mason's men and Hannibal. Mason's men watch Clarice enter the shop, and then they finally notice Hannibal's pickup truck in the parking lot, but that his truck is empty. She has coupons and a shopping list, but her card gets swiped, so she actually has to go back out to her car to get something. In the parking lot, the men see Hannibal going to Clarice's car with a package in hand. They shoot him in the neck with a dart, and he drops his package, and as Clarice is coming out, she notices a van in the parking lot loading a man into the back of it. She tries to stop him. They don't stop. She doesn't really know what's going on, but she's pretty sure she just saw a kidnapping. She calls 911 to report the van, and then when she returns to her car, she finds the package underneath the front seat. An expensive bottle of wine with a note that reads, "Happy birthday, Clarice." She realizes that she just saw Hannibal get grabbed by Mason's men. She calls the Washington field office, and she tells them exactly what she saw, but the man on the phone is like kind of condescending. He's like, "You don't work here anymore, Clarice. You need to relax." And he takes down the information anyway. The cops that she called to report the kidnapping show up in the parking lot, and they do like a really half-assed job of taking down her information. All she can think of is that she should have pursued them, even though her tire has been slashed by the men who kidnapped Lecter. Like, they slashed the tire as they're grabbing him, putting him in the van. Krendler hears the kidnapping report Clarice made and immediately calls Mason. Mason informs them that he has already filed complaints about Clarice harassing him, so nobody will take any of her complaints about Mason seriously. What do you look at while you're making up your mind? Ours is not a reflective culture. We do not raise our eyes to the hills. Most of the time we decide the critical things while looking at the linoleum floor of an institutional corridor or while whispering hurriedly in a waiting room with a television blatting nonsense. Starling, seeking something, anything, walked through the kitchen into the quiet order of Map's side of the duplex. She looked at the photograph of Map's fierce little grandmother, brewer of the tea. She looked at grandmother Map's insurance policy framed on the wall. Map's side looked like Map lived there. Starling went back to her side. It looked to her like nobody lived there. What did she have framed? Her diploma from the FBI Academy. No photograph of her parents survived. She had been without them for a long time, and she had seen them only in her mind, sometimes in the flavors of breakfast or in the scent and a scrap of conversation. A homely expression overheard. She felt their hands on her. She felt it strongest in her sense of right and wrong. Who the hell was she? Who had ever recognized her? You are a warrior, Clarice. You can be as strong as you wish to be. Starling could understand Mason wanting to kill Hannibal Lecter. If he had done it himself or had hired it done, she could have stood it. Mason had a grievance. But she could not abide by the thought of Dr. Lecter tortured to death. She had shied from it as she had shied from the slaughter of the lambs and the horses so long ago. You are a warrior, Clarice. Almost as ugly as the act itself was the fact that Mason could do this with the tacit agreement of men sworn to uphold the law. It is the way of the world. With this thought, she made a simple decision. The world will not be this way within the reach of my arm. She found herself in the closet on a stool reaching high. She brought down the box John Brigham's attorney had delivered to her in the fall. It seemed forever ago. There is much tradition and mystique in the bequest of personal weapons to surviving comrade in arms. It has to be a continuation of values of past individual morality. People living in a time made safe for them by others may find this difficult to understand. The box John Brigham's guns came in was a gift in itself. He must have sought it in the Orient when he was a Marine. A mahogany box with a lid inlaid in mother of pearl. The weapons were pure Brigham, well worn and maintained and immaculately clean. An M1 911A1 Colt 45 fit pistol and a Safari Arms cut-down version of the .45 for concealed carry. A boot dagger with one serrated edge. Starling had her own leather. John Brigham's old FBI badge was mounted on a mahogany plaque. His DEA badge was in a box loose. Starling pried the FBI badge off the plaque and set it in her pocket. The .45 went in her yaqui, slid behind her hip, covered by her jacket. Short .45 went on one ankle, the knife on the other side inside her boot. She took her diploma out of the frame and folded it for her pocket, and in the dark, somebody might mistake it for a warrant. She had creased the heavy paper. She knew she was not quite herself, and she was glad. Another 3 minutes at her laptop. From the MapQuest website, she printed out a large-scale map of the muskrat farm and the national forest around it. For a moment, she looked at Mason's meat kingdom and traced its boundaries with her finger. The Mustang's big pipes blew the dead grass flat as she pulled out of her driveway to call on Mason Verger. Lecter is being held in the barn, strapped up to the wall with leather and chains. He torments Carlo by talking about the brother that he killed, basically. And Mason, who is watching via laptop and a camera. Mason says that he has 20 minutes until they feed him to the pigs. Feet first. They're gonna feed his feet to the pigs and then leave him overnight with no feet and then feed the rest of them the pigs tomorrow. Margot goes down to the barn and gets Carlo out of there before Lecter can goad him into killing him. Like, basically Lecter is trying to goad Carlo into killing him so that he doesn't have to endure the pigs eating him alive. And she says it's just her and Lecter now. And they talk a little bit. She was a former patient of Lecter's, and they talk about some of their memories. She says that Lecter told her there was nothing wrong with being weird when she was a girl, and she remembered that. And Lecter had told her that he was so much weirder than she could ever be. Lecter asks her why she's doing this, because obviously she's not there for revenge for Mason's face. And she tells him everything. She tells him about wanting a baby with her girlfriend and how she wants Mason to basically supply the sperm so they can do that. Lecter says that she's never going to get what she wants. She is not going to get it from Mason. He will never let her have that. He won't give her anything she wants. And she could take what she wants by using a cattle prod and abusing him in a certain way that I'm not going to talk about. And basically Lecter says, you can do this and I'll take the blame for it. You can do this and you can pin his death on me. What's one more death on my name? You would get off free, Margot. Lecter tells her that he thinks it would be therapeutic for her to kill him. And Margot remembers that Hannibal had actually told her this once when she was a child. He had told her to wait until she thought she could get away with it. And Hannibal is now giving her a way to get away with it. Hannibal is like, one more murder charge against me is nothing. And Margot's like, I can't do that. I'm sorry, he's my brother. Lecter tells her to take a chunk of his hair before she goes, and then just keep that in mind. That if she goes back up there and tells Mason what she wants, he's gonna laugh at her. And Margot gets mad and she rips out a chunk of Lecter's hair and walks away with it. Grease is at the back gate of Muskrat Farm and she picks the locks and drives in. Cordell comes down to see Hannibal. He offers to numb Hannibal from the waist down in exchange for money. He says he will make it so that Hannibal can't feel his feet being eaten. He just has to scream some and Mason will be happy. And then what he'll do is he'll come in the middle of the night and stop his heart with more medication. And then they can just be like, oh, we accidentally killed him before we could feed him to the pigs. Lecter starts mumbling and saying that the money is murmur, and Cordell gets really close to his face because he can't hear what Lecter is saying. He gets close, and Lecter just bites a chunk of his face off. Cordell burns Lecter in the chest with a hawk poker, and then they insert the IVs and string him up so they can lower him to the pigs. Clarice is sneaking onto the property. She watches them summon the pigs using a recording of a man screaming and being tortured, and then she watches as they throw a pair of pants that have been filled with fruit into the pigs and they rip it to shreds. Then she sees Hannibal Lecter. He's still nailed to this wooden board, but he's being lifted up with a forklift or whatever, and they're gonna lower him into the pig pit. Mason does the usual villain thing of, any last words, Dr. Lecter? And then Clarice shouts for everybody to freeze. And then one of Mason's men, who is actually a police deputy, rips out his gun, and Clarice shoots him twice in the chest before he can do anything. So she just killed a cop, basically, to save Hannibal. A corrupt cop, though, you know. In the tack room, Tommaso heard the shots. He grabbed the air rifle and climbed to the hayloft, dropped to his knees in the loose hay, and crawled towards the side of the hayloft that overlooked the barn. Next, Starling said in a voice she did not know, do this fast while Mowgli's death still had them. On the ground, you head towards the wall, you head on the ground, head this way, this way. Dr. Lecter, he has to translate into Italian for everybody to understand. So he's hanging from the forklift, talking in Italian, repeating her words. Carlo looked up at Starling, saw that she would kill him, and lay still. She cuffed him fast with one hand, their head in opposite directions. Carlo's wrist to Piero's ankle, and Piero's ankle to Carlo's wrist. All the time, the cocked .45 behind one of their ears. She pulled her boot knife and went to the forklift to the doctor. "Good evening, Clarice," he said when he could see her. "Can you walk? Are your legs working?" "Yes." "Can you see all right?" "Yes." "I'm gonna cut you loose. With all due respect, doctor, if you fuck with me, I'll shoot you in the head. Here and now. Do you understand that?" "Perfectly." "Do right and you'll live through this." Spoken like a Protestant. She was working all the time. The boot knife was sharp. She found the serrated edge and worked fast on the slick new rope. His right arm was free. "I can do the rest if you give me the knife." She hesitated, backed to the length of his arm, and then gave him the short dagger. "My car's a couple hundred yards down the fire road." She had to watch him and the men on the ground. He had a leg free. He was working on the other, having to cut each coil separately. Dr. Lecter could not see behind him where Carlo and Piero were still lying face down. "When you're loose, don't try to run. You'll never make it to the door. I'll give you 2 pairs of cuffs," Starling said. "There's 2 cuffed guys on the ground behind you. Make them crawl to the forklift and cuff them to it so they can't get a phone, then cuff yourself." "2?" he said. "Watch it. There ought to be 3. As he spoke, the dart from Tommaso's rifle flew. A silver streak spun the floodlights and quivered in the center of Starling's back. She spun, instantly dizzy, vision going dark. Trying to spot a target, she saw the barrel at the edge of the loft and fired. Tommaso rolling back from the edge, splinters stinging him, blue gun smoke rolling up into the lights. She fired once more as her vision failed, reached behind her hip for a magazine even as her knees gave away. The noise seemed to further animate the pigs, and seeing the men in their inviting positions on the ground, they squealed and grunted, pressing against the barrier. Starling pitched forward on her face, the empty pistol bouncing away, the breech locked open. Carlo and Piero raised their heads to look, and they were scrambling, crawling awkwardly together as a bat crawls, towards Mowgli's body and his pistol and the handcuff keys. Sounds of Tommaso's pumping the tranquilizer rifle in the loft. He had a dart left. He rose now and came to the edge, looking over the barrel, seeking Dr. Lecter on the other side of the forklift. Here came Tommaso, walking along the edge of the loft. There would be no place to hide. Dr. Lecter lifted Starling in his arms and backed towards the Dutch gate, trying to keep the forklift between him and Tommaso, advancing carefully. Watching his footing on the edge of the loft, Tommaso fired at the dart and aimed at Lecter's chest, hitting bone in Starling's shin. Dr. Lecter pulled the bolts on the Dutch gate. Piero snatched Mowgli's keychain, frantic. Carlo scrambling for the gun, and in came the pigs in a rush to the meal that was struggling to get up. Carlo managed to fire the .357 once, and a pig collapsed, the others climbing over the pig body and onto Carlo and Piero and the body of Mowgli. More rushed on through the barn and into the night. Dr. Lecter, holding Starling, was behind the gate when the pigs rushed through. Tommaso from the loft could see his brother's face down in the pack, and it was only a bloody dish. He dropped the rifle in the hay. Dr. Lecter, erect as a dancer and carrying Starling in his arms, came out from behind the gate and walked barefoot out of the barn through the pigs. Dr. Lecter walked through a sea of tossing backs and blood spray in the barn. A couple of the great swine, one of them a pregnant sow, squared their feet to him and lowered their heads to charge. When he faced them, they smelled no fear, and they trotted back to their easy pickings on the ground. Dr. Lecter saw no reinforcements coming from the house. Once under the trees of the fire road, he stopped to pull out the darts of Starling and suck the wounds. The needle in her shin had bent on the bone. Pigs crashed through the brush nearby. He pulled off Starling's boots and put them on his own bare feet. They were a little tight. He left the .45 on her ankle so that carrying her, he could reach it. 10 minutes later, the guard at the main gatehouse looked up from his newspaper towards a distant sound. A ripping noise like a piston engine fighter on a strafing run. It was a 5-liter Mustang turning 5,800 RPM across the interstate overpass. Margot and Tommaso basically go back to the barn to check if anybody's still alive after the pigs have all run off, and everybody's been completely eaten by the pigs. She thinks about Lecter's offer again, and then basically gives Tommaso all of the money that had been meant for the torturers, and it's like, just leave. Take this and leave. Then she takes a cattle prod off of the wall and puts it up her sleeve and heads upstairs. Tommaso, driving Cordell's car, dropped Margot off at the house. He would leave the Honda in the long-term parking at the Duels airport, and Margot promised him she would bury what was left of Piero and Carlo as well as she could. There was something he felt he should say to her, and he gathered himself with his English. "Signora, the pigs, you must know, the pigs help the dottore. They stand back from him, they circle him. They kill my brother, kill Carlo, but they stand back from Dr. Lecter. I think they worship him." Tommaso crossed himself. "You should not chase him anymore." And throughout his long life in Sardinia, Tommaso would tell it that way. By the time Tommaso was in his 60s, he was saying that Dr. Lecter, carrying the woman, had left the barn born adrift of pigs. Margot turns around and heads inside, and she tells Cordell to make a martini for Mason. And when he does, she smashes him in the back of the head with a farrier's hammer that she took from the barn. Then she goes to see Mason. She tells Mason that Lecter is gone and he's taken off with Clarice, and that everybody else is dead. She tells him that she let Tommaso go home and take all the money. He starts yelling at her, he starts calling her names, and then he calls for Cordell. Margot informs him that Cordell is dead because she killed him herself. Margot then uses the cattle prod in the way that Dr. Lecter told her to and acquires the sperm that she needs. She takes the big eel out of the tank. It has been mentioned a couple times that there is a very large fish tank with an eel in it in Mason's room. He mentioned it before to Clarice when she went to visit him the first time, the brutal eel. Margot takes the eel and then she stuffs it down Mason's throat. She puts the scalp that she ripped off of Lecter, like the hair and the skin, under Mason's nails and then leaves. Now we move into part 6 called A Long Spoon. Clarice Starling lies unconscious in a large bed beneath linen sheets and a comforter, her arms covered by the sleeves of silk pajamas. On top of the covers, they are restrained with silk scarves, only enough to keep her hands away from her face and to protect the IV butterfly in the back of her hand. There are 3 points of light in the room. The low-shaded lamp and the red pinpoints of Dr. Lecter's pupils as he watches her. He's sitting in an armchair, his fingers steepled under his chin. After a time, he rises and takes her blood pressure. With a small flashlight, he examines her pupils. He reaches beneath the covers to find her foot and brings it out from under the covers and, watching her closely, stimulates the sole with the tip of a key. He stands for a moment, apparently lost in thought, holding her foot gently as though it were a small animal in his hand. From the manufacturer of the tranquilizer dart, he has learned its content. Because the second dart that struck Starling hit bone in her shin, he believes she did not get a full double dose. He is administering stimulant countermeasures with infinite care. Between ministrations to Starling, he sits in his armchair with a big pad of butcher paper doing calculations. The pages are filled with the symbols of astrophysics and particle physics. There are repeated efforts with the symbols of string theory. The few mathematicians who could follow him might say his equations begin brilliantly and then decline, doomed by wishful thinking. Dr. Lecter wants time to reverse. No longer should increasing entropy mark the direction of time. He wants increasing order to point the way. He wants Misha's baby teeth back out of the stool pit. Behind his fevered calculations is the desperate wish to make a place for Misha in the world, perhaps the place now occupied by Clarice Starling. He wants Misha back, and he thinks the best way he could do it is, I guess brainwash Clarice to turn her into Misha. I don't know what his theory is here. He's a clever man, but this is not his brightest moment. Starling woke in the fresh-smelling semi-dark, knowing in some primal way that she was near the sea. She moved on the bed, and she felt the steep soreness all over. She fell away from consciousness again. When she next awoke, a voice was talking quietly to her, offering her a warm cup. She drank from it. The taste was similar to the herbal tea Map's grandmother sent her. Day and evening again, the smell of fresh flowers in the house, and once the faint sting of a needle. Like the thud and crackle of distant fireworks, the remnants of fear and pain popped on the horizon. But not close. Never close. She was in the garden of the hurricane's eye. Waking, calm. Waking in a pleasant room. A voice said. She heard faint chamber music. She felt clean, and her skin was scented with mint, some ointment that gave deep, comforting warmth. Starling opened her eyes wide. Dr. Lecter stood at a distance away from her very still, as he had stood in his cell when she first saw him. We are accustomed to seeing him unfettered now. It is not shocking to see him in an open space with another mortal creature. Good evening, Clarice. Good evening, Dr. Lecter, she said, responding in kind with no real idea of time. If you feel comfortable, it's just the bruises you suffered in the fall. You'll be alright. I'd like to just be positive about something, though. Could you please look into this light? He approached her with a small flashlight. Dr. Lecter smelled of fresh broadcloth. She forced herself to keep her eyes open as he examined her pupils and then stepped away again. Thank you. There's a very comfortable bathroom just in there. Want to try your feet? Slippers are beside your bed. I'm afraid I had to borrow your boots. She was awake but not awake. The bathroom was indeed comfortable and furnished with every amenity. In the following days, she enjoyed long baths there, but she did not bother with a reflection in the mirror. So far she was from herself. Days of talk, sometimes hearing and wondering who was speaking with such intimate knowledge of her thoughts. Days of sleeping and strong broth and omelets. One day, Dr. Lecter said, Clarice, you must be tired of your robes and pajamas. There are some things in the closet you might like, only if you want to wear them. And in the same tone, I put your personal things, your purse and your gun and your wallet in the top drawer of the chest if you want any of that. Thank you, Dr. Lecter. In the closet there were a variety of clothes, dresses, pantsuits, and shimmery long gown with a beaded top. There were cashmere pants and pullovers that appealed to her. She chose a tan cashmere and moccasins. In the drawer was her belt and yaqui slide, empty of the lost .45, but her ankle holster was there beside her purse, and it was the cut-down .45 automatic. The clip was full of fat cartridges, and nothing in the chamber, the way she had wore it on her leg, and her boot knife was there in its scabbard. Her car keys were in her purse. Starling was herself and not herself. When she wondered about events, it was as though she saw them from the side, saw herself at distance. She was happy to see her car in the garage when Dr. Lecter took her out to it. She looked at the wipers and decided to replace them. Clarice, how do you think Mason's men followed us to the grocery store? She looked up at the garage ceiling for a moment, thinking. It took her less than 2 minutes to find the antenna running crosswise between the back seat and the package shelf, and she followed the antenna wire to the hidden beacon. She turned it off and carried it into the house by the antenna as she might carry a rat by the tail. Very nice, she said. Very new. Decent installation, too. I'm sure it's got Krendler's prints on it. May I have a plastic bag? Could they search for it with an aircraft? It's off now. They wouldn't search for it with an aircraft unless Kendler admitted he used it. You know he didn't do that. Mason could sweep with a helicopter. Mason is dead. Starling said, would you play for me? She's talking about playing like the harpsichord. Starling was listed as missing, but the case was not carried as a kidnapping as no living person saw her abducted. She was not even an agent missing from active duty. Starling was an agent on supervision whose whereabouts were unknown. A bulletin was issued for her vehicle with the VIN and license plate, but no special emphasis on the owner's identity. A kidnapping commands much more effort from law enforcement than a missing person's case. The classification made Ardelia Mapp so angry she wrote a letter of resignation to the Bureau and then thought it better to wait to work from within. Again and again, Mapp found herself going to Starling's side of the duplex to look for her. Mapp found the Lecter VICAP file and National Crime Information Center files maddeningly static, with the only trivial additions. The Italian police had managed to find Dr. Lecter's computer at last. The Cabinieri were playing Super Mario on it in the recreation room. The machine had purged itself the moment the investigators hit the first key. Mapp badgered everyone of influence she could reach in the Bureau since Starling disappeared. Her repeated calls to Jack Crawford's home were unanswered. She called behavioral science and was told Crawford remained in Jefferson Memorial Hospital with chest pains. She did not call him there. In the Bureau, he was Starling's last angel. Starling had no sense of time. Over the days and nights, there were conversations. She heard herself speaking for minutes on end, and she listened. Sometimes she laughed at herself, hearing artless revelations that normally would have mortified her. The things she had told Dr. Lecter were often surprising to her, sometimes distasteful to a normal sensibility, but what she said was always true, and Dr. Lecter spoke well. In a low, even voice, he had expressed interest and encouragement, but never surprise or censure. He told her about his childhood, about Misha. Sometimes they looked at a single bright object together to begin their talks. Almost always there was but a single light source in the room. From day to day, the bright object changed. Today, the day began with a single highlight on the side of a teapot, but as the talk progressed, Dr. Lecter seemed to sense their arrival at an unexplored gallery in her mind. Perhaps he heard the trolls fighting on the other side of the wall. He replaced the teapot with a silver belt buckle. "That's my daddy," Starling said as she clapped her hands together like a child. "Yes," Lecter said. "Clarice, would you like to talk with your father? Your father is here. Would you like to talk with him?" "My daddy's here? All right. Hey." Dr. Lecter put his hands on the side of Starling's head, over her temporal lobes, which would supply her with all of her father she would ever need. He looked deep, deep into her eyes. "I know you'll want to talk privately. I'll go now. You can watch the buckle, and in a few moments you'll hear him knock, all right?" "Yes, super." "Good. You just have to wait a few minutes." The tiny sting of the finest needle, Starling did not even look down, and Lecter left the room. She watched the buckle until a knock came, 2 firm knocks, and her father came in as she remembered him, tall in the doorway, carrying his hat, his hair slicked down with the water the way he came to the supper table. Basically, she has like a conversation with her imaginary quote-unquote father. I think Lecter's kind of manipulating her through the use of drugs, and her father showed up. They talk a little bit. Basically, this imagination of her father tells her that he is proud of her and of what she's done and everything she's been doing. He says, "You saved that little baby." And Clarice is like, "Yeah, he came out all right." And he says, I was real proud of that." And she says, "Thank you, sir." And he says, "Sugar, I gotta take off. We'll talk later. You can't stay." He put his hand on her head. "We can never stay, baby. Can't nobody stay like they want to." He kissed her forehead and walked out of the room, and she could see the bullet hole in his hat as he waved to her, tall in the doorway. Lecter comes back in to talk to her and talks about how he's gone, how it's time for her to, move on from her issues with her father. He says that he has something to show her in another room, and he shows her that he has laid out her father's bones. Her father's skull, cleaned by the tiny ocean scavengers off Dr. Lecter's beach, dried and cleaned and rested on a pillow. She takes some time to talk to her father's bones, basically, and he leaves her alone to do it. She has, a quiet moment of moving on from her dad. This whole sequence is kind of weird and nonsensical. I think that's supposed to reflect the fact that Clarice is being drugged by who knows what. He waited in the drawing room before the fire. He passed the time playing his theremin, moving his empty hands in its electronic field to create music. Moving the hands he placed on Clarice Starling's head as though he now directed the music. He was aware of Starling standing behind him for some time before he finished his piece. When he turned to her, her smile was soft and sad, and her hands were empty. Ever, Dr. Lecter sought Patton. He knew that, like every sentient being, Starling formed her early experience matrices, frameworks by which later perceptions were understood. Speaking to her through the asylum bars so many years ago, he had found an important one for Starling, the slaughter of the lambs and horses on the ranch that was her foster home. She was imprinted by their plight. Her obsessive and successful hunt for James Gum was driven by the plight of his captive. She had saved him from the torture for the same reason. Fine, patterned behavior. Even looking for situational sets, Dr. Lecter believed that Starling saw in John Brigham her father's good qualities, and with her father's virtues, an unfortunate Brigham was also signed the incestual taboo. Brigham, and probably Crawford, had her father's good qualities. Where were the bad? Dr. Lecter searched for the rest in a split matrix using hypnotic drugs and hypnotic techniques much modified from chimeral therapy. He was finding in Clarice Starling's personality hard and stubborn nodes, like knots in wood and old resentment still flammable as resin. He came upon a tableau of pitiless blights, years old but well treated and detailed, that sent limbic anger flashing through Starling's brain like lightning in Thunderhead. Most of them involved Paul Krendler. Her resentment of the very real injustices she had suffered at Krendler's hands was charged with anger at her father that she could never ever acknowledge. She could not forgive her father for dying. He had left the family and he had stopped peeling oranges in the kitchen. He had doomed her mother to the commode, brush, and pail. He had stopped holding Starling close, his great heart booming like Hannah's heart as they rode into the night. Krendler was the icon of failure and frustration. He could be blamed, but could he be defied? Or was Krendler and every other authority and taboo empowered to box Starling into what was, in Dr. Lecter's view, her little low-ceiling life? To him, one hopeful sign. Though she was imprinted with the badge, she could still shoot a hole through one and kill the wearer. Why? Because she had committed to action, identified the wearer as a criminal, and made the judgment ahead of time, overruling the imprinted icon of the star. Potential and flexibility. The cerebral cortex rules. Did that mean room for Misha within Starling, or was it simply another good quality of the place Starling must vacate? I think that it means he's kind of having second thoughts about doing his whole imprinting Misha into Clarice thing. He's seeing that her personality is strong and that she can break past these justices that have been driving her now that she has seen what that gets her, and having to deal with Krendler. And he realizes that overwriting Clarice will mean that Clarice is gone, and maybe that he doesn't want to do that. Cuts to Barney, who is going home, and he finds Map in his apartment with a gun. She starts asking him a bunch of questions and asks if he knows where Clarice is. She is swinging this gun around, saying that if she finds out he knew something and didn't tell her about it, she would come back and kill him. No questions asked. It switches back to Lecter and mentions that he has set a table for 3. He has to go get some supplies, and he leaves Clarice alone in the house. He has no issues leaving her alone, and she does not care. Starling woke to a distant chamber music, the tangy aromas of cooking. She felt wonderfully refreshed and very hungry. A tap at the door. Dr. Lecter came in wearing dark trousers, a white shirt, and an ascot. He carried a long suit bag and a hot cappuccino for her. Did you sleep well? Great, thank you. The chef tells me we'll dine in an hour and a half. Cocktails in an hour, is that all right? I thought you might like this. See if this suits you. He hung the bag on the closet and left without another sound. She did not look in her closet until after the long bath, and when she did, she was pleased. She found a long dinner gown in cream silk, narrow but desperately décolleté beneath an exquisite beaded jacket. On the dresser there were a pair of earrings with pendant cabochon emeralds. The stones had a lot of fire for an unfaceted cut. Her hair was always easy for her. Physically, she felt very comfortable in clothes, even unaccustomed as she was to this level of dress. She did not examine herself in the long mirror, only looking to see if everything was in place. The German landlord built fireplaces oversized. In the drawing room, Starling found a good-sized log blazing. She approached the warm hearth in a whisper of silk. Music from the harpsichord in the corner, seated at the instrument, Dr. Lecter in a white tie. He looked up and saw her, and his breath stopped in his throat. His hand stopped too, still spread above the keyboard. Harpsichord notes did not carry, and in the sudden quiet of the drawing room, they both heard his next breath. 2 drinks waited before the fire. He occupied himself with them, Lilith with a slice of orange. Dr. Lecter handed one to Clarice Starling. If I saw you every day forever, I'd remember this time. His dark eyes held her whole. How many times have you seen me that I don't know about? Only 3. But here is outside of time, and what I may see taking care of you does not compromise your privacy. That's kept in its own place within your medical records. I'll confess it is pleasant to look at you while you sleep. You're quite beautiful, Clarice. Looks are an accident, Dr. Lecter. If comeliness were earned, you'd still be beautiful. Thanks. Do not say thanks. A fractional turn of his head was enough to dash his annoyance like a glass thrown into the fireplace. I say what I mean, Starling said. Would you like it better if I said, I'm so glad you find me so? That would be a little fancier and equally true. She raised her glass beneath her level prairie gaze, taking nothing back. It occurred to Dr. Lecter in that moment, with all his knowledge and intrusion, that he could never entirely predict her or own her at all. He could feed her the caterpillar, he could whisper through the chrysalis. What hatched out followed its own nature and was beyond him. He wondered if she had the 45 on her leg beneath the gown. Clarice Starling smiled at him then, the cabochons caught in the firelight, and the monster was lost in self-congratulation of his own exquisite taste and cunning. Clarice, dinner appeals to taste and smell, the oldest senses and the closest to the center of the mind. Taste and smell are housed in parts of the mind that precede pity, and pity has no place at my table. At the same time, playing in the dome of the cortex like miracles illumined on the ceiling of a church are the ceremonies and sights and exchanges of dinner. It can be far more engaging than theater. He brought his face close to hers, taking in some reading in her eyes. I want you to understand what riches you bring to it, Clarice, and what your entitlements are, Clarice. Have you studied in your reflection lately? I think not. I doubt that you ever do. Come to the hall and stand in the front of the pier glass. Dr. Lecter brought a candelabrum from the mantel. The tall mirror was one of the good 18th century antiques, but slightly smoky and crazed. It was out of the Chateau Vicomte, and God knows what it has seen. Look, Clarice, that delicious vision is what you are. This evening you will see yourself from a distance for a while. You will see what is just, and you will see what is true. You've never lacked courage to say what you think, but you've always been hampered by constraints. I will tell you again, pity has no place at this table. If remarks are passed that are unpleasant in the instant, you will see that the context can make them something between droll and riotously funny. If things are said that are painfully true, then it is only passing truth and will change. He took a sip of his drink. Do you feel pain bloom inside you? It will soon blossom into relief. Do you understand me? No, Dr. Lecter, but I remember what you said. Damn a bunch of self-improvement. I want a pleasant dinner. That, I promise you. He smiled in a sight that frightened some. Neither looked at a reflection now in the clouded glass. They watched each other through the burning tapers of the candelabrum, and the mirror watched them both. Look, Clarice. She watched the red sparks pinwheel deep in his eyes and felt the excitement of a child approaching a distant fair. From his pocket, Dr. Lecter took a syringe, the needle fine as a hair, and never looking, only feeling, he slipped the needle into her arm. When he withdrew it, the tiny wound did not even bleed. What were you playing when I came in? She asked. If True Love Reigned. Is it very old? Henry VIII composed it in 1510. Would you play it for me? She said. Would you finish it? Clarice basically comes to again in the dining room sitting at the table. It smells delicious. Lecter tells her that Krendler is here to join them for dinner. He moves the large flower arrangement at the center of the table so Clarice can see, and Krendler is sitting on the other side. He has been taped to the chair, but has been put in a funeral suit, so it has like a slit up the back so it can fit over the tape. Krendler says good evening to Hannibal, and Clarice... but he does not really seem like himself. Like, he's talking kind of slow. He's kind of iffy looking. There's something wrong with him. Clarice asks Hannibal how he got him in the first place, and Hannibal says that Margot called Krendler to meet some people in regards to a future position in politics. He intercepted Krendler on the way to the helicopter that had been waiting for him. Hannibal asks Krendler to say grace, and he starts saying grace normally, but then he gets really crass again about Clarice, because he can't go like 5 minutes without insulting Clarice, even when he's being held hostage at the dinner table. They have some back and forth at the table. Krendler insults Clarice, and then Clarice tells Krendler how she really feels. Lecter then gets up and just like lifts the top of Krendler's skull off, takes out chunks of his brain, and then cooks them up right there. Yeah, just yoink. They all dine on his brain and then have a second helping. Krendler is singing and talking loudly at the table, and then just like being a nuisance. Like he's lost chunks of his brain now. This is it. Finally, Hannibal ends it all with a crossbow bolt and then dumps like all of their dinner garbage. He dumps it into the cavity of his skull, and then he just wheels the whole mess out and then dumps him, and that's it. He and Clarice sit back down at the table, and they eat some quail, and they talk about Misha. They talked about teacups and time and the rule of disorder. And so I came to believe, Dr. Lecter was saying, that there had to be a place in the world for Misha, a prime place vacated for her, and I came to think, Clarice, that the best place in this world was yours. The firelight did not plumb the depths of her bodice as satisfactory as the candlelight had done, but it was wonderful, playing on the bones of her face. She considered a moment. Let me ask you this, Dr. Lecter. If a prime place in this world is required for Misha, and I'm not saying that it isn't, what's the matter with your place? It's well occupied, and I know you would never deny her. She and I could be like sisters. And if, as you say, there is room in me for my father, then why is there not room in you for Misha? Dr. Lecter seemed pleased, whether by the idea or with Starling's resource is impossible to say. Perhaps he felt a vague concern that he had built better than he knew. But when she replaced her glass on the table beside her, she pushed off her coffee cup and it shattered on the hearth. She did not look down at it. Dr. Lecter watched the shards, and it was still. And then basically she pulls down her top, and Dr. Lecter goes in for it. She gives him her boobie, and that's it. That's the end of the chapter. Buenos Aires, Argentina, 3 years later. Barney and Lillian Hirsch walk near the obelisk in the Avenida 9 de Julio in the early evening. Mrs. Hirsch is a lecturer at London University on sabbatical. She and Barney met in an anthropology museum in Mexico City. They like each other and have been traveling together for 2 weeks, trying it a day at a time and getting to be more and more fun. They are not getting tired of one another. They arrived in Buenos Aires too late in the afternoon to go to a Museo Nacional where Vermeer was on loan. Barney's mission to see every Vermeer in the world amused Lillian Hirsch, and it did not get in the way of a good time. He had seen a quarter of the Vermeer premieres already, and they were planning to go. They were looking for a pleasant cafe where they could eat outside. The limousines were backed up at the Teatro Colón, Buenos Aires, spectacular opera house. They stopped to watch the opera lovers go in. Tamerlane was playing with an excellent cast, and the Buenos Aires opening night is worth seeing. Barney, you up for the opera? I think you'd like it. I'll spring. It amused him when she used American slang. If you'll walk me through it, I'll spring, Barney said. You think they'll let us in? At the moment, a Mercedes Maybach, deep blue and silver, whispered up to the curb, and a doorman hurried to open the door. A man, slender and elegant in a white tie, got out and handed out a woman. The sight of her raised an admiring murmur in the crowd around the entrance. Her hair was a shapely platinum helmet, and she wore a soft sheath of coral frosted with an overlayer of tulle. Emeralds flashed green at her throat. Barney saw her only briefly, through the heads of the crowd, and then she and her gentleman were swept inside. Barney saw the man better. His head was sleek as an otter, and his nose had an imperious arch like that of Perron. His carriage made him seem taller than he was. Barney? Oh, Barney, Lillian was saying, when you come back to yourself, if you ever do, tell me if you'd like to go to the opera. They'll let us in Mufti. There, I said it, even if it's not precisely apt. I've long always wanted to say I was in Mufti. When Barney did not ask what Mufti was, she glanced at him sidelong. He always asked everything. Yes, Barney said absently, I'll spring. Barney had plenty of money and he was careful with it, but not cheap. Still, the only tickets available were in the rafters among the students. Anticipating the altitude of the seats, he rented field glasses in the lobby. The enormous theater is a mix of Italian Renaissance, Greek, and French styles, lavish with brass and gilt and red plush. Jewels winked in the crowd like flashbulbs at a ball game. Lillian explained the plot before the overture began, talking in his ear quietly. Just before the house lights went down, sweeping the house from the cheap seats, Barney found them. The platinum blonde lady and her escort. They had just come through the gold curtains to their ornate box beside the stage. The emeralds at her throat glittered in the brilliant house lights as she took her seat. Barney had only glimpsed her right profile as she entered the opera. He could see the left one now. The students around them, veterans of the high-altitude seats, had brought all manner of viewing aids. One student had a powerful spotting scope, so long that it disturbed the hair on the person in front of him. Barney traded glasses with him to look at a distant box. It was hard to find the box again with the tube's limited field of vision, but when he found it, the couple was startlingly close. The woman's cheek had a beauty spot on it, in the position the French call courage. Her eyes swept over the house, swept over his section, and moved on. She seemed animated, in expert control of her coral mouth. She leaned to her escort and said something, and then they laughed together. She put her hand on his hand and held his thumb. Starling, Barney said under his breath. What? Lillian whispered. Barney had a lot of trouble following the first act. As soon as the lights came up for the first intermission, he raised his glass to the box again. The gentleman took the champagne flute from a waiter's hand and handed it to the lady, and he took a glass himself. Barney zoomed in on his face, the shape of his ears. He traced the length of the woman's exposed arms. They were bare and unmarked and had muscle tone, in his experienced eye. As Barney watched, the gentleman's head turned as though to catch a distant sound, and he turned in Barney's direction. The gentleman raised the opera glass to his eyes, and Barney could have sworn the glasses were aimed at him. He held his program in front of his face and hunkered down in his seat to try to be an average height. Lillian, he said, I want you to do me a great big favor. She said, if it's like some of the others, I'd rather hear it first. We're leaving when the lights go down. Fly with me to Rio tonight, no questions asked. The Vermeer in Buenos Aires is the only one Barney never saw. Follow this handsome couple from the opera? Alright, but very carefully. At the Millennium, Buenos Aires is possessed by the tango and the night has a pulse. The Mercedes, the windows down to let the music in from the dance clubs, purrs through the Recoleta district, the Avenida Alvear, and disappears into the courtyard of an exquisite Beaux Artists building near the French embassy. The air is soft and a late supper is laid on the terrace of the top floor, but the servants are gone. Morale is high among the servants of the house, but there is an iron discipline among them. They are forbidden to enter the top floor of the mansion before noon, or after service of the first course of dinner. Dr. Lecter and Clarice Starling often talk at dinner in languages other than Starling's native English. She had college French and Spanish to build on, and she has found she has a good ear. They speak Italian a lot at mealtimes. She finds a curious freedom in the visual nuances of the language. Sometimes our couple dances at dinner time, sometimes they do not finish dinner. Their relationship has a great deal to do with the penetration of Clarice Starling, which she avidly welcomes and encourages. It has much to do with the envelopment of Hannibal Lecter far beyond the bounds of his experience. It is possible that Clarice Starling could frighten him. Sex is a splendid structure they add to every day. Clarice Starling's memory palace is building as well. It shares some rooms with Dr. Lecter's own memory palace. He has discovered her in there several times, but her own palace grows on its own. It is full of new things. She can visit her father there. Hannah is at pasture there. Jack Crawford is there when she chooses to see him bent over his desk. After Crawford was home for a month from the hospital, the chest pains came again in the night. Instead of calling an ambulance and going through it all again, he simply chose to roll over to the solace of his late wife's side of the bed. Starling learned of Crawford's death during one of Dr. Lecter's regular visits to the FBI public website to admire his likeness among the top 10 most wanted. The picture the Bureau is using of Dr. Lecter remains a comfortable 2 faces behind. After Starling read Jack Crawford's obituary, she walked by herself for most of a day, and she was glad to come home in the evening. A year ago, she had had one of her own emeralds set in a ring. It is engraved with AMCS. Ardelia Mapp received it in an untraceable wrapper with a note. Dear Ardelia, I'm fine and better than fine. Don't look for me. I love you. I'm sorry I scared you. Burn this. Starling. Mapp took the ring to the Shenandoah River where Starling used to run. She walked a long way with it clutched in her hand, angry, hot-eyed, ready to throw the ring into the river, imagining it flashing in the air in a small plop. In the end, she put it on her finger and shoved her fist into her pocket. Mapp doesn't cry much. She walked a long way until she could be quiet. It was dark when she got back to her car. It is hard to know what Starling remembers of the old life, what she chooses to keep. The drugs that held her in the first days have no part in their lives for a long time, nor the talks with a single light source in the room. Occasionally, on purpose, Dr. Lecter drops a teacup to shatter on the floor. He is satisfied when it does not gather back into itself together. For many months now, he has not seen Misha in his dreams. Someday, perhaps a cup will come together, or somewhere Starling may hear a crossbow string and come to some unwilled awakening, if indeed she even sleeps. We'll withdraw now while they are dancing on the terrace. The wise Barney has already left town, and we must follow his example. For either of them to discover us would be fatal. We can only learn so much and live. And that's it. That's the end of Hannibal. The ending of the book implies that Hannibal was trying to drug and hypnotize Clarice, and that he had been intending to replace her with a substitute for Misha. However, I think that last bit of the book, that final chapter, the cup does not come together, is implying that he came to realize he could not do that to her, and that if he replaced Clarice with Misha, he would lose Clarice, so why would he do that? A huge theme of this book was just the disillusion. Clarice worked hard. She did nothing wrong. She was constantly belittled. She was taken advantage of. She was kicked aside. She was put down just because of these assholes in the positions above her, and she didn't deserve that. And Hannibal was the only man who respected her for who she was and what she did and took care of her. And he's the one who gave her encouragement. He's the only one who encouraged her. He said she was a warrior when she had been beaten down by the FBI. I think I choose to believe, because I think it's more up to interpretation on how you want to read the book, but I believe that it was they run off together and are happy together where they are. In Buenos Aires. Yeah, basically, the movies did not do this. The movies chickened out at the last second, I guess. They had a kiss between Hannibal and Clarice, but then he runs away without her. And I remember watching that and being like so A, shocked, and then B, disappointed. So I had watched Silence of the Lambs before, and I then went and watched Hannibal, and the fact that at the end of Hannibal, he kisses Clarice, like, floored me. That was a fucking earth-shattering moment for me. That was my first experience being like, the villain, though? The villain as a romantic interest, though? And then because of that, that's what caused me to go read the books, Silence of the Lamb and Hannibal. And when Hannibal and Clarice ran away together at the end of Hannibal, I was so excited. And another, I guess, thing to mention is the NBC Hannibal TV show with Mads Mikkelsen and Hugh Dancy. That came out in 2013. There's 3 seasons of it. And that one is not subtle at all in the way that it portrays the romance between Hannibal Lecter and Will Graham. Will Graham is the protagonist from Red Dragon, which is technically the first book in the Hannibal series, which I did not read because I was just doing... I wanted to make this video as a breakdown between Clarice Starling and Hannibal Lecter, and it ended up becoming A, so much longer than I was expecting, and B, like, just more than that. It became more than that. Yeah, so Mads Mikkelsen and Hugh Dancy, they both do fantastic. I really liked the portrayal Mads did of Hannibal Lecter. I feel that Hannibal was more true to form simply because he was younger. I feel like they maybe had cast Hannibal too old in Silence of the Lambs, so it didn't have quite the effect. But, you know, Anthony Hopkins, fantastic still. That was a great performance. Silence of the Lambs is good. Hannibal the movie is good. Hannibal the TV series, fucking amazing. Go watch that too. I love it. I've been rewatching it while I've been working on this video, and it still holds up. I didn't talk about that one very much though. because it's not Clarice Starling, and Clarice was, I guess, the point of this video. But please watch it. It's amazing. Love it so much. One of my most distinctive memories of being a teenager is sitting in the 11th grade science class and reading the ending to Hannibal, and then just rereading the last 2 chapters and having my mind blown that it wasn't like the movie, like they actually ran off together, and how it was like the first time in my life I'd seen it as an option that like the villain actually gets a girl and they have a happy ever after. I thought that was amazing. Rereading it now as somebody in my 30s though, I don't remember this from my time when I read it as a teenager. I wasn't expecting it to have such heavy themes. Just like the focus on Clarice constantly fighting against the men who look down on her, who are using her, to being undermined, like just the uphill struggle that she was never gonna win despite her best efforts. Like there was no fighting Chilton. She tried and she lost. I guess I didn't expect that from from a book that was written by a older white man in the 80s, but I'm pleasantly surprised. Even if there were harmful stereotypes scattered throughout the books, which I don't want to like downplay those either, but I feel like just this was something I needed to read right now, I think. This is my full breakdown video, I guess. This is I don't know what else to say. This ended up being a much longer experience than I was expecting it to be. I have not done anything but read Silence of the Lambs and Hannibal for the last like month and a half, and then writing the script, editing this video. This has eaten up, I would say, at least 2 months of my life. But if you made it to the end of this video, I appreciate you very much. And if you want to see more book related videos, I love making book content. Like I just really enjoy getting to talk, and sometimes people listen. So if you want to check my other stuff, please do. You can find them on my YouTube channel. If you like video games, I play video games on Twitch 4 nights a week. Thank you guys so much for being here. And I'm going to end this video on a Reddit thread that I saw when I was doing some research for this book. And essentially the main comment was that they didn't understand why Hannibal and Clarice ran off together. Why Thomas Harris had written such a strong feminist who was intelligent, empathetic, and brave. They didn't understand why she would run off with the man that she had been hunting for the last just 7 years. So I am gonna finish on this Reddit comment here, and hopefully we'll see you guys again in the future. The way I see it, she's incredibly disillusioned. An amazing agent denied promotions for essentially being a woman. When she wins a sharpshooting contest, her peers don't congratulate her. They call her Poison Oakley, a play on Annie Oakley. She is sexually harassed, scapegoated, and gaslit constantly. She is surrounded and institutionalized by misogyny from the beginning of her career. Do you remember the snail trail joke in the elevator of Silence of the Lambs? Chilton's creepiness and lack of respect? She is undercut in the field by incompetent shoot-first males who are supposed to be subordinates. She has a moral code, and Hannibal, both the book and the character, make it clear that Lecter is closer to moral than anyone else but her roommate. Then, she ends up under his care where he has ample opportunity to pull out all the pieces of her life and rearrange them in a manner that suits his agenda. He does not lie. He is consistent in the expression of his values. Contrast him with the cesspool of her experiences with the FBI. Without Lecter's rescue, she dies in a stable, set up by her boss's boss for money and revenge. Honestly, Lecter is arguably the best man in her life, certainly the most competent. The FBI couldn't protect her from Lecter, but he can protect her from them. He honors her the way the FBI won't. He protects her the way her father couldn't. The FBI makes it easy to turn her. Sometimes, the villain wins.